Chapter 127. When the two countries faced off, one side rejoiced while the other side was enraged. Compared to the cheers of the fallen star country, the Dong Fu army was furious. In the martial arts world, the strong were respected and the army respected the strong even more. This meant that the stronger one the safer one would be while the more dangerous the enemy would be. Shi Jingxiang was almost invincible among the level 7 martial Dao masters. He was a warrior of the East Fu army. Yesterday, he had killed 5 martial Dao masters of the Falling Stars army. Today, he killed another one. He was highly respected by the soldiers of the East Fu nation. Now, Shi Jingxiang was killed in front of Yi Xing, and his head was raised in Yi Xing's hand. This was Shi Jingxiang's usual action after defeating his opponents. Seeing this, the soldiers of the Dong Fu nation naturally took it as a great humiliation and were enraged. Bastard! In the Dong Fu army, a martial artist in his 40s was furious. He shouted, "How dare he kill my Dong Fu army's warrior? Which warrior is willing to take his head?" Beside him was a large flag with the words, Dong Fu, on the right and Luchuan, on the left. This was the Luchuan army of the Dong Fu country. This person was called Luchuan Ji and he was the commander of the Luchuan army. The Falling Star Kingdom and the East Fu Kingdom had teams of 10, 100, a company, 1,000, an army, and 50,000. The position of a general not only required military merit but also great strength. The minimum requirement to be a captain was a level 9 martial Dao master and the commander was a half-step martial sage. Shi Jingxiang was the centurion of the Luchuan Corps. He was the famous centurion. His strength was comparable to an 8th-stage martial ancestor. If he had accumulated enough battle merits and there was an opening for a chiliarch during a war, he could definitely become a chiliarch with his cultivation at the 7th-stage martial path. Even the centurion had died at the hands of Yi Xing. The rest of the centurions naturally did not dare to make a sound. If they went up, wouldn't they be courting death? As for the 8th-level martial scholar, although he was full of confidence in dealing with Yi Xing, there were rules for one-on-one battles between two armies. That was 7th level against 7th level and 8th level against 8th level. They had to fight at the same level. If it was an 8th-stage martial scholar, it would be against the rules. Then, the other party could choose not to fight and directly return to the city. If it was a 9th-stage martial scholar, then it would be a mess. How could they fight? Faced with Rukawa Ji's words, the Rukawa army was silent, only the sound of angry breathing could be heard. Rukawa Ji's expression was gloomy. He was furious that no one in the Rukawa Corps dared to step up. However, after thinking about it carefully, he realized that the strength of the young man was indeed strong. He had seriously injured Shi Jingxiang with one punch. There was no martial Dao master in the Rukawa Corps who could defeat him. Not to mention the Luchuan Corps, even the Purple River, Dongyan, and West Wind Corps did not have a martial Dao master who could defeat Shou Ishi. Otherwise, how could Shou Ishi kill the 5 centurions of the Falling Stars Corps in succession? It was not that the centurions of the Falling Stars Kingdom were weak, but that Shou Ishi was too strong. In front of the two armies, Yi Xing held Shi Jingxiang's head high. Seeing that no one from the other side continued to fight, he immediately reacted. Shi Jingxiang should be the strongest martial Dao master of the other side. With Shi Jingxiang dead, the other side's martial Dao master naturally did not dare to fight. Thinking of this, Yi Xing laughed and said, "The Dongfu nation is so big, with 200,000 troops, and there is no martial Dao master who dares to fight with me? When did the Dongfu dogs become cowards?" Shi Jingxiang had previously ridiculed the Falling Stars Kingdom for being cowards, and now Yi Xing returned the words. Dongfu dogs, cowards? Dongfu dogs, cowards? In Dongshan City, the people of the Falling Stars Kingdom broke out into thunderous cheers, and their morale was high. The army had the advantage in numbers, and the higher the morale of the soldiers, the stronger the morale of the entire army. One person's morale was limited, but when the morale of thousands of people gathered together, it was quite terrifying. An army with high morale would have its combat power increased by at least half, and when morale was low, its combat power would be greatly reduced. A person's combat power increased by half might not be a big deal, But if an army's combat power increased by half, it was absolutely terrifying. This meant that an army of 150,000 people would have the combat power of 200,000 people. Compared to the morale of the people of the Falling Stars Kingdom, the morale of the Dongfu Nation's army was much weaker. When they lost, the anger in their hearts was very strong, but anger was not morale. In front of the two armies, Yi Xing laughed and threw Shi Jingxiang's head in the direction of the Dongfu Nation's army, and said, "Cowards of the Dongfu Nation, I know that your martial Dao masters don't dare to come up, so why don't you send your martial Dao grandmasters? It's not that I look down on you, but you are so timid and cowardly. Today, I will challenge any of your 8th level grandmasters, and let you Dongfu dogs experience my dog slaughtering skills." When Yi Xing said this, the soldiers of the Dongfu Nation were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. He was looking down on the people of the Dongfu Nation. Even the soldiers of the Falling Stars Kingdom were shocked by Yi Xing's words. Although there was only a one-word difference between Martial Dao Master and Martial Dao Grandmaster, there was a huge gap in strength between the two, and it was difficult to cross. Shi Jingxiang's strength was almost invincible among the Martial Dao Masters, but he could only compete with an 8th level Grandmaster. After a long battle, he would definitely be defeated. Although Yi Xing easily defeated Shi Jingxiang, and his strength was stronger than an 8th level Grandmaster, he challenged all the Martial Dao Grandmasters in the Dongfu Nation's army. The other side would definitely send 8th level Grandmasters, or even 8th level Grandmasters, so how could he have any hope of winning? It was simply courting death. The soldiers of the Falling Stars Kingdom and the mercenaries did not know about Yi Xing's performance in the advanced class assessment of Mount Zishan Academy, but the teachers and students of Mount Zishan Academy knew. They were not worried about Yi Xing at all, and they were all excited. Dog slaughtering. Dog slaughtering. Senior brother Yi, dog slaughtering. The hot-blooded students of Mount Zishan Academy immediately shouted loudly, and finally they shouted in unison, "Dog slaughtering." The soldiers of the Falling Stars Kingdom and the mercenaries were also affected and shouted in unison. How could they not want to dog slaughtering? It was just that they did not have the strength. Although they still had doubts about Yi Xing's strength, at this moment, Yi Xing said such a thing, so they naturally could not underestimate Yi Xing's power. "Bastard! Kill him! He's courting death." The soldiers of the Dongfu Nation roared in anger, and their anger soared to the sky. In the Luchuan army, a late 8th level Chiliarch immediately rushed out and asked Luchuan Ji for instructions. "Army commander, let me, Luchuan Wei, kill him." Luchuan Wei was in his early 30s, and he was a direct descendant of the Luchuan family. He was one generation younger than Luchuan Ji, and was Luchuan Ji's nephew. However, in the army, they had to follow the army's rules. Only when they returned to the family could they call each other uncle and nephew. Luchuan Ji nodded and waved at Yi Xing and shouted, "Kill him! Use his pig's head as a urinal." Luchuan Wei responded, turned around and strode towards Yi Xing. Yi Xing looked at the fast-approaching Luchuan Wei, and his eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a dangerous aura. If Yi Xing used a bow and arrow, he could easily kill a late 8th level Grandmaster, but Yi Xing did not intend to use a bow and arrow. If he suddenly showed too much strength, which Martial Dao Grandmaster of the Dongfu Nation would dare to come forward to die? Every person killed was a merit, especially those with high cultivation. Since Yi Xing was going to fight, he naturally wanted to kill as many people as possible. "Little thief, tell me your name. I, Luchuan Wei, am here to kill you." Luchuan Wei shouted when he was still a kilometer away from Yi Xing. "Yi Xing of the Luoxing Nation, I am here to kill all the 8th level Martial Dao Grandmasters of the Dongfu Nation." Yi Xing replied from afar, and his momentum was mighty. "Wah, Luoxing pig die." Luchuan Wei looked angry, and he was so angry that he shouted. Soon he rushed to 100 feet away from Yi Xing, and slashed down with the 2-finger-wide saber in his hand. Cross slash. It was clearly a slash, but 2 crisscrossing saber chi appeared and slashed towards Yi Xing. Yi Xing was wearing a pair of silver metal gloves, which was Shi Jingxiang's weapon, and became Yi Xing's spoils of war. Roaring Tiger Fist. Yi Xing punched out, and the sound of a tiger's roar shook the 9 heavens. Yi Xing's silver body technique had reached the large success stage. His body was tough and powerful, almost invulnerable to swords and spears. Furthermore, he was wearing a high-grade metal glove. Even if his opponent's weapon was a top-grade weapon, Yi Xing could still fight it head-on. Moreover, his opponent's long saber was only a high-grade weapon. Bang! Yi Xing's figure turned into a giant tiger in Lu Chuanwei's eyes, and the cross-saber chi was instantly shattered by Yi Xing's punch. Yi Xing's figure rushed straight forward, as fast as lightning. The power of this punch did not change, and it directly blasted on Lu Chuanwei's narrow saber. Lu Chuanwei was shocked, and his eyes revealed a look of horror. This was the first time he had encountered an opponent with such superb martial arts attainments that he had fallen into an illusion. However, this illusion was incomparably realistic, and it made him feel fear. His aura collapsed, and his strength was greatly reduced. Not to mention that he could not use 11 or 12% of his strength, he could not even use 90 or 100% of his normal strength. How could he block Yi Xing's unparalleled punch? Clang! In the explosion, Lu Chuanwei's narrow saber was directly blasted open. The saber shook violently, and Lu Chuanwei's palm was ruptured. Blood flowed, and the weapon almost flew out of his hand. His body was shaken by the terrifying power transmitted through the saber and arm, and he was forced to retreat. Yi Xing's aura was like a rainbow, and he punched again. Like a fierce tiger, he rushed towards Lu Chuanwei, his iron fist like a mountain. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 more explosions, the narrow saber in Lu Chuanwei's hand was almost turned into scrap metal, and Yi Xing sent it flying. Die! Yi Xing let out a loud roar and threw out a 5th punch. Lu Chuanwei had no more weapons to block, and could only use his fists to defend. With a crack, the bones in his arm were broken inch by inch, and he was sent flying with blood spurting out of his mouth. Yi Xing moved like a meteor, and took a saber from his waist. A cold light flashed, and Lu Chuanwei was still retreating when his head flew. Yi Xing grabbed it and raised it up, shouting, "Killing a Grandmaster of the East Fu Nation is as easy as killing a dog." Congratulations to Sunset Flourishing Fall for becoming the 4th leader of this book. 40 monthly votes for today, just 10 more to break 50. Brothers, are there any more votes? Chapter 128. Killing a Grandmaster of the Dong Fu Nation is as easy as slaughtering a dog. Yi Xing roared with his inner strength, his voice spreading in all directions. Whether it was the army of the Dong Fu Nation 5 miles ahead or the people of the Luo Xing Kingdom 5 miles behind, they all heard it clearly. Apart from the teachers and students of the Zishan Academy, the soldiers of the Dong Fu Nation and the Luo Xing Kingdom were all shocked. Yi Xing had actually won. He had killed LV8 Martial Dao Grandmaster from the Dong Fu Nation. Moreover, it was a clean victory. As he had said, killing a Grandmaster was as easy as slaughtering a dog. After a moment of shock, the Dong Fu Nation broke out into enthusiastic cheers. Dong Fu go! Dong Fu go! The waves of cheers grew louder and louder. Compared to the cheers for Yi Xing earlier, these cheers were even louder and more passionate. The cheers roused the hearts of the people and boosted the morale of the Luo Xing Kingdom soldiers. The soldiers of the Dong Fu Nation felt the same as the people of the Luo Xing Kingdom, but their other emotions were the opposite. Lu Chuanwei had actually been killed by Yi Xing, a rank 7 martial path cultivator. This was beyond the expectations of the Dong Fu Nation soldiers. They were shocked and furious at the same time. Especially the Luchuan Legion's Legion commander, Lu Chuanji, who was furious. He had ordered Lu Chuanwei to chop off Yi Xing's head and use it as a urinal, but in the end, it was Yi Xing who had chopped off Lu Chuanwei's head. Although Yi Xing did not use Lu Chuanwei's head as a urinal, that was because Yi Xing disdained to do so. His actions had also caused the Dong Fu Nation to lose face and suffer humiliation. Yi Xing's shout, "Killing a Grandmaster of the Dong Fu Nation is as easy as slaughtering a dog," was no less humiliating to the Dong Fu Nation than Lu Chuanwei's head being used as a urinal. "He's dead. Bastard." Rukawa Ji was infuriated. Rukawa Wei's death was not only a loss of face for the Dongfu army, but also the loss of an elite of the Rukawa family. He roared, Which Chiliarch is willing to go out and bring back this thief's head and corpse? I will tear him into pieces and use his head as a lantern. Beishansong is willing to fight and kill this bastard. A peak level 8 martial scholar walked out from the Luchuan army. Beishansong was over 40 years old. He was one of the famous Chiliarchs of the Luchuan Corps. His strength was definitely top-notch among grandmasters of the same realm. He had defeated grandmasters of the same realm many times. Yi Xing narrowed his eyes when he saw another person coming up. This was exactly what he wanted. In his eyes, every level 8 martial grandmaster was a generous contribution. All the countries nearby had the same way of recording their battle achievements. The higher the cultivation of the enemy killed, the higher the battle achievement. Ordinary soldiers of the 4th or 5th stage of the martial path were worth 1 merit point. Most of the soldiers of the 6th stage of the martial path were decurions and were worth 10 merit points. Most of the masters of the 7th stage of the martial path were centurions and were worth 100 merit points. Most of the masters of the 8th stage of the martial path were 1,000 men and were worth 1,000 merit points. Most of the masters of the 9th stage of the martial path were tribunals and were worth 10,000 merit points. Most of the half-step martial sages were legion commanders and were worth 50,000 merit points. This was only the merit points gained from killing enemies. If it was purely based on merit points, it would be different. For example, killing a decurion would give you 10 merit points. However, becoming a decurion would require more than 10 merit points. Instead, it would require 5 times more merit points to become a decurion, which would require 50 merit points. Similarly, becoming a centurion would require 500 merit points. Becoming a Chiliarch would require 5,000 merit points. Becoming a tribunus would require 50,000 merit points. Becoming a legion commander would require 250,000 merit points. Yi Xing had already killed a 7th stage of the martial path and an 8th stage of the martial path, earning him a total of 1,100 merit points. Based on merit points alone, it was more than enough to become a centurion. Of course, there was a limit to the number of merit points one could obtain. This was especially true for the temporary mercenaries and the teachers and students of the Zishan Academy. They were not part of the military. Unless they entered the military system and became a real soldier, they would not be able to become a general no matter how many merit points they had. To the cultivators outside the military system, merit points were just a form of honor and a form of value. They could be used to exchange for various treasures in the Zishan Marquis residence. They could also stay and enjoy the same treatment as a general. For example, Yi Xing had 1,100 merit points, which was more than enough for him to become a centurion. Although he could not become a true centurion, he could still obtain the title of a centurion and enjoy the same treatment as a centurion. His status was higher than that of a normal soldier or a decurion. Even after the war was over, as long as he did not exchange his merit points, he could keep his title. It was a great honor, representing how much he had contributed to the country and how much merit he had earned. Beishansong was stronger than a normal 8th stage martial path master, but he was slightly weaker than Rinxiuwu, who had cultivated the supreme grade origin restoration technique. If Yi Xing could defeat Rinxiuwu, Beishansong was naturally no match for him. He was defeated in less than 10 moves by Yi Xing. This wasn't the academy tournament, so losing to Yi Xing meant losing their lives. There was a flash of cold light, and the heavily injured Beishansong's head flew into the air. Shi Jingxiang's scimitar was very good. It was unusually sharp and could cut through a person's head like cutting vegetables. In the next moment, Yi Xing raised Beishansong's head high and faced the Dongfu army. He shouted again, "Killing a grandmaster of the Dongfu nation is as easy as slaughtering a dog." The void trembled, and the sound waves were like the sea. The sound waves shook the heavens and spread in all directions. Everyone heard it clearly. Another 8th stage martial path master in the Dongfu Nation army had fallen at the hands of Yi Xing. In the Dongfu city, cheers shook the sky. The people of the Fallen Star Kingdom were very happy and excited. Now, the soldiers and mercenaries of the Fallen Star Kingdom finally understood that Yi Xing had such terrifying strength. He could even kill a peak 8th stage martial path master. No wonder Yi Xing dared to challenge all the grandmasters of the Dongfu nation. Previously, they thought that Yi Xing was courting death. Now, it seemed that Yi Xing was completely confident that he would win. He had deliberately set up a trap and waited for the martial Dao grandmasters of the Dongfu nation to jump into. With such a heaven-defying martial Dao master, the Dongfu nation would be at a disadvantage in the one-on-one battle between the two armies. The people of the Fallen Star Kingdom were very excited and overjoyed. On the other hand, the soldiers of the Dongfu nation were furious. They had the upper hand in the one-on-one battle yesterday, but because of Yi Xing, they were at a disadvantage again and again. Even Bei Shanzong had died at the hands of Yi Xing. How many Kiliarchs in the Dongfu nation army could go against Yi Xing? However, there would always be someone stronger. Bei Shanzong was not the strongest 8th stage martial path master in the Dongfu nation army. Soon, another person rushed out of the Dongfu nation army and charged at Yi Xing. This time, the martial Dao grandmaster was not from the Luchuan army, but from the Dongxian army. It was Dongxian Mo from the Dongxian family. Dongxian Mo was a peak 8th stage martial path master. His combat strength was a level higher than Bei Shanzong's. Just like Shi Jingxiang's position in the Dongfu nation army, Dongxian Mo was the top Chiliarch of the 4 armies. Among the 8th stage martial path masters, Dongxian Mo was almost invincible. With Dongxian Mo's appearance, the angry soldiers of the Dongfu nation could not help but regain some of their morale. Many of them shouted Dongxian Mo's name, hoping that he could kill Yi Xing and bring glory to the Dongfu nation. On the Dongshan side, many of the soldiers of the Fallen Star Kingdom looked grim as well. Although Shi Jingxiang, who had killed 5 of the Fallen Star Kingdom centurions, was the one who had won the limelight yesterday, Dongxian Mo's reputation was not inferior to Shi Jingxiang's. He had killed a Chiliarch in the late stage of LV8 from the Luoxing Kingdom. Moreover, he was evenly matched with a LV8 Supreme Power Master in the army of the Luoxing Kingdom who was almost invincible in the same realm. Dongxian Mo did not waste any words when he entered the arena. He immediately killed Yi Xing. At this moment, any words were superfluous. Only death was the real outcome. If he died, all the harsh words he said before would be useless. If he lived, killing the other party was more impactful than any words. Dongxian Mo's mastery of movement techniques was extremely high. His upper-class movement technique had surpassed mastery and was close to perfection. In addition, his movement technique was extremely strange. His entire person faded like a shadow and finally disappeared completely, making others unable to see him at all. No matter how fast one's movement technique was, there should still be a shadow. However, Dongxian Mo did not even have a shadow. This was the Dongxian family's heirloom, Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike was not a martial technique, nor was it a lightness skill. It was not even a cultivation method, but an auxiliary martial skill that could be used in conjunction with any martial skill cultivation. Once it was integrated into the movement technique would become invisible. It was extremely strange and could kill without a trace. Dongxian Mo had killed many martial path masters of the same level just by relying on this movement technique that made his opponent unable to see him. How could one fight when one did not even know where the opponent was? And by the time Dong Xuanma appeared, it would definitely be a fatal strike. By the time they discovered his figure, it would already be too late. Shadow Strike was Dongxian Mo's trump card. Unfortunately, he had met Yi Xing. Yi Xing was his nemesis. The moment Dongxian Mo disappeared, Yi Xing immediately used the Super Brain's scanning function. Once again, Dongxian Mo's figure was discovered by Yi Xing. However, it was not seen by Yi Xing's eyes, but by the Super Brain's scanning function. There was a scanning area in the Super Brain that allowed Yi Xing to see Dongxian Mo's every movement clearly. When Dongxian Mo was hidden, his speed was not particularly fast. To Yi Xing, that speed was no different from standing still. Yi Xing snorted inwardly. He did not attack Dongxian Mo directly. Instead, he pretended to be panicked and turned around, exposing his back to the other party. Dongxian Mo was about to circle to Yi Xing's back for a sneak attack when Yi Xing's back happened to be facing him. This made Dongxian Mo overjoyed. This was equivalent to giving him a great opportunity. How could Dong Xianmo not seize such a good opportunity? At this moment, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. His figure was like lightning as he charged towards Yi Xing, arriving behind Yi Xing in an instant. The black dagger in his hand pierced towards Yi Xing's heart from the back. Chapter 129. In the blink of an eye, Dong Xuanma's dagger had already pierced into Yi Xing's back. At this moment, the East Fu Nation soldiers erupted into cheers that shook the 9 heavens. As for the people of Fallen Star Academy, their pupils dilated and their expressions changed. Even the teachers and students of Zishan Academy were shocked and broke out in cold sweat for Yi Xing. As the target of the attack, Yi Xing had a sneer on his face. At the moment when Dong Xuanma attacked, Yi Xing stepped on the Big Dipper. When the dagger pierced through his clothes, Yi Xing had already turned into an afterimage and dodged to the side. Dong Xuanma's dagger continued to stab forward. It looked like it had pierced into Yi Xing's body, but it had pierced into the afterimage. Right at this moment, a cold light flashed from the bottom to the top. It was Yi Xing with his curved saber in hand and slashed upwards. Crash! Blood splattered everywhere. The arm holding the dagger was instantly severed at the wrist. Dong Xuanma's trump card was the shadow assassination technique, which could be used to assassinate in the dark. In fact, his ability to fight head-on was not as good as Bei Shan. And his shadow assassination technique was coincidentally countered by Yi Xing. Yi Xing only purposely showed a flaw, and he rushed forward. It was no different from courting death. It was naturally easy for Yi Xing to sever his wrist. His wrist was severed and his entire palm was gone. That intense pain immediately made Dong Xuanma let out a shrill scream. The soldiers from both sides were dumbfounded at this moment. They saw that Yi Xing was about to be killed by Dong Xuanma. Unexpectedly, there was such a huge reversal in the blink of an eye. Not only was Yi Xing not pierced through the heart, he was safe and sound. But Dong Xuanma was seriously injured at this moment. One of his palms had been severed. Even the palm holding the weapon was gone. Dong Xuanma was like a severely injured tiger that had lost its claws and teeth. His eyes were filled with fear and his figure was like lightning, retreating rapidly. Dong Xuanma's figure instantly disappeared in a flash. However, the continuous flow of blood on the ground exposed his escape route. Yi Xing smiled. He didn't need to judge based on the blood on the ground at all. Dong Xuanma's every move was being scanned by the super brain. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Yi Xing's body was as fast as lightning. In an instant he rushed to a certain place. The curved saber in his hand drew out a saber curtain. In the blink of an eye, he had slashed out more than 10 times. No matter what, Dong Xuanma could not understand how Yi Xing was able to capture his figure so accurately when he was in the state of shadow kill. Yi Xing's every strike was aimed at his vital points. This was clearly not something that could be determined just by looking at the blood on the ground. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Under Yi Xing's swift attacks, Dong Xuanma was in an incomparably miserable state. In the blink of an eye, several vital points were attacked. Not only was his other arm severed, even his head was chopped off by Yi Xing. The headless corpse that was dripping with blood fell to the ground. Dong Xianmo's head was held high in Yi Xing's hand. Killing a grandmaster from the East Fu Nation is as easy as killing a dog. Yi Xing's voice once again resounded through the sky and spread in all directions. Great! Slaughtering Dong Fu Go. Luoxing Kingdom is invincible. The people of the Luoxing Kingdom were really excited. Even a powerful level 8 grandmaster like Dong Xuanma had been killed by Yi Xing. This was too unexpected and exciting. When Dong Xuanma attacked, the people of the Luoxing Kingdom hoped that Yi Xing would be undefeated and end the battle in a draw after more than 10 rounds. Who would have thought that Dong Xuanma would be killed by Yi Xing and die so quickly? The morale of the soldiers of the Luoxing Nation was like a rainbow, soaring through the clouds. On the other hand, the morale of the soldiers of the East Fu Nation was really low. Dong Xuanma's death was a huge blow to the soldiers of the East Fu Nation. Among the 4 major legions of the East Fu Nation, the 1st Centurion and the 1st Chiliarch had died in the hands of Yi Xing. Yi Xing's actions today had indeed caused the soldiers of the East Fu Nation to panic. Who would dare to go up and fight? unless they sent out a level 9 Grandmaster Major. However, wasn't it shameful for a level 9 Grandmaster to fight a level 7 Grandmaster? Moreover, it was useless to send a level 9 Grandmaster. The initiative was in Yi Xing's hands. He could return to the city without fighting. Cowards of the East Fu Nation, do you still have a level 8 Grandmaster who dares to come out and die? Yi Xing waved Dong Xuanma's head and taunted the army of the East Fu Nation. A battle between two armies was not the time to be merciful. It was much crueler than a life and death battle because it was not about the life and death of one person, but the lives of countless soldiers. It was even about the rise and fall of a nation. If Yi Xing had a personal grudge, Yi Xing would have killed a few of the other party's men and his anger would have mostly dissipated. However, this was not a personal grudge. Yi Xing had no more resentment in his heart, but the two armies were fighting and the killing had to continue. Coward! Coward! In East Mountain City, shouts shook the heavens. At this moment, the East Fu Nation naturally wanted to trample on them verbally. If they could provoke another level 8 Grandmaster to come out and die, it would be even better. Even if the other party did not send another level 8 Grandmaster, it would still be able to raise the nation's prestige and destroy the enemy's morale. The four major legions of the East Fu Nation had a total of 200,000 soldiers and 2,000 Kiliarchs at level 8 Grandmaster. However, in the face of Yi Xing's challenge, not a single Chiliarch dared to accept. Even though he was unwilling, he could only endure it and be a coward for now. In the East Fu Nation Army's central tent. Reporting. Commander-in-Chief Dongxian Chiliarch Mo also died at the hands of Yi Xing. Now, no one in our army dares to fight this bastard. A communications officer reported to the commander of the four major legions, Watanabe Hiroshi. The Watanabe family was the strongest martial arts family in the East Fu Nation. There had been 7 successive kings from this family. They had dominated the East Fu Nation for 600 to 700 years and were known as the imperial family of the East Fu Nation. Watanabe Hiroshi was furious. He slammed the table in front of him and roared, "Kill him!" A youth of about 16 stood up from the side of the tent. "Commander-in-Chief, let me go and kill this bastard." Watanabe Hiroshi looked at the youth and frowned. "Jinshan, you are the genius of the Watanabe family. If anything happens to you, how am I going to explain it to the young master? We don't know the limit of that bastard's strength. Let him be arrogant for a while. When my army comes and sweeps through East Mountain City, he will die no matter how strong he is." "That's right. Jinshan, your body is more important. Why do you have to fight to the death with that bastard? Jinshan, you are a genius with a 7-star orange life. You will become a high-ranking martial arts saint in the future. Your body is precious. Your body is more important." The adjutants of the commander-in-chief also spoke. Jinshan was the genius of the Watanabe family. He was only 16 years old and he was already at the peak of level 8. He had a 7-star orange life, which was 2 stars higher than Zi Shanho's godson's 5-star orange life. As long as he had enough resources, Jinshan would become a high-ranking martial arts saint in the future. He would be conferred the title of Marquis and his future would be bright. Although they were both from the Watanabe family, Watanabe Hiroshi's status and identity were not as high as Jinshan's. This was because Jinshan was the cousin of the young master of the East Fu Nation. As the royal family of the East Fu Nation, the Watanabe family was huge and had many branches. Watanabe Hiroshi was from one of the branches while Jinshan came from the core of the main branch. He was the grandson of the East Fu Nation's king. Jinshan was not only talented in cultivation but also in martial arts. He had the ability to challenge those of a higher level. Although he was at the peak of level 8, his strength was not inferior to a level 9 martial arts grandmaster. I came with the army to train myself and increase the speed of breaking through to level 9. Secondly, to kill the falling star pig and show the might of the East Fu Nation. Now, I can use that bastard Yi Xing's life to boost my will and my prestige. It will also strengthen the morale of the East Fu Nation's army. Jinshan's face was full of pride. Even though Yi Xing had killed Dong Xuanma, he was not afraid and was full of confidence. "Commander, I want to fight and kill that bastard Yi." Watanabe Hiroshi heard Jinshan's firm tone and knew that he had made up his mind. He could not stop him and said, "Good, nephew Jinshan, I will wait for you to take the head of that bastard Yi and return in triumph." Yi Xing originally thought that no one in the East Fu Nation would dare to fight with him. He wanted to kill the prestige of the East Fu Nation's army and dampen their spirit before he was ready to leave. He did not expect that after a while, someone from the East Fu Nation's army would come to kill him. It was a young man about the same age as him. His white clothes fluttered in the wind and he held a long sword in his hand. He had an elegant demeanor. Following the appearance of this young man in white, the East Fu Nation's army erupted with earth-shattering cheers. Jinshan's son. Jinshan's son. Yi Xing narrowed his sharp eyes. He had killed 3 kiliarchs of the Dong Fu Nation in a row, including Dong Xuanma, but this Prince Jinshan still dared to fight. Clearly, his strength was extraordinary. Just like Yi Xing himself, one could not judge his strength by his cultivation base. Moreover, from the cheers of the East Fu Nation's army, Yi Xing could tell that this Jinshan's identity and status were not ordinary. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reverse the low morale of the East Fu Nation's army and raise the spirits of the East Fu Nation's army. Jinshan's son was not only famous in the East Fu Nation, but there were also some soldiers in the Luoxing Nation who knew his name. The army naturally had its own intelligence system. It was impossible for someone like Jinshan not to pay attention to him. In the East Fu Nation city, a chiliarch shouted, "Attention, young Master Yi. The one coming is the grandson of the East Fu Nation's monarch, a 7-star martial saint. He is also very powerful and is not weaker than an early 9th-level martial grandmaster. If you can't beat him, please retreat as soon as possible." Yi Xing's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that this youth in white was the grandson of the East Fu Nation's monarch. He was really a big shot. It was no wonder that after he killed Lu Chuanwei, Bei Shansong, and Dong Xuanma, the other party still dared to fight. It turned out that not only was his cultivation aptitude outstanding, but he was also a fighting genius. His strength was not weaker than an early 9th-level martial grandmaster. He was really a strong opponent. Although Yi Xing had easily killed Dong Xuanma, that was because he had restrained Dong Xuanma's shadow assassination technique. Without the super brain scan, it would be hard to tell who would win. Therefore, Yi Xing did not think that his strength had reached the level of a 9th-level martial grandmaster. However, Yi Xing was not afraid of Jinshan's son. He took down the dragon tendon bow from his shoulder, begging for votes. Chapter 130. With the bow and arrow in hand, Yi Xing's momentum had reached a whole new level. Originally, when Yi Xing stood there, he was like a deep abyss with a heavy aura and the aura of a martial arts grandmaster. However, it was heavy enough but not sharp enough. Now that he had the bow and arrow in hand, there was a sharpness that was full of offensive power. He wanted to know how powerful the revolving arrow technique that had reached the acme of perfection was and whether it could kill young Master Jinshan, whose strength was comparable to an early 9th-level grandmaster. Taking out a black edge arrow, Yi Xing did not wait for young Master Jinshan to get close. As long as the other party entered the shooting range, he would take advantage of the distance to kill him. Once he got close, the advantage of the bow and arrow would be gone and Yi Xing would be at a disadvantage. It would not be easy to pull away. 5 li. 4 li. 3 li. Young Master Jinshan's speed was like flying as he rushed toward Yi Xing, getting closer and closer. When the distance between the two was shortened to more than 1 li, which was about 1,200 steps, Yi Xing shot the first arrow. The arrow flashed like a stream of light and flew 1,000 steps in an instant, going straight for young Master Jinshan's throat. With Yi Xing's current strength, it was easy for him to pull the dragon tendon bow with the strength of 3 cauldrons into a full moon. Coupled with his vigorous internal strength, the arrow's strength rapidly increased after leaving the bowstring. Every time it shot a distance of dozens of meters, its strength increased by a bit. When the shooting range exceeded 200 meters, its strength reached its peak, producing an extremely sharp sound as it pierced through the air. Above 200 meters and below 600 meters were Yi Xing's peak strength shooting range. Therefore, when the arrow was shot in front of young Master Jinshan, who was 1,000 steps away, its strength was at its peak. Break! Facing Yixing's arrow, young Master Jinshan's expression was as usual. With a loud shout, he instantly swung the sword in his hand, drawing a cold light. Where the sword light passed, the black edge arrow was instantly cut into 2 pieces by young Master Jinshan. Jinshan Gongzi's body only paused for a moment, but his speed was not greatly affected. He continued to attack Yixing. In a flash, he had already rushed forward nearly 100 meters. Yixing had a rough estimate of Jinshan young master's strength. The power of the arrow just now was definitely not something a peak 8th-stage grandmaster could withstand, but Jinshan young master had easily cut the arrow in half. It could be seen that his strength had indeed exceeded the scope of 8th-stage grandmaster and had reached the level of 9th-stage grandmaster. Yixing narrowed his eyes and instantly took out 3 black edge arrows. If he wanted to kill young Master Jinshan, he would have to go all out. Yixing pulled the dragon tendon bow into a full moon. At the same time, Yixing circulated his inner strength to the maximum according to the revolving arrow technique. In an instant, 3 arrows were released. Bush, bush, bush. The 3 black sharp arrows left the bowstring and shot in 3 different directions in an instant. Each of the arrows spun like a spiral. They were like 3 drills that drilled into the void, leaving ripples in the void. The spiraling arrows greatly increased their destructive power. Yixing's revolving arrow technique had reached the acme of perfection to be able to shoot the arrows to such an extent. The 3 arrows were shot in different directions, but their purpose was the same. After drawing 3 distorted trajectories in the void, they all shot toward young Master Jinshan. 1 arrow to the left, 1 to the right, and 1 arrow even reached young Master Jinshan's back. At this time, young Master Jinshan was about 400 meters away from Yixing. At a distance of 800 steps, Yixing shot 3 arrows at the same time. The distorted trajectories and the sharper sound of breaking through the air made young Master Jinshan's face change. At this moment, young Master Jinshan realized that he had underestimated Yixing. Yixing's archery was not only mysterious, but also terrifying to the extent that it was enough to threaten him. However, since he was already on the field, there was no way out. Escaping in front of a godly archer was the most unwise thing to do. The risk of death would be the highest. Therefore, there was only one way to face a godly archer, and that was to close the distance and let the arrow lose its advantage, then kill it. Lotus sword technique. Young Master Jinshan shouted. His body paused in an instant, and his sword was like a lotus, radiating sword light in all directions. Clang, clang, clang. 3 sounds appeared one after another. The first 2 sounds were almost at the same time, while the third sound was slightly slower. Young Master Jinshan's strength was indeed extraordinary, especially his exquisite swordsmanship. This lotus sword technique was like a lotus, and in an instant, it split the 2 arrows on the left and right. Even if the arrow was spinning rapidly like a spiral with amazing destructive power, it was still split in half by young Master Jinshan in an instant, which showed how vigorous his internal strength was. As for the third arrow, because it was shot to the back, it was slightly slower than the first 2 arrows by half a second, and was blocked by young Master Jinshan in a flash. The third arrow was not deflected by him, and he did not intend to deflect the third arrow. Instead, he held his sword horizontally to block it. With a clang, his body retreated more than 100 meters in the air. He wanted to use the power of the third arrow to speed up and get closer to Yixing. It had to be said that this was an excellent method. In an instant, the distance between the 2 was more than 100 meters. However, young Master Jinshan had miscalculated. The arrow was spinning like a spiral with a terrifying rotational force. If he were to break the arrow with his sword, he would naturally disperse the power of the arrow. However, if he were to only block it, the rotational force would always be there. Young Master Jinshan could block a normal arrow with his sword horizontally, but he could not block a rotating arrow. As soon as the arrow spun, its center of gravity was easily shifted. In the blink of an eye, the black edge arrow passed over the sword, flashed past the edge of the sword, and continued to shoot toward young Master Jinshan. It's over. This sudden change startled young Master Jin Shan, and he secretly cursed in his heart. Whoosh! Young Master Jin Shan's body movement was also very high, and he leaned to the side at the critical moment. However, the arrow was too close to him, and no matter how fast he reacted, he could not avoid it. He was shot in the shoulder, and a sharp pain came. The injury of this arrow was not fatal to young Master Jin Shan, but the consequences were enough to kill him. Die! Yi Xing had already shouted. He pulled the dragon tendon bow into a full moon and shot the fourth arrow. This time, Yi Xing did not shoot 3 arrows at the same time. All of his strength, essence, qi, and spirit condensed together to shoot the most powerful arrow. The arrow's trajectory was distorted, but the range was very small, almost like a straight line. A straight rotating ripple appeared in the void, formed by the arrow's rapid rotation. This arrow, which contained the power of wind, was extremely fast and instantly shot to the back of young Master Jin Shan's neck. Young Master Jin Shan's hair stood on end. Before the arrow reached him, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck, as if it was pierced by a sharp light. At the critical moment, young Master Jin Shan finished turning around, and the sword in his hand slashed at the arrow. Lotus condensing cut. He shouted loudly. This was the strongest killing move of the Lotus sword technique. Normally, the Lotus sword technique would scatter the sword light and kill a group of people in all directions. However, this Lotus slash gathered all the power into a single slash, and its power was unparalleled. However, the arrow in his shoulder had shot into his bone. When he swung the sword, the pain was incomparable, and it caused a moment of delay in his swinging speed. He did not manage to hit the arrow. The rotating tail of the arrow brushed past the blade, creating a series of sparks, and the arrowhead, at this moment, had already shot into young Master Jin Shan's throat. An arrow through the throat. Instant death. Young Master Jin Shan's last expression was one of horror and disbelief. He was a dignified 7-star martial saint, a genius of the heavenly mandate realm, and the grandson of the Dongfu nation's emperor. He had a cultivation of the peak of the 8th level and the strength of the early 9th level. He had never expected that he would fall under a 7th-level martial Dao master. Young Master Jin Shan did not expect it, the Dongfu nation soldiers did not expect it, and the Luoxing nation soldiers also did not expect it. Everyone was shocked. Killing a grandmaster of the Dongfu nation is as easy as slaughtering a dog. When Yi Xing cut off young Master Jin Shan's head, raised it high, and shouted, both sides recovered from their shock. Young Master Yi is actually a godly archer, no wonder he carried a bow on his back but did not use it. Young Master Ye's archery is so superb, I'm afraid that even a tribunus would not be able to block such an archery. Ha! Young Master Jin Shan is a genius of the Dongfu nation and the grandson of the Dongfu nation's emperor, but he died under young Master Ye's hands. Good. In the East Mountain City, there was a sudden burst of cheers. Everyone was incomparably excited and joyful. In the Dongfu nation's army, there was a deafening roar from Watanabe Bo. Kill! Massacre the East Mountain City for me. Flatten the Purple Mountain County. Capture that bastard Yi alive. I want him to die without a burial place. Because of the long journey, the soldiers were tired, so after arriving at the East Mountain City, the Dongfu nation's army did not rush to attack, but instead set up camp to rest and reorganize, using the method of one-on-one combat to kill some of the generals of the Luoxing nation's army to lower their morale. The first day's results were very good. As long as they persisted for 3 days, Watanabe Bo believed that the morale of the Luoxing nation's army would be at its lowest point, and by then, it would be much easier for him to attack the East Mountain City. However, on the second day, Yi Xing came and completely reversed the situation. The morale of the Luoxing nation's army was not the least bit low. Instead, it was getting stronger and stronger. On the other hand, the morale of the Dongfu nation's army was getting lower and lower because of the death of their generals. It was not easy for young Master Jin Shan to make a move, and the morale of the Dongfu nation's army was reinvigorated, but in the end, even young Master Jin Shan died, which made the morale of the Dongfu nation suffer a huge blow. It was not the right time to attack, but Commander Watanabe Bo could not suppress the anger in his heart. Young Master Jinshan was the genius of the Watanabe clan, the grandson of the emperor, and the cousin of the young master. He came to the army to gain experience, but in the end he died, and Watanabe Bo could not explain it to the young master of the Dongfu nation. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to massacre the East Mountain City, flatten the Zishan prefecture, and capture Yixing alive to slowly torture him to vent his anger. The commander's order was followed by the four great armies. Rukoa Nori, Zichuanlu, Dong Shenheng, and Shifeng Yi waved their hands and rushed out of the formation to Yixing. Chapter 131. Yixing naturally wouldn't just stand there like a fool when the Dongfu Kingdom's army was about to launch an attack. Carrying the head of young Master Jinshan, he sped towards Dongshan City. Young Master Jinshan's position was not ordinary. If he took back the eastern city mountain, he might be able to shock the soldiers of the East Fu nation. He had to keep him. Although the four commanders were half-step martial sages and were much faster than Yixing, by the time they rushed over from 5 li away, Yixing was already within 2 li of eastern mountain city. The four half-step martial sages stopped when they were 1 kilometer away from eastern mountain city. There were large ballistae in eastern mountain city. If they continued forward, they would end up as live targets. Unless there was a large army at the border and other soldiers covering for them, they wouldn't dare to get too close to eastern mountain city. Yixing returned to Dongshan City without any hindrance. The city gates were immediately closed. The city walls of Dongshan City were 100 meters high. Even a 9th-grade grandmaster would find it difficult to rush up with Qinggong. Young Master Yi. Good job, young Master Yi. As soon as Yixing returned to the city, he was warmly welcomed by the soldiers in the city. Everyone who saw him took the initiative to greet him. Today, Yixing had killed 5 experts from the Dongfu country. 1 was a 7th-layer grandmaster, and 4 were 8th-layer grandmasters. Among them was young Master Jinshan, a genius of the Dongfu country's royal family. It could be said that the people of the Fallen Star Kingdom had vented their anger. In Dongshan City, which Fallen Star citizen was not happy. No matter how much Wang Haiqing hated Yixing, he was in a good mood because of the Dongfu nation's loss in the Kingdom War. After today's battle, Yixing could be considered famous in Eastern Mountain City. There was no one who didn't respect him. Yixing had killed 5 people in a row and had consumed a lot of his inner strength, especially killing young Master Jinshan. Those few arrows had not only consumed his inner strength, but also his essence, energy, and spirit. Now that he had used his Qinggong to rush back to Eastern Mountain City, he was not far from collapsing from his inner strength. After handing over the head of young Master Jinshan to the guards of Dongshan City, Yixing returned to his residence, swallowed a star-accumulating pill, and began to meditate to quickly restore his internal strength. Even if a great battle was about to break out, Yixing had to recover his inner strength first. Only then would he have the strength to kill the enemy. Otherwise, it would be useless even if he rushed forward with a weak body. Yixing had killed 5 experts in a row. Everyone in Dongshan City knew that he had expended a lot of energy, so naturally, no one disturbed him. While Yixing was meditating, the Dongfu nation's 200,000-strong army had already surrounded Dongshan City. Dongxian, Luchuan, West Wind, and Zichuan, under the lead of their commanders, surrounded the east, south, west, and north of Dongshan City respectively. Then, the bugle horn sounded and the drums thundered as they launched their attack. Tens of thousands of soldiers were densely packed, stretching for miles as far as the eye could see. They were like a black cloud pressing down. At the very front were the shield-bearers. They held huge shields and walked side by side. Behind each group of shield-bearers was a row of archers. They were approaching Eastern Mountain City. When the army of the Dongfu Kingdom was within 4 miles of Dongshan City, the large crossbows on the city walls were fired. The huge crossbow bolts were 30 feet long and looked like huge spears. In an instant they shot out a few miles. The shields were unable to block the crossbow bolts at all and were instantly shattered into pieces. The powerful penetrating force pierced through 10 soldiers in a row before it was exhausted. On each side of the city walls, there were dozens of large crossbows, and every time they were fired, hundreds of Dong Fu army soldiers would lose their lives. However, compared to the tens of thousands of soldiers, these casualties were nothing. The lowest cultivation among the soldiers was a level 4 martial artist. Every one of them moved at lightning speed. After only 6 waves of crossbows, the Dong Fu Kingdom's army lost nearly 1,000 men. They were now within 500 steps of Dongshan City. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this point, the archers from both sides began to shoot. The archers from the Dong Fu Kingdom hid behind the shield bearers and were protected by the shield bearers. Most of the arrows shot from the Dongshan City were blocked by the shields. Only the openings in the formation where the large crossbows had broken through had suffered heavy casualties due to the loss of their shields. In the East Mountain City, the people of the Fallen Star Kingdom would either rely on the city walls for defense or hide behind bunkers. Hence, very few of them were directly hit by the arrows. However, the arrows shot by the Dong Fu soldiers were all burning fire arrows. Even though most of the buildings in the city were fireproof, there were still some places that were not protected and were set ablaze. Smoke rose from all directions. The battle had been quite intense since the beginning. When the Dong Fu Kingdom's army was 100 meters away from the city walls, there were suddenly flying claws that shot out, grabbing the top of the city walls. The city walls were 100 meters high and the flying claws were about 70 meters high. Below them, there were ropes. The soldiers only needed to use Qing Gong to walk to the end of the ropes, and they would be less than 10 feet away from the city walls. They could then jump up. Once the flying claws were grabbed, a large number of soldiers flew up. The shield bearers were still at the front as they rushed up the city walls. At this time, the shields could only block the front and could not block the arrows from the left and right. The casualties of the Dong Fu Kingdom soldiers began to increase. Defending a city naturally had its own advantages. Attacking a city naturally had to pay a higher price. At this moment, the battle situation in all 4 directions of the Dongshan City was very intense. Kill! Countless people shouted and the sound of killing shook the sky. Below the city walls, there were piles of corpses and rivers of blood. One by one, the soldiers of the Dong Fu Kingdom rushed up the ropes. However, they were shot by the arrows and fell down, either dead or injured. However, when the number of soldiers increased, there would always be people who broke through the arrows and rushed up the city walls. This was especially true for generals such as centurions, chiliarchs, and captains. They were at least at the level of martial Dao masters and were very powerful. Ordinary archers were not as powerful as them. They were almost unstoppable, and very few of them were killed by arrows. When the Dong Fu Kingdom soldiers rushed up the city walls, the 2 sides began to fight. The most intense and cruel battle had truly begun. In such a battle, the lives of soldiers were like ants. Regardless of the enemy's side, there were people constantly falling down. Even the generals of both sides had casualties. The 4 walls were all dyed red with blood. When Yi Xing's spirit and inner strength had fully recovered, it was already more than 2 hours later. The battle had reached its climax. The 4 walls had already been attacked by the Dong Fu Kingdom's army. Behind them, more and more Dong Fu Kingdom soldiers were climbing up the ropes. The situation was very grim. If not for the morale of the Luo Xing Kingdom soldiers and their bravery, the Dong Fu Kingdom soldiers would have already broken through one of the walls. Although the morale of the Luo Xing Kingdom soldiers was high, the morale of the Dong Fu Kingdom soldiers was not very low. When the real battle began, the morale of the Dong Fu Kingdom soldiers had recovered a lot. Hence, the Dong Fu Kingdom soldiers were having a hard time defending. Yi Xing came out of his room and jumped onto the roof. He looked into the distance and scanned the 4 walls. He found that the west and north sides were still fine. Currently, the Luo Xing Kingdom still had the upper hand. However, the east and south sides were very grim. Especially the south side, where the temporarily recruited mercenaries and Zishan Academy's teachers and students were defending. They only had about 10,000 people. Other than that, the Dongshan City's army had only sent 20,000 people to help. There were only 30,000 people in total. The Luchuan army that attacked the South City had 50,000 soldiers. Moreover, the army commander, Luchuan Ji, had taken the lead and killed many Luoxing Kingdom soldiers. In the end, Vice Principal Wu Yunshan had to intervene to stop him. Vice Principal Wang Haiqing blocked the vice commander of the Luchuan Corps. Although he blocked the two half-step martial sages, the other side had a large number of martial path LV7, LV8, and LV9 experts. They outnumbered the Luoxing Kingdom and naturally had the upper hand. Yi Xing took a look and saw many corpses of the Zishan Academy students. They were all wearing the Academy's uniform and could be easily distinguished. As a student of the Zishan Academy, Yi Xing's heart burned with anger when he saw the corpses of his classmates. He immediately took the dragon tendon bow and rushed towards the South City. Although the East City situation was not good, it was still better than the South City. If the South City was lost, the Luchuan army would enter the city and attack with the other armies. It would be easy to break through one side. Once one side was lost, it would be difficult to defend the city. Hence, the Luchuan army must not be allowed to take down the South City. Kill. Slaughter the East Mountain City. Slaughter the Luoxing pigs. In the South City, a chiliarch of the Luchuan army was holding a long spear in his hand. He was stabbing a mercenary of the 7th Martial Path to death as he shouted excitedly. Around him, there were corpses all over the ground. They were all from the Luoxing Kingdom. His eyes were bloodshot. He swept his long spear and was about to kill the soldiers of the Luoxing Kingdom in front of him. At this moment, an arrow burst out from afar. The arrow spun in the air and its trajectory was distorted. Although the martial Dao master blocked the arrow with his spear, his defense missed. The arrow instantly pierced the throat of the 8th martial Dao master, killing him instantly. Yi Xing's figure quickly appeared in the distance. He floated on the roof and quickly knocked an arrow and drew his bow. The arrow pierced through the air. In the distance, another general of the East Fu Kingdom was shot in the throat. It was a centurion of the 7th Martial Path. Under Yi Xing's arrow, he could not resist at all. Whoosh! Yi Xing had been walking on the roof. His eyes swept across the distance. The ordinary soldiers of the East Fu Kingdom were all ignored by Yi Xing. He searched for the generals of the centurions and chiliarchs. He killed one when he saw one. Whether it was on the Luoxing Kingdom side or the East Fu Kingdom side, there was no other archer with superb archery skills like Yi Xing. The 8th martial Dao master could not resist his arrows. As the centurions and chiliarchs of the Luchuan army were killed one by Yi Xing, the situation in the South City began to improve. In a martial artist army, the strength of the generals was very strong. Compared to ordinary soldiers, a martial Dao master was a centurion and could fight 100 men. A martial Dao master was a chiliarch and could fight 1,000 men. Yi Xing killed a centurion, which was equivalent to killing 100 ordinary soldiers. Killing a chiliarch was equivalent to killing 1,000 ordinary soldiers. In 15 minutes, Yi Xing had killed 21 centurions and 5 chiliarchs. Naturally, the strength of the Luchuan army was greatly reduced. Chapter 132. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against an arrow in the dark. Yi Xing shot arrows from afar. The arrows were like flowing light, extremely fast. It was impossible for the generals of the Dongfu nation to guard against them. With every arrow, a centurion or chiliarch of the Luchuan army would die. None of them missed their target. After he killed dozens of centurions and chiliarchs, he locked onto a new target. A captain of 10,000 men. A captain was a 9th-level grandmaster. Even if it was an early-stage 9th-level grandmaster, it would not be easy for Yi Xing to kill him. The captain he had locked onto was a mid-stage 9th-level grandmaster. If it was a one-on-one fight, even if there was enough distance, Yi Xing would not be able to kill him with his bow and arrow. However, it was not a one-on-one fight now. This person was in a fierce battle with a mid-stage 9th-level grandmaster from the Purple Mountain Academy. The two of them were similar in strength. Any external interference would affect the balance between the two. Yi Xing was 1,000 steps away. He took out 3 arrows and knocked them on his bow. Before the battle, Yi Xing had prepared a lot of arrows. He still had a lot of them. Bush, bush, bush. The 3 arrows left the bowstring. In an instant, they drew a distorted trajectory in the void. They shot toward the mid-stage 9th level captain of the Luchuan army. The arrows spun, carrying astonishing destructive power as they attacked from different directions. Luchuan Yi was at a critical moment in the battle with his opponent. Suddenly, his heart tightened for no reason. A fatal danger shrouded his heart. He wanted to dodge, but his opponent had also noticed his danger. He suddenly sped up his attack. The sword shadows were endless, making it difficult for him to be distracted. Ha! Luchuan Yi shouted. At the critical moment of life and death, the vigorous inner strength in his body exploded. The treasured sword in his hand slashed out endless sword shadows to defend against his opponent's attack. At the same time, his body twisted like a snake. He used an extremely strange movement technique and dodged to the side with a twist. Bush, bush. This movement technique was indeed extraordinary. Under such a crisis, Luchuan Yi actually dodged the attack of 2 arrows. However, Yi Xing didn't just shoot 2 arrows. He shot 3. Bush. The 3rd arrow pierced Rukawa Ye's back, penetrating more than a foot. The arrowhead pierced through his heart. The heart was the most vital part of the body. Even a 9th stage grandmaster would die instantly from such an injury. Luchuan Yi screamed and fell to the ground. His body twitched and soon he died. Yi Xing was overjoyed. Killing a major general meant that the Starfall Kingdom now had a 9th grade grandmaster, which would have a huge impact on the battle. In addition to the centurions and kiliarchs killed by Yi Xing, the Luchuan Legion's high-end combat power was no longer comparable to the Luoxing kingdoms. Although the Luchuan Legion had more ordinary soldiers, there was a limit to it and they no longer had the advantage. The situation in the South City had been resolved. The balance of strength was tilting towards the Luoxing kingdom. In addition, Yi Xing continued to shoot arrows from the side, killing the enemy's generals. It would not take long for the Luchuan Legion to be completely defeated. Luchuan Ye's scream before his death attracted the attention of most of the Luchuan Legion's sergeants. The 2 half-step Martial Sage Legion commanders noticed that the Luchuan Legion's advantage was gone. Instead, the Luoxing kingdom began to gain the upper hand. Previously, the high-end combat power of the Luchuan Legion had the advantage in numbers. However, the extra centurions and kiliarchs were all gone. On the other hand, the Luoxing kingdom's side had a few centurions and kiliarchs and even a 9th grade martial Dao grandmaster. A 9th stage Zongshi master would be able to take on tens of thousands of enemies. Killing ordinary soldiers would be as easy as slaughtering dogs. Even killing centurions and kiliarchs would be a piece of cake for them. This would turn the tide of the battle very quickly. At this moment, in the distance of the city, another arrow burst out. A mournful scream rang out. A kiliarch of the Luchuan Legion who was in the middle of a fierce battle was instantly killed by an arrow. Legion Commander Luchuan Ji and Vice Legion Commander Luchuan Zhao's attention shifted in the direction of the arrow and immediately found Yi Xing's figure. The 2 finally understood that it was Yi Xing who was shooting arrows. An ordinary archer's arrows could hardly threaten a martial Dao master or a martial Dao grandmaster, let alone a martial Dao grandmaster. However, Yi Xing was different. Yi Xing's attainments in archery were very high. Every arrow he shot was a fatal threat to the generals of the Luchuan Legion. Luchuan Ji and Luchuan Xiao knew very well that if Yi Xing continued to shoot arrows from the side, they were afraid that the generals of the Luchuan Legion would be shot to death. Even the generals of the Luchuan Legion would not be able to survive. If they did not get rid of Yi Xing, the Luchuan Legion would definitely lose, and it would be a crushing defeat. Luchuan Ji hated Yi Xing to the bone. Now that he saw Yi Xing turning the tide of the battle, he was furious. He immediately attacked Wu Yunshan, forcing him to retreat. Then he pounced on Yi Xing. How could Wu Yunshan allow Luchuan Ji to disturb Yi Xing? He let Yi Xing shoot arrows from the side. The effect was no less than having a half-step martial sage. No, the effect was greater than having a half-step martial sage. As a godly archer, the advantage he had in a battle was incomparable. Yi Xing could kill enemies from 1,000 steps away. Could a half-step martial sage do the same? In terms of strength, Yi Xing was naturally not comparable to a half-step martial sage. However, in terms of killing efficiency, he was better than a half-step martial sage. Wu Yunshan launched a desperate attack on Lu Chuanji, preventing him from escaping. Although Lu Chuanji was furious, he did not dare to underestimate a half-step martial sage opponent. Especially when his opponent was fighting with his life on the line, it was difficult for him to be distracted. For a moment, Lu Chuanji could only block Wu Yunshan's attacks with all his strength. How could he care about Yi Xing? Old Xiao, go and kill that little bastard. Lu Chuanji could not escape and could only send a message to Lu Chuanxiao. Lu Chuanxiao understood and attacked Wang Haiqing a few times. Then he pounced on Yi Xing in the distance. Wang Haiqing was not like Wu Yunshan. When he saw that Lu Chuanxiao was going to kill Yi Xing, he did not resist. After Lu Chuanxiao escaped, he did not continue to attack. Instead, he attacked one of the captains of the Lu Chuan Legion. The situation was clear. As long as Wang Haiqing killed one of the captains, the Lu Chuan Legion would be defeated regardless of whether Yi Xing was dead or alive. When Yi Xing saw that Wang Haiqing did not use all his strength to stop Lu Chuanxiao, he frowned and immediately used the Flying Swan skill to escape into the city. Originally, he wanted to kill all the generals of the Lu Chuan Legion and wipe them out. However, when Lu Chuanxiao attacked, he had no choice but to retreat. With the superb Flying Swan skill and the wind force, Yi Xing's speed was not much slower than Lu Chuanxiao's. The distance between the two of them was a few hundred meters. Lu Chuanxiao chased after Yi Xing for a while. He did not dare to enter East Mountain City alone as he was afraid that he would not be able to escape. He gave up on chasing after Yi Xing and returned to the battlefield in South City. When he returned, Wang Haiqing had already killed one of the captains of the Lu Chuan Legion. The Luoxing Kingdom's side had another empty 9th-grade Grandmaster. Lu Chuanxiao, who had returned, was stopped by Wang Haiqing. The two extra 9th-grade Grandmasters rampaged through the Lu Chuan Legion, slaughtering their way to defeat the Legion. Lu Chuanji saw that the Lu Chuan Legion had countless casualties and had no choice but to order a retreat. If they were too late, they would be heavily surrounded and unable to escape. During the retreat, many soldiers of the Lu Chuan Legion were killed. The ground was littered with corpses and blood flowed like a river. When they had completely retreated 5 miles away from East Mountain City, there were only slightly more than 30,000 soldiers left from the 50,000-strong army. The loss of their generals was even greater. Almost half of them had perished. After Yi Xing escaped into the city, he went straight to the east side of the city. The east side of the city faced the Dongfu Kingdom's military camp and was attacked by the Dongxian Legion. The battle was the most ferocious. As the East Mountain City's garrison had transferred 20,000 men to assist the south side of the city, there were only 40,000 men defending the south and north side of the city. The north side was attacked by the Sichuan Legion. The attack was not very intense, so the situation was still manageable. The east side of the city was the Dongfu Kingdom's main attack direction. Dongxuan's combat power was also very strong, so it was naturally difficult for 40,000 men to defend the city. The south side of the city was more dangerous than the east side. Yi Xing had already turned the situation around. Now that Yi Xing had come to the east side of the city, it was only natural that the situation there would change quickly. Dongxuan's generals were shot dead by Yi Xing one after another. When the south side soldiers had completely repelled the Lu Chuan Legion and sent a portion of them to assist the east side, the situation of the battle was instantly reversed. The Dongxian Legion was defeated, even worse than the Lu Chuan Legion in the south. As the Dongfu Kingdom's army retreated from the east and south side of the city, the north and west side of the city received the news and quickly retreated as well. The first siege battle lasted for half a day before it finally ended. After counting the casualties, the Luoxing Kingdom's side was victorious, with about 10,000 casualties. The Dongfu Kingdom's army, on the other hand, had more than 40,000 casualties. 90% of them had fallen on the battlefield of the east and south side of the city. After this battle, the Dongfu Kingdom's advantage was gone. In war, casualties were as simple as drinking tea. As long as there was a war, there would be casualties regardless of the outcome. This was the norm. The heroes who died in the war were compensated by the country to their families. After the war, there were not many who were grieving. Most of them were immersed in the joy of victory and the joy of being alive. Zishan Academy's student, Yi Xing, killed 70 people, including 1 9th-level Grandmaster, 24 8th-level Grandmasters, and 45 7th-level Grandmasters. Awarded 38,500 points of military merit, awarded the title of Chiliarch, and awarded the 7th-level Kiliarcha's Honor Medal. After the battle, it was naturally time to discuss the merits and rewards. Yi Xing deserved to be called the number 1 person in this battle. Killing a Chiliarch awarded 1,000 points of military merit, but the title of Chiliarch required 5,000 points of military merit. Yi Xing's military merit did not meet the requirement of 50,000 points, so his title was only Chiliarch. However, there were different ranks for Kiliarchs according to their military exploits. Between 5,000 and 10,000 points of military merit was a first-level Chiliarch. Between 10,000 and 15,000 points of military merit was a second-level Chiliarch. So on and so forth. Every 5,000 points of military merit was a higher rank. The highest rank was 9th level. If one's military merit reached 50,000 points, they would no longer be a 10th-level Chiliarch. Instead, they would be awarded the title of Chiliarch. In the first battle, Yi Xing had obtained the title of Chiliarch. Moreover, it was a 7th-level Chiliarch. Seeing that Yi Xing had obtained the 7th-level Kiliarcha's Honor Medal, no one was not envious. Begging for monthly votes. There's not much on the battlefield, but the climax will come soon. Chapter 133. Zishan Academy student Wei Qingxian has killed a total of 296 enemies, including 3 8th-tier Grandmasters, 21 7th-tier Grandmasters, 52 10-man captains, and 220 ordinary soldiers. She has received 5,840 battle points, the title of Chiliarch, and the rank 1 Chiliarch honor badge. Other than Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian had the most outstanding performance on the battlefield. Although Wei Qingxian was not as efficient as Yi Xing in killing enemies with a bow and arrow, her combat power was strong. Whether it was a 7th-layer Grandmaster or an 8th-layer Grandmaster, in front of her, there was only a path to death. On the battlefield, the higher one's battle prowess was, the easier it was to receive battle points. This was because there would always be enemies who thought they were stronger than you and came to their deaths. On the other hand, although a 9th-tier Grandmaster was stronger than Wei Qingxian, the battle points he would receive might not be as high as Wei Qingxuan's. This was because in a battle, the higher one's cultivation, the more they would be targeted. Naturally, there would be 9th-tier Grandmasters who would come to stop them. In this way, one could either kill the enemy and receive 10,000 battle points, or take the opportunity to kill some ordinary soldiers and receive a small amount of battle points. Among all the mercenaries and teachers of Zishan Academy, other than Wang Haiqing, only Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian had received the title of Chiliarch in the first battle. Wang Haiqing had received 10,000 battle points for killing a captain. Together with other battle points, he had received the rank 2 Chiliarch honor badge. If Lu Chuanxiao had not been distracted by Yi Xing, Wang Haiqing would not have had the time to care about anything else when he fought with Lu Chuanxiao. The number of enemies he had killed was very few, so his battle points were not high. The 2 9th-tier Grandmasters who had slaughtered their way through the Luchuan army had mostly killed ordinary soldiers. They had only killed a few centurions. Therefore, although they had killed a lot of people, their battle points were not high. It was only enough for them to receive the title of centurion, which was still far from that. After the battle points were awarded, some people were happy, while others were envious. Yi Xing was undoubtedly the most envied person. 38,500 battle merits was an achievement that many people could not achieve in their lifetime. Furthermore, Yi Xing's rank 7,000-man commander medal was not the only thing that made people envious. Many people were also envious that he had been summoned by Zishan Ho right after he had been awarded his military service. Being summoned by Zishan Ho alone was no less difficult than obtaining a rank 7 Chiliarch honor medal. This was not the first time Yi Xing had met Zi Shanhou, but it was the first time they met alone. Student Yi Xing greets the Marquis. In the main hall, Yi Xing cupped his fists and bowed to Zi Shanhou, who was sitting on the main seat. Ever since he had witnessed Zi Shanhou's strength, Zi Shanhou's position in his heart had become much higher. His heart was filled with reverence and respect for Zi Shanhou. Yi Xing knew that the person who killed the blue-winged eagle and the masked assassin that day was Zi Shanhou. In front of me, there is no need to be restrained. Feel free to be a little more casual. Zi Shanhou waved his hand and said, "Previously, I heard from Mu Feng that your archery skills were not bad. Seeing you today, it is even better than I imagined." "Very good." Yi Xing had always felt that his archery skills were not bad, but in front of Zi Shanhou, he was a little embarrassed. His archery skills were far inferior to Zi Shanhou's. Yi Xing said, "Compared to the Marquis's archery skills, student skills can only be considered so-so. You don't need to belittle yourself. When I was your age, my archery skills could not compare to yours." Zi Shanhou laughed and changed the topic. "The Tao of archery is difficult, and those who are proficient in it are few and far between. This Marquis just happened to have walked a little on the Tao of archery. I would like to take you as my disciple and teach you archery skills. Are you willing?" Yi Xing was momentarily stunned. He never expected that Zi Shanhou would want to take him as his disciple. Yi Xing's archery skills had now reached a bottleneck. His revolving arrow technique had reached the end of its training. In the Purple Mountain Academy's library, there were no high-grade secret books on archery. He wanted to learn archery but could not find a way. Since Zi Shanhou was willing to teach him archery skills, how could Yi Xing not be willing? Yi Xing immediately cupped his fists and said, "Student is willing." After saying this, he felt that calling himself a student was inappropriate. He should be a disciple. But the etiquette of a disciple and a student were different. When a student faced the dean, they only needed to cup their fists and salute. But when a disciple met their master for the first time, they had to kneel and salute. Disciple Yi Xing greets master. Yi Xing respectfully bowed to Zi Shanhou as a disciple. "Good, from today onwards, you are my Hua Tianfeng's second disciple. Stand up and speak." Zi Shanhou stood up and walked towards Yi Xing. His feet stepped on the ground, emitting a titivative sound. At this time, Yi Xing knew that Zi Shanhou's legs were really crippled. The 2 feet that stepped on the ground were like wooden frames. Zi Shanhou said, "Master is called Hua Tianfeng. 14 years ago, I was a core disciple of the Falling Star sect. Because I did not recognize people, I was plotted against and my legs were crippled. Today, my enemy is still in the Falling Star sect. He is a sect elder. If you become my disciple in the future, when you enter I am afraid that you will be ostracized or even framed. Do you still dare to be my disciple?" Yi Xing thought for a moment and said, "If master has enemies even if I have no relationship with master, just because I am a student of Purple Mountain Academy, when I enter I am afraid that I will be treated as one of master's people. Since that is the case, what do I have to be afraid of? With master's support, I may be able to live a little better." The meaning behind Yi Xing's words was very clear. Zi Shanhou's eyes revealed a trace of admiration, saying, "Very good, you are very smart and also very honest. There are many honest idiots, but honest smart people are very rare. The most rare thing is that you are also proficient in archery. Let me learn the art of archery and have a successor. More accurately, accepting you as my disciple is a gain for me." Yi Xing smiled embarrassedly. "I am only speaking the truth." Zi Shanhou sighed, saying, "There are not many people who speak the truth." As he said this, Zi Shanhou raised his hand and a secret manual appeared in his hand, Gale Arrow Technique. He continued, "I see that your arrow speed is very fast. It should be related to the wind. This Gale Arrow Technique is suitable for you to practice." "Thank you, master." Yi Xing was precisely in need of secret archery manuals. This Gale Arrow Technique was given to him by Zi Shanhou and should not be of a low rank. Naturally, he was overjoyed as he accepted it. Zi Shanhou said, "The art of archery, one is eyesight, 2 is strength, and 3 is skill. None of the 3 can be lacking. As for how to practice, the art of archery has all the explanations. You can practice on your own. When you have mastered the gale arrow technique, I will pass on to you the true secret art of archery. Without waiting for Yi Xing to reply, Zi Shanho raised his hand and a large bow appeared in his hand. It looked much more domineering than Yi Xing's dragon tendon bow. The power of an arrow shot out is not only related to the archer's strength and skill, but also the bow used to shoot the arrow. The stronger the bow, the stronger the arrow. The dragon tendon bow is a bit too light for you. This piercing heaven bow is a 5-cauldron bow, suitable for you to use. After giving the piercing heaven bow to Yi Xing, Zi Shanho took out a black arrow. Other than the bow, the arrow itself is also a very important factor. However, truly powerful arrows are extremely difficult to make. Moreover, most of the good arrows are consumables. Therefore, there are not many good arrows that have been passed down in the world. This explosive thunder arrow can kill any warrior below the martial saint realm. Keep it with you as a life-saving measure. Giving away the secret archery manual, bow and arrow, Zi Shanho was already very good to Yi Xing, this newly accepted disciple of archery. However, after giving away the arrow, Zi Shanho took out another item. In Zi Shanho's hand was a pitch-black ring. This is a low-grade storage ring. The space inside is just enough to store the piercing heaven bow, some bows and arrows, or other weapons. As an archer, you should always have a bow and arrows by your side. Hanging them on your body will affect your movements. Therefore, you need a storage ring. Even with Yi Xing's mental state, at this moment, his eyes lit up and his heart thumped faster. A storage ring, this was a treasure that even martial saints might not necessarily possess. With a storage ring, it would be much more convenient to carry things on your body. Unlike now, Yi Xing always had a bow slung over his shoulder and a quiver of arrows on his back. During battle, he even carried 2 quiver of arrows. Now, he could directly stuff them into the storage ring and wear them on his hand. His body was relaxed. And when he wanted to use them, the items would automatically appear in his hand. How convenient! Wait a minute. Yi Xing quickly realized that he still did not know how to use a storage ring. This is an ownerless storage ring. Drip a drop of blood essence on it and the storage ring will automatically absorb it. Then, it will be connected to your blood vessels, just like a part of your body. How to use it, you will naturally understand. Yi Xing circulated his qi and forced out a drop of blood essence from his heart. He dripped it on the storage ring and sure enough, it was completely absorbed. Very quickly, Yi Xing sensed that the space inside the storage ring was really like a part of his body. Everything inside could be clearly seen. With a thought, Yi Xing put the secret archery manual, piercing heaven bow, and exploding thunder arrow that Zi Shanho had given him into the storage ring. Then, Yi Xing took the dragon tendon bow and the quiver on his back and put them into the storage ring as well. The space inside a low-grade storage ring was not big, about 1.5 meters in length, width, and height. It could not store any large items, but it was more than enough to put the bow in. It could also store many arrows, swords, and other non-long weapons, or clothes and other things. Yi Xing had nothing extra on him except for the storage ring. He felt much more comfortable than carrying the quiver and bow. Master's kindness, I will never forget it. Yi Xing was happy in his heart, but he did not forget about it and thanked Zi Shanho. Zi Shanho waved his hand and said, "This is only a small matter. What kind of kindness is it? If you really do not forget it, just remember it in your heart. There is no need to talk about it. You are a smart person. Master does not like to listen to such formalities." Yi Xing smiled slightly. Master is right. Zi Shanho said, "Only you and I know that I have accepted you as my disciple. There is no need to tell others, so as to avoid attracting trouble for you. If you enter the Falling Star sect in the future, whether you are a student of the Purple Mountain Academy or my disciple will be different in the eyes of others. The degree of impact will also be different. You may leave." Yi Xing was surprised. Senior brother Wang Feng also did not tell me? Zi Shanho shook his head. The monthly ticket did not increase by a single one this afternoon. Is this good? Chapter 134. The first battle of the Dongfu nation's invasion of Zishan Prefecture ended in a crushing defeat. The lives of more than 40,000 soldiers of the Dongfu nation were lost in eastern Mountain City. Prince Jinshan's head was still hanging on the city walls, proving the Dongfu nation's failure and humiliation. The loss of an individual duel had a limited impact on morale, but a loss in a direct battle was a fatal blow to morale. West Wind and Sichuan legions were still fine, but Dongxian and Luchuan legions had suffered a crushing defeat. Their morale was low, so after the Dongfu nation's army retreated, they did not organize another attack. There was a brief moment of peace in the battle. Eastern Mountain City, Archery Range. Yi Xing was practicing archery with piercing heaven bow in hand. He had already scanned the Gale Arrow incantation in his superbrain and practiced it many times. All he lacked was practice. The Gale Arrow technique was a high-grade martial skill. It relied on the power of the wind to increase the speed and power of the arrow. If he could cultivate the Gale Arrow spell to perfection, there was a slight chance that he could comprehend the wind force, and the Gale Arrow spell that fused with the wind force was not far from the transformative stage. Yi Xing had already comprehended a trace of wind force. Cultivating the Gale Arrow technique could be said to be twice the result with half the effort. In a short few days, his attainment soared and reached the perfection stage. Yi Xing's mastery of the Gale Arrow technique combined with the wind force was not far from the transcendent realm. The reason why he had not reached the transcendent realm was because he lacked a little bit of comprehension. However, this level of comprehension was something that could only be achieved in a real battle. This caused Yi Xing to look forward to the next attack of the Dongfu Kingdom's army. Only by experiencing a real battle could one's archery truly reach the acme of perfection. Zishan Ho said that once Yi Xing mastered the Gale Arrow incantation, he would teach Yi Xing the secret art related to archery. Yi Xing did not know what realm Zishan Ho meant by mastery. Was it the perfection stage or the transcendent realm? If it was the perfection stage, it would be too easy for Yi Xing. Therefore, Yi Xing guessed that it should be the transcendent realm. Therefore, he planned to find Zishan Ho after reaching the transcendent realm. Yi Xing, your archery skills are getting better. Just as Yi Xing shot an arrow and the arrow hit the bullseye 2,000 paces away in the blink of an eye, Wei Qingxian ran over from a distance. The Gale Arrow incantation had reached the perfection stage. Using the piercing heaven bow with 5 cauldrons of strength, the power and speed of the arrow shot by Yi Xing far surpassed the arrow shot by the dragon tendon bow a few days ago. At its peak, the range had almost doubled, reaching a distance of 2,000 steps. 2,000 steps, 1,000 meters, no less than 2 li away, Yi Xing could accurately hit the bullseye. In other words, he could accurately shoot through the enemy's throat with one arrow. In his opinion, only the current him was worthy of the title of a godly archer. Previously, he could not be considered one. Qingxian, why are you here? Yi Xing put away his bow and turned to look at Wei Qingxian. Wei Qingxian quickly ran over and said, "Something happened, the battle is about to start again." Yi Xing was startled and said in surprise, "They are going to attack again? Why is there no movement at all?" Wei Qingxian said, "This time it is not a siege. The people of Dongfu are too despicable. Their army was stationed in the camp and did not move. Instead, they sent out a small team and massacred several small towns nearby." Yi Xing was immediately startled. Green Leaf Village was only 100 li away from Dongshan City. It was not too far. In Green Leaf Village, the strongest martial artist was only at the 5th stage of the martial path. Any martial Dao master could easily crush a family. If a martial Dao master led a small team and massacred a small town, they indeed had the strength to do so. But the problem was that when the two armies fought, the Dongfu army did not come to fight with the Luoxing army. Instead, they attacked the small towns nearby. Moreover, their methods were cruel and carried out massacring. This was truly too despicable. Yi Xing's eyes revealed an elite cold aura that contained a terrifying killing intent. Damn bastards, which small towns did they attack? Is Green Leaf Village included? Wei Qingxian said, "Currently, we have received news that Thousand Harmony Village, Wu Tu Village, Guanbao Village and Fengling Village were attacked. The rest is still unclear. Yixing, the Dongfu army has not moved yet. Dongshan City needs to be constantly defended. Regarding the enemy troops that infiltrated the rear, we can only send out a small team to kill them. I came to find you because I want to form a team with you. These Dongfu people are too despicable. We must completely wipe out the enemy troops that infiltrated the rear." The border between Zishan County and the Dongfu country extended for 100 li. It was completely possible for a small team from the Dongfu country to infiltrate Zishan County and appear behind Dongshan City. However, as long as Dongshan City was not taken down, the main forces of the Dongfu country would not dare to take a single step into Zishan County. No one wanted to have such a powerful army behind them that could attack at any time. Therefore, the Dongfu country could only send a small team to harass Zishan County. Their goal was very obvious. They wanted to make the Dongshan City's garrison split into small teams to fight. This way, the battle between the two sides would continue. However, the Dongfu country's army would not have to attack the city. They wanted to use the small teams to slowly erode the strength of the Luoxing army. Moreover, the small teams could also weaken Yixing's role as a godly archer. If they directly attacked the city, with Yixing's powerful archery skills, the centurions and kiliarchs would not be able to resist at all. They would not be able to kill Yixing at all. Yixing's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. He said, "These Dongfu dogs, other than looking like humans, they don't deserve to be called humans. All right, Qingxian, let's form a small team and kill these inhumane bastards." Wei Qingxian said, "There are a few people who also want to fight. Let's go together." When Yixing returned to the residence of the Zishan Academy's members, he heard a wave of sorrowful cries. "My brothers, my parents, my relatives and friends, my clansmen. Dongfu dogs, if I don't kill you all, I swear I'm not a human, I swear I'm not a human." Wei Qingxian whispered to Yixing, "This is Wan Xingliang, he's from Wanhe town. He's the same as you, from a small town's branch family to the main family in the city." Then he stood out from the main family and entered the Zishan Academy. Although he's only in the ordinary class, he's already a 7th layer grandmaster in just 3 years. He's the number 1 in the ordinary advanced class. Yixing's heart tightened. Although he's not Yixing from the Ye family in Qingye Village is still the place where he started in the Star Continent. He can't allow others to destroy it. No matter what, he definitely doesn't want to be like Wan Xingliang, whose entire family was massacred. Yixing clenched his fists, swearing to kill all the Dongfu dogs that infiltrated the rear. Wei Qingxian said, "Next to Wan Xingliang are Yang Yun and Lu Chen. They're both students of the gifted class, peak 7th layer. They have some friendship with Wan Xingliang and want to kill the Dongfu dogs together." Yixing nodded. "All right, then let's go together. We won't stop until we kill all the Dongfu dogs behind us. We won't stop. We won't stop." The others clenched their fists and spoke out. Yixing, Wei Qingxian, Wan Xingliang, Yang Yun, and Lu Chen reported to Vice Principal Wu Yunshan. They rode on 5 demonic horses and left from Eastern Mountain City's West Gate, beginning their journey to hunt down the Dongfu army behind them. They weren't the only team that hunted down the Dongfu army, nor were they the strongest team. However, they were definitely the most efficient team. This was because Yixing was in the team. He could see far and see things that others couldn't. He had an advantage that others didn't have when it came to hunting down or escaping from a small team. Yixing's team of 5 first arrived at Wanhe village. The ground was filled with corpses and blood flowed like a river. Even Eastern Mountain City had received the news. The Dongfu army had obviously left long ago. Yixing's team of 5 came here to scout for information. Yixing wanted to find out where the troops that had massacred Wanhe town had gone. "Father. Sister." Wan Xingliang urged his horse to rush to the Wan family's mansion. Looking at the corpses of his family, his face was covered in tears. He let out angry, sorrowful, and murderous roars. Yi Xing ran around Wanhe village. Under the superbrain scan, he could clearly see things that others couldn't see. From the hard stone road, he saw the traces of the murderer's departure. The Dongfu army that massacred Wanhe village was also riding demonic horses. There were about 20 of them, and they were heading north to a mountainous area. Yi Xing immediately led the other 4 to chase after them. At this moment, killing the enemy was more important. Even if Wan Xingliang was heartbroken when he knew that Yi Xing had found the traces of the murderer's departure, he instantly stopped grieving and immediately embarked on the journey to hunt down the murderer. The demonic horse's footprints on the stone road were invisible to the naked eye. However, when they reached the mountain road, they were clearly visible. Even the other 4 could see very clearly that there were indeed many demonic horse footprints. Recently, there were quite a number of riders that had passed by here. On the mountain road, there weren't always horse footprints. Once they reached the hard ground, the footprints would be invisible to the naked eye. However, with Yi Xing around, no traces could escape his eyes. Yi Xing's group of 5 chased for more than 20 li. Finally, when they crossed a mountain ridge, Yi Xing saw the Dongfu army. In a small valley 7 to 8 li away, Yi Xing could only see a dozen people because his vision was blocked. However, there were a total of 22 demonic horses at the side. Seeing the Dongfu army, Yi Xing's eyes immediately burned with a terrifying flame. Among the dozen people he saw, not all of them were Dongfu army soldiers. There were also 2 naked women who were being ravaged by a few Dongfu army soldiers. They are in front, a total of 22 riders. Let's go, kill these Dongfu dogs. Yi Xing gritted his teeth and shouted coldly. He immediately increased his speed and took the lead. Kill these Dongfu dogs. Wan Xingliang's eyes suddenly glowed red. He was the second to rush out. Wei Qingxian and the other 2 immediately followed. Whoosh! The arrow shot by the gale arrow technique was not only fast but also like a gust of wind. It was silent, unlike the arrow shot by the whirlwind arrow technique which made a sound. In an instant, on the hillside beside the valley, an arrow pierced through the throat of a 6th-level martial artist who was on sentry duty. He didn't even know what happened and died instantly. Third update. Finally, before the wee hours of the morning. I want to work harder. I want to update earlier. I even want to explode more. I also want a monthly vote. Tomorrow watch my efforts. I beg for a monthly vote. Chapter 135. There were a total of 24 people in the valley, 3 naked women and 21 soldiers from the East Fu nation. Among the 21 Dongfu soldiers, there was 1 level 9 grandmaster, 2 level 8 grandmasters, 4 level 7 grandmasters, 5 level 6 martial artists and 9 level 5 martial artists. The ones who were ravaging the women were all level 5 and level 6 martial artists. The level 7 grandmasters did not lack women and did not join the ordinary soldiers or decurions in ravaging the women. Although the arrow was shot silently, when the body of the 6th-layer martial artist fell to the ground, the sound it made still alerted the 9th-layer martial scholar. Lu Chuaning. The level 9 grandmaster suddenly shouted, but no one on the hill responded. Everyone froze when they heard the martial grandmaster's words. Some of them reacted in an instant. Enemy attack! And level 8 grandmaster shouted and immediately rushed to the side of the hill where Lu Chuaning was. However, before the level 8 grandmaster could reach where Lu Chuaning was, an arrow shot toward his throat like a stream of light. The arrow did not make any sound and the only thing that could be heard was the sound of the wind. This was a natural sound that could be heard in the wilderness. The 8th level evolved Jing Master did not notice the arrow, but he sensed the danger. His expression froze, and all the hair on his body stood on end at this moment. At this moment he saw a ray of light fly from afar and pierce through his throat. The speed was so fast that he did not feel any pain in his throat. However, when the warm blood spurted out, he could no longer make a sound. His consciousness quickly blurred and he fell to the ground dead. Lu Chuanying's death was not witnessed by the Dongfu soldiers, but the level 8 grandmaster's death was right in front of their eyes. And level 8 grandmaster was killed just like that. This made everyone's hair stand on end. Their hearts trembled and their faces were aghast. One by one, they took out their weapons and looked around vigilantly. Fifi, I know it's you. Come out and die. I, Luchuan Wu, will tear you into pieces to avenge my brother. The level 9 Grandmaster roared. With such godly archery skills, he instantly determined that the person who shot the arrow was Yi Xing. Luchuan Wu was Luchuan Wei's elder brother, a late-stage 9th level martial grandmaster. Yi Xing's archery skills could kill a level 8 grandmaster, but it was difficult to kill a level 9 grandmaster. Even if he could threaten a level 9 grandmaster, he could only threaten a level 9 grandmaster at the early stage. The late 9th level was much stronger than the early 9th level. All the soldiers of the Dongfu nation were terrified of Yi Xing's archery, except for him. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also excited. Regardless of personal enmity or public enmity, the person Luchuan Wu wants to kill the most is Yi Xing. More than 1,000 steps away, on a small mountain peak, Yi Xing walked out from a pile of huge rocks with the piercing heaven bow in his hand. The piercing heaven bow with the strength of 5 cauldrons, and the gale arrow technique with perfection, how powerful were they? Yi Xing also found it hard to judge, so he could use this late-stage 9th heaven great grandmaster to test it out. In any case, he had the explosive thunder arrow in hand, so he was in an undefeatable position. Fifi, you are courting your own death. When Yi Xing knocked the arrow, Luchuan Wu turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Yi Xing's location. The long saber in his hand slashed out a dazzling cold aura. Luchuan Wu's speed was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, he covered more than 100 meters. With his speed, he could reach Yi Xing in a few breaths of time. However, a few breaths of time was not a short time for Yi Xing, it was enough for him to shoot a few arrows. Xiao the arrow left the bowstring, it flickered like a stream of light, only bringing out a small sound of wind. In an instant, it flew more than 1,000 steps and headed straight for Luchuan Wu's throat. The gale arrow technique didn't have as many tricks as the revolving arrow technique. It only had speed and strength. The arrows were straight and simple. Because of its simplicity, this kind of arrow technique's killing power is also very formidable. It far surpasses revolving arrow technique. As a late-stage 9th heaven great grandmaster, Luchuan Wu's reaction and judgment power naturally surpass ordinary people. Although Yi Xing's arrow speed is very fast, it is impossible for it to kill Luchuan Wu before he can react. Ja! Luchuan Wu did not put Yi Xing's arrow in his eyes. With a loud shout, the long saber in his hand chopped down on the arrow. Clang! A loud explosion sound echoed and sparks flew everywhere. In order to complement the power of piercing heaven bow, Yi Xing used green sandalwood arrows. They are 1 grade higher than black edge arrows. The arrowheads are made from metal used to forge high-grade weapons. The arrowheads are made from green sandalwood, which is comparable to middle-grade weapons. Even though the long saber in Luchuan Wu's hand is a top-grade weapon, it is unable to split the arrowheads in one strike. As sparks flew, Luchuan Wu only felt a terrifying power rushing towards him. The long saber in his hand trembled intensely and almost fell out of his hand. Although the arrow was split apart by him, his forward speed instantly came to a halt. The saber in his hand went numb and the web between his thumb and forefinger was faintly aching. This result greatly exceeded Luchuan Wu's expectations. In his expectations, he should have split apart the arrow and his forward speed would not be affected. In a few breaths' time, he would have arrived in front of Yi Xing and chopped down Yi Xing with his saber. Then he would have captured the heavily injured Yi Xing and reported back to Commander Watanabe Hiroshi. But who would have thought that Yi Xing's arrow technique was not only faster than he expected, even the power was so strong. Although he blocked the first arrow, he did not have the confidence to block the second and third arrow. In that instant, Luchuan Wu even had the thought of running away. But this thought was instantly extinguished by him. In front of a divine archer, running away is simply courting death. Facing a divine archer, there are only 2 results, either you kill the opponent or you die. Kill! Luchuan Wu's eyes emitted red light as he roared. He regained his fighting spirit and continued to charge at Yi Xing. However, in that moment of hesitation, Yi Xing's second arrow was already shot. It was still as fast as light and as powerful as thunder. "Ja!" Lu Chuanwu shouted as he chopped down with his saber. Clang! In the midst of the explosion, sparks flew out. Lu Chuanwu's expression instantly turned into fear. The second saber he chopped down did not have the courageous momentum of the first saber. Secondly, his body was not in perfect condition like the first saber. Naturally, the power was much weaker than the first saber. Although he was holding his saber with both hands and did not let the weapon fall out of his hands, he was still shot back by the arrow. Lu Chuanwu's entire body flew back as if he had suffered a heavy blow. "It's over!" While Lu Chuanwu was retreating, he saw the third arrow fly like light. In a flash, a thought of despair flashed in his heart. He was already too late to chop down the third time. The blue sandalwood arrow flashed like light and pierced through his throat. With just 3 arrows, a late 9th stage martial grandmaster had lost his life. The might of archery is indeed far superior to other martial techniques. Even if Yi Xing had cultivated Thousand Shadow Fist to perfection at the 7th stage of the martial path, he would not be able to defeat a late 9th stage martial grandmaster. However, the Gale Arrow technique could. Although part of the reason for killing Lu Chuanwu was the bow and arrow, and the piercing heaven bow was a terrifyingly strong bow, the Gale Arrow technique's attainment was also the main reason. Without the Gale Arrow technique, even if Yi Xing had the piercing heaven bow and the blue sandalwood arrow, he would not have been able to kill Lu Chuanwu. With Lu Chuanwu's death, the remaining East Fu Nation soldiers were all terrified. They quickly ran towards the demonic horses and tried to escape. "Kill! East Fu dog! You bastards!" With the death of the 9th stage martial grandmaster, Wei Qingxian, Wan Xingliang, Yang Yun and Lu Qin, who were secretly approaching the valley, rushed out with bloodshot eyes. The miserable state of the corpses in Wanhe town had already ignited the flames of anger in their hearts. The beastly behavior of the East Fu Nation soldiers in the valley made the killing intent in their hearts even more intense. Wei Qingxuan's figure was like lightning as she rushed towards the late 8th stage martial grandmaster. Yang Yun and Lu Qin rushed towards the 7th stage martial grandmaster. As for Wan Xingliang, his eyes were completely bloodshot. No matter who the opponent was, as long as it was a soldier of East Fu, he would kill them on sight. The East Fu Nation soldiers had no hope of escaping, so they naturally did their best to counterattack. Wan Xingliang was the most ruthless. Most of the East Fu Nation soldiers rushed towards him, including 2 7th stage martial grandmasters. Yi Xing drew his bow from afar. Whoosh! The arrow left the bowstring and broke through the air, drawing a distorted trajectory. This arrow was shot using the flying revolving arrow technique. It was not enough to deal with a 9th stage martial grandmaster. The arrow first pierced through the throat of the first 7th stage martial grandmaster, and without losing momentum, it instantly shot into the heart of the other 7th stage martial grandmaster. Even though the 2 7th stage martial grandmasters were not in a straight line when they rushed towards Wan Xingliang, but under the flying revolving arrow technique, Yi Xing was able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Yi Xing continuously drew his bow and shot several arrows. Each arrow drew a distorted trajectory and killed at least 2 people. Coupled with Wan Xingliang's killing, the 5th and 6th stage martial grandmasters were quickly killed. A mournful scream was heard. The late 8th stage martial grandmaster also died under Wei Qingxuan's hands. The other 2 7th stage martial grandmasters were also defeated by Yang Yun and Lu Chen's attacks. The death of the last 8th stage martial grandmaster made the 2 of them tremble with fear. In the midst of the chaos, both of them were killed by Yang Yun and Lu Chen's blades. The Dongfu army, a total of 22 people, was completely annihilated. Wei Qingxian immediately stripped off the clothes of the Dongfu army and covered the 3 naked women. Their bodies still had some residual heat, but they were no longer breathing. They were actually ravaged to death. Even though they had killed the entire Dongfu army, Yi Xing's group of 5 did not have any joy in their hearts. The miserable state of the 3 women was right in front of their eyes. Their hearts were only filled with anger, endless anger. The Dongfu army that had sneaked into the rear was definitely not the only army. From the beastly manner of this army, it could be seen that there were many Luo Xing kingdom's people in the nearby towns that had been massacred and ravaged by the Dongfu army. These Dongfu army, all of them deserved to die. Yi Xing's group of 5 buried the 3 women and let them rest in peace. As for the corpses of the Dongfu army, naturally, they were left in the wilderness to become food for the berserk beasts. Kill all the Dongfu dogs. The 5 of them looked at each other with killing intent. They mounted their horses and headed towards another town to search for traces of the Dongfu army. Tears begging for a monthly ticket. Chapter 136. East Fu Army Camp, Central Army Tent. A communications officer hurriedly ran over, looking slightly panicked. He knelt down in the camp and reported to Commander Watanabe Bo, "Commander, we lost contact with the mighty team led by Lu Chuanwu. After investigation, the mighty team was annihilated in the mountains around 30 miles north of Wanhe town." In the central tent, Commander Watanabe Bo, as well as many high-ranking generals, were shocked when they heard this. Lu Chuanwu was a late-stage 9th-level martial grandmaster. Even if he encountered a half-step martial saint, even if he was not a match for him, he still had the hope of escaping. Unless they were surrounded by many experts or a martial saint intervened, how could the entire mighty team be wiped out? Every Lu Chuan was a high-ranking officer in the army. Every death of one was a huge loss. In Watanabe Bo's view, even if they massacred 100 towns, they would not gain any substantial benefits. It was not as precious as a Liu Chuan's life. Their purpose of massacring the towns was to force the Luo Xing kingdom's army to stop defending East Mountain City and send out small teams to fight with them. This way, the Luo Xing kingdom's army would lose the advantage of defending the city. In order to ensure the survival of each team, there should be at least one martial Dao realm Lu Chuan. Even if they encountered a half-step martial sage, they should have the ability to escape. It was unlikely for the entire team to be annihilated. Moreover, the Luoxing kingdom's army had to guard the eastern mountain city to prevent the Dongfu kingdom's army from attacking the city. It was unlikely for a half-step martial sage to leave the eastern mountain city so that he could rush back in time when the city was attacked. After all, East Mountain City was the place that the Luo Xing kingdom's army needed to defend. If East Mountain City was captured, the East Fu army would be able to march straight into Purple Mountain Prefecture and wipe out all 4 sides. Bastard! How did they die? Who killed them? Before Watanabe Bo could speak, Lu Chuanji had already roared in anger. Lu Chuanwu was Lu Chuanji's right-hand man. One of the 5 Luchuan legions, Luchuan Legion, was killed by Yi Xing during the siege. Now, another one had fallen. Almost half of them were dead. The communications officer said, "According to our investigation, Lu Chuanwu was killed by an arrow through his throat. In addition, 1 Chiliarch, 2 centurions, and several 5th and 6th level martial artists were killed by an arrow through their throats." An arrow through the throat? Everyone immediately thought of the archer who had killed dozens of generals of the Luchuan Legion and Dongxian Legion, Yi Xing. It's this little bastard who killed him again. Watanabe Hiroshi roared. The defeat of the East Fu army was all because of Yi Xing. If it were not for Yi Xing, the East Fu army would not have suffered such a loss, whether it was a duel or a siege. Besides, the Dongfu Emperor's grandson, young Master Jinshan, had also died in Yi Xing's hands. Watanabe Bo hated Yi Xing to the core. Now that he knew that the annihilation of Lu Chuanwu's Wei squad was related to Yi Xing, how could Watanabe Bo hold back his anger? Of course, he was enraged. Lu Chuanji was similarly enraged. It's this bastard Yi again. Damn bastard. I can't wait to skin him alive and eat his flesh to vent the hatred in my heart. How could this bastard Ye's archery skill kill Lu Chuanwu? Lu Chuanwu was a 9th-level late-stage grandmaster. Dong Xianheng, the Dongxian Legion's commander, regained some rationality amidst his rage. He immediately realized that Yi Xing's archery skill did not seem to be that powerful. However, no one could answer this question. Other than Yi Xing, who else in Luoxing's army had such archery skill? If there was, that person's archery skill would be even better than Yi Xing's. It was impossible that it did not show during the siege. More generals of the East Fu army would have fallen. Then it could only be Yi Xing. This could only mean that Yi Xing's archery skill had improved again and his ability had improved greatly. A few days later, in the East Fu army's camp, a communications officer reported another piece of military news with a similarly panicked expression. "Marshal, we lost contact with the magnificent squad led by Captain Zi Chuanhong. After investigation, the squad was completely annihilated outside Qianshan town. Captain Zi Chuanhong was killed by an arrow through his throat. Captain Zi Chuanyan, Centurion Zi Chuanguang and Zi Chuanlang were also killed by an arrow through their throats. He's dead. Bastard." A few days later, at the same location, the same communications officer, but his expression was even more panicked than before. He reported a very similar piece of military news. "Marshal, we lost contact with the Wudi squad led by Captain D of West Wind. After investigation, the Wudi squad was completely annihilated in the mountains 40 miles south of Qingyuan town. Captain D was killed by an arrow through his throat. Many of the other squad members were also killed by an arrow through their throats. In less than 10 days, the third squad had been completely annihilated. 3 captains, 6 Kiliarchs, and 12 centurions had lost their lives. Dozens of level 5 and level 6 martial artists had also fallen. This was a huge loss for the Dongfu Kingdom's army. Among these fallen soldiers, at least half of them were killed by an arrow through their throats. Therefore, Watanabe Hiroshi and the others hated Yi Xing to the extreme. Slap! Watanabe Hiroshi slammed his palm down. The marshal's table in front of him was almost smashed by him. He said angrily, "If we don't get rid of that bastard Yi, our East Fu army will be defeated sooner or later. No matter what method we use, we must kill this bastard. Kill this bastard." The communications officer's body trembled under Watanabe Hiroshi's roar. He said, "Marshal, there is another good news. The spies we have arranged in the enemy's army have found out Yi Xing's background." Watanabe Hiroshi's eyes lit up. "Speak." The communications officer said, "Yi Xing is a new student of Zishan Academy. He is 16 years old this year. He is from Qingye Town in Tiansong City of Zishan Prefecture. His birthplace is Qingye Town, which is about 140 miles northeast of Dongshan City. His parents and clansmen are all in Qingye Town. Good. This time, we must make that bastard die without a burial place." Watanabe Hiroshi's face revealed a rare happy expression. He said, "Send a message to Vice Legion Commander Ryugawa Taka. Tell him to lead Team Ambitious and Ruthless to Qingye Town. At the same time, find a way to let that bastard Yi know that Qingye Town is under attack. Let him walk into the trap." Team Ambitious and Ruthless led by Ryugawa Taka is the strongest team that infiltrated Dongshan City. It is also the only team led by a half-step martial saint. This time, the East Futian army was determined to kill Yi Xing. Watanabe Hiroshi did not believe that Yi Xing, who was only at the 7th level of the martial path, could pose a threat to a half-step martial sage with his archery skills. "Bastard Yi, this time you will definitely die," Watanabe Hiroshi said in his heart. The communications officer retreated. About an hour later, a huge black eagle descended from the sky and landed in front of the East Fu army's camp. On the back of the black eagle, there is a middle-aged man who is close to 40 years old. Behind him, there is a faint shadow. The middle-aged man's aura surged, far surpassing that of a 9th great master or even a half-step martial saint. He sat on the back of the black eagle and glanced at Dongshan City before jumping down. In Dongshan City, Zishan Ho suddenly sensed something and looked towards the east. He sensed the aura of a martial saint, and it is a high-rank martial saint. In the camp, Watanabe Hiroshi and the others sensed the arrival of a guest and immediately rushed out. When they saw the middle-aged man, their expressions changed and they all knelt on the ground and bowed to him. "Greetings to the Western Expedition Grand Marshal. It turns out that this person is the Western Expedition Grand Marshal of the East Fu country's million-strong army, Watanabe-Jean, a high-rank martial saint and the cousin of the East Fu country's ruler." Watanabe-Jean snorted. His expression did not say anything. He directly entered the camp and sat on the commander's seat. Watanabe Hiroshi and the others quickly followed him and continued to kneel. Watanabe Jean said indifferently, "Watanabe Hiroshi, I pretended to be the main attacker in Chang'an County and Nanshan County, attracting the main force of the Luoxing army, causing Zishan County's military to be insufficient. Your 4 armies are the elite of the East Fu country, but you actually suffered defeat in Dongshan City, which has less than 50,000 soldiers. You really disappoint me." Watanabe Hiroshi's face was full of bitterness. He said, "Grand Marshal, this is because—" Watanabe Jean waved his hand and said, "You don't need to explain. I know the situation here better than you. A dignified junior, a new student, can actually defeat you time and time again. Shameful." Watanabe Hiroshi said, "Grand Marshal, I have already found out Yi Xing's identity. This time, Rukawataka is waiting for him in Qingye town. He must kill this little thief." Watanabe Jean snorted coldly and said, "That team of theirs has a total of 5 people, but you only investigated 1. The most talented person in that team is not Yi Xing, but another girl called Wei Qingxian. Both of them are from Tiansong City in Zishan County and are new students who entered Zishan Academy together. Wei Qingxian was personally summoned by Zishan Ho on the 2nd day of entering the academy. Compared to Yi Xing, she is more valued by Zishan Ho. Whether it is Yi Xing or Wei Qingxian, they are both important people to Zishan Ho. How could they not have something to protect their lives? Do you really think a mere half-step martial saint can take their lives?" Watanabe Hiroshi's expression changed. He said, "Then what should we do, Grand Marshal? I have already ordered someone to pass the order to Rukawataka. They are behind Dongshan City and it is inconvenient for us to communicate. Perhaps they have already gone to Qingye town after receiving the order and will not receive our order in a short time." Watanabe Jean said, "Dong Xianing, go and kill all 5 of them." "Grand Marshal." Behind Watanabe Jean, a faint shadow flickered, and a voice came out. Watanabe Hiroshi and the rest were shocked, not because there was another person behind Watanabe Jean, but because Watanabe Jean said in shock, "Grand Marshal, sending out a martial saint will cause a war between the sections. Is the sect preparing to go to war with the Falling Star sect?" Watanabe Jean stood up and looked in the direction of Dongshan City. He said, "It is only killing Zishan Ho. Will it cause a war between the sects? As long as the Falling Star sect dares, then let's fight. Sect Master has been waiting for this day for a long time." Watanabe Jean's voice was filled with confidence. In Dongshan City, Zishan Ho stood on top of a tall tower and looked at the East Fu army camp. Below the tower stood a giant eagle with purple flame-like feathers on its head. "Let's go all out and fight for our pride today. Let's go to the 4th update. Brothers, please give me a monthly ticket." There are 2 updates tonight. Chapter 137. Thump thump thump, thump thump thump. Yi Xing's group of 5 was riding on their demonic horses. They had heard the news spread by the East Fu army that they were going to massacre Qingye town. Thinking of the tragic state of Wanhe town, Yi Xing's heart was burning with anxiety. No matter what, he could not let Qingye town suffer such a disaster. Therefore, as soon as he heard the news, Yi Xing rushed to Qingye town. Wei Qingxian and the other 3 naturally followed him. At the same time, another team was also rushing to Qingye town. It was Team Ambitious and Ruthless, led by Lu Chuanxiao. Team Ambitious and Ruthless had a total of 23 people. Except for Lu Chuanxiao, who was a half-step martial sage, the other 22 people were the same as the other teams. One of them was a 9th-layer martial scholar, 2 8th-layer martial scholars, 4 7th-layer martial scholars, 6 6th-layer martial scholars, and 9 5th-layer martial scholars. However, with the addition of Lu Chuanxiao, who was a half-step martial sage, Team Ambitious and Ruthless strength had more than doubled compared to the other teams. With the addition of the word martial sage, even if it was only a half-step martial sage, it was completely different from a 9th-layer martial Dao realm martial artist. The Dantian no longer had a few star rings, but a different form. Moreover, the inner strength in the body began to transform into star essence. Star essence and inner strength, the power was not at the same level. Yi Xing's group of 5 had heard the news spread by the East Fu army and rushed to Qingye town. Compared to Team Ambitious and Ruthless, they were a bit slower. However, Yi Xing's group of 5 had taken the shortest route to Qingye town. Team Ambitious and Ruthless were soldiers of the East Fu army. They had to pay attention to their whereabouts in the Luoxing kingdom. They did not directly take the main road, but took a detour to the Qingyun mountain range in the north. As a result, Yi Xing's group of 5 had rushed to Qingye town before Team Ambitious and Ruthless. Seeing that Qingye town was in good condition, Yi Xing felt relieved. Yi Xing's group of 5 didn't arrive much earlier than Team Ambitious and Ruthless. When they arrived at Green Leaf Village, Yi Xing's gaze swept in all directions. Several li to the north, he discovered a group heading towards Green Leaf Village. There was no time to enter the Ye family. Yi Xing took Wei Qingxian and the other 3 and headed north. He wanted to stop the Dongfu country's army outside of Qingye village. The two sides soon met. From afar, Rukawa Xiao had an excited smile on his face. During the siege, Rukawa Xiao had chased after Yi Xing for a while, but Yi Xing had escaped into the city, which made Rukawa Xiao fearful of him. Now that they had met in the wild, Rukawa Xiao did not believe that Yi Xing would have a chance to escape from him. It's him? Vice Legion Commander of the Luchuan Corps. He is a half-step martial sage. Wan Xingliang, Yang Yun and Lu Chen exclaimed at the same time. In the past 10 days, they had destroyed 3 groups of the Dongfu country's army. Yi Xing had killed 3 great grandmaster captains. They had great confidence in Yi Xing's archery skills. However, when they saw Luchuan Xiao, their confidence was shaken and they started to panic. A half-step to martial sage was not on the same level as a great master. Yi Xing was calm and confident. Wei Qingxuan's expression did not change either. When the distance between them was about 1,500 steps, Yi Xing jumped off his horse and took out the piercing heaven bow and blue sandalwood arrow. With the Gale archery skill, he shot out a powerful arrow. The arrow was like a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, the distance of 1,500 steps was covered and it was aimed at Rukawa Xiao's throat. Rukawa Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. He urged his horse forward and without slowing down, he stretched out his hand and blocked the arrow in front of his throat. His palm was facing the arrow. Seeing that Rukawa Xiao had blocked Yi Xing's arrow with his bare hand, Wan Xingliang and the rest were excited. They knew very well how powerful Yi Xing's arrow was. Even a 9th-stage grandmaster could be sent flying by the terrifying power contained in the arrow if he used a weapon to defend himself. How could he block it with his bare hands? Especially when Rukawa Xiao's hand was blocking his throat. If the arrow had pierced through his hand, it would have gone through his throat. Rukawa Xiao, a half-step martial sage, was killed. This group would be no different from the others. With Yi Xing's archery skills, the rest of them would not be a problem. However, Wan Xingliang and the rest had underestimated the strength of a half-step martial sage. Just as the arrow was about to pierce his palm, a ball of light suddenly appeared in Rukawa Xiao's palm. It was as bright as the stars. As soon as the arrow hit the ball of light, it instantly stopped. There were no sparks or explosions like when it collided with a weapon. However, the arrow stopped in an instant. The defensive power of the ball of light was beyond everyone's expectations. Even with the terrifying power of the arrow, it could not penetrate it. At first glance, the ball of light in Rukawa Xiao's palm was similar to Ren Xiaowu's origin returning force. However, it was much stronger than Ren Xiaowu's origin returning force. Yi Xing's arrow had a strong penetrating power. Even 10 Ren Xiaowu's origin returning force would be pierced through. However, the ball of light in Rukawa Xiao's palm could not penetrate it. This is star essence? Wei Qingxian murmured. A half-step martial sage can only convert half of his inner strength into star essence. How can it be so powerful? Yang Yun was shocked. What should we do? Yi Xing's arrow can't hurt him. We are no match for him. Lu Chen frowned, his voice filled with fear. Let's fight with them. Even if we die, we have to drag someone down with us. Wan Xingliang's eyes showed no fear. The tragic state of Wanhe town was still fresh in his mind. He could not tolerate the East Fu country's army's evil deeds. Yi Xing's eyes flashed coldly. He raised his hand and took out another arrow. It was the exploding thunder arrow that Zishan Ho gave him to save his life. Rukawa Xiao urged his horse to run. With a swing of his hand, the arrow that was blocked by his star essence fell to the side. Rukawa Xiao could not help but sneer. Although Yi Xing's archery skills were strong, it was not enough for him. Yi Xing knocked the exploding thunder arrow on the piercing heaven bow and pointed it at Rukawa Xiao. At this time, Rukawa Xiao was 1,000 steps away. The rest of the soldiers were 100 steps behind him. 1,000 steps, 900 steps, 800 steps, Rukawa Xiao rushed forward. The distance between him and Yi Xing was getting closer and closer. However, Yi Xing was not in a hurry to shoot the exploding thunder arrow. Within the shooting range of the peak power, the closer the distance, the shorter the arrow's time, and the harder it would be for the opponent to dodge. Although it was basically impossible for Rukawa Xiao to dodge it, Yi Xing still wanted to make sure that he could not dodge it. After all, there was only one thunderblast arrow, and he could only shoot it when he was absolutely certain that nothing would go wrong. 500 steps. When Rukawa Xiao was only 500 steps away from Yi Xing, he jumped off his horse and rushed towards Yi Xing with a speed that was several times faster than the demon horse's sprint. For a half-step martial saint, the distance of 500 steps would only take 2 to 3 breaths. At this moment, a streak of light flashed and Yi Xing also shot out the explosive thunder arrow that he had knocked on his bow. The exploding thunder arrow arrived in front of Rukawa Xiao in an instant. At this distance, there was no way for him to dodge. Rukawa Xiao did not think of dodging. He gathered celestial essence in his palm and grabbed at the arrow. The exploding thunder arrow exploded the moment it was blocked by the celestial essence. Boom! The explosion shook the sky. Lightning flashed, and a turbulent air wave exploded in the void, covering 100 steps in radius. Yi Xing used the exploding thunder arrow? The moment the exploding thunder arrow exploded, Zishan Ho, who was in Dongshan City, sensed it and immediately summoned the giant eagle with purple flame feathers on its head. Whether it was Yi Xing's group or the soldiers on the other side, they were all shocked by the explosion. They never expected that Yi Xing's arrow would have such terrifying power. In the explosion, Rukawa Xiao's scream was completely drowned out. The lightning flashed in the sky, and everyone saw Rukawa Xiao's charred body, his clothes tattered as he retreated. He spat out blood and was seriously injured. The hand he used to grab the exploding thunder arrow, together with his entire forearm, was blown to smithereens. Zishan Ho said that the exploding thunder arrow could kill any cultivator below the martial saint realm, and it was true. Rukawa Xiao, a half-step martial saint, was blown to such an extent that he was not far from death. However, Yi Xing did not give Rukawa Xiao any time to breathe. He immediately drew his bow and shot another arrow. Rukawa Xiao was still flying backwards due to the impact of the explosion when Yi Xing's arrow pierced his throat, killing him instantly. A half-step martial saint had fallen just like that. Wan Xingliang and the others were stunned. They never expected that the situation would take such a turn. Even a half-step martial saint was killed by Yi Xing's arrow. As for the soldiers of the East Fu nation, they were dumbstruck. This was an outcome that they had never expected. The great martial master was the first to react. He immediately abandoned his horse and ran away like lightning. However, no matter how fast he was not faster than Yi Xing's arrow. Yi Xing took out a blue arrow and shot it out with the piercing heaven bow. The middle stage great martial master might have been able to block Yi Xing's arrow if he had tried to block it. However, as he was running away, he was naturally killed by Yi Xing's arrow. The blue arrow instantly pierced his back. Kill! Wei Qingxian and the other three all reacted, using their light body techniques. Their figures were like lightning, rushing towards the Dong Fu soldiers, while Yi Xing, another blue sandalwood arrow appeared in his hand, and he continued to shoot. This team had rushed to within 600 steps of Yi Xing's team. Wei Qingxian and the other three only took a few breaths to cross this distance. However, once Yi Xing drew his bow, no matter if it was a 7,000-man commander or an 8,000-man commander, they were all killed with one arrow. In less than 15 minutes, the formidable heroes team was completely annihilated. All 23 of them died. Never in his wildest dreams would Rukawa Owl have thought that the mission he accepted to wash Qingye village with blood did not allow him to succeed in killing Yi Xing. Instead, he sent himself and the entire team of formidable heroes to their deaths. Outside Dongshan City, Zishan Ho sat on the back of the purple flame eagle, flying towards Qingye village. Hua Tianfeng, 2 armies are fighting and the martial saints are retreating. What are you planning to do? Just as Zishan Ho left the city, a voice rang in his ears. It was a voice transmission from 1,000 miles away. Zishan Ho glanced towards the Dongfu army camp and saw a black eagle as big as the purple flame eagle flying towards him. Zishan Ho glanced at it and retracted his gaze, ignoring it. The purple flame eagle continued to fly towards Qingye village. Hard work is still useful. Finish 3 chapters at 10 o'clock. Around 12 o'clock, I should be able to deliver the 4th chapter. Chapter 138. Outside Qingye village, Yi Xing's group of 5 were overjoyed. This was the 4th Dongfu army unit that they had killed. This time, not only did they kill a tribunus, 2 chiliarchs, for centurions, they even killed a half-step Marshal Saint Deputy Legion commander. Not only did they protect Qingye village, they also obtained a large amount of military merits and eliminated the Dongfu army, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Yi Xing, with today's military merits, you can obtain the 2nd-rank Tribunus Honor Medal. Yang Yun was searching the corpses of the Dongfu army for their identification documents as he laughed. Yi Xing's military merits had already exceeded 50,000 after killing a few tribunus. It was enough for him to obtain the title of tribunus. Today, he killed a deputy legion commander, which increased his military merits by 50,000. It had already exceeded 100,000 and he could obtain the 2nd-rank Tribunus Honor Medal. Now, Yi Xing's honor medal was still at level 7 Chiliarch. However, as long as he returned to Dongshan City and reported his military merits, he would be able to change his honor medal from level 7 Chiliarch to level 2 Tribunus. It was a jump of several ranks. Even the title of Chiliarch was something that many people could not obtain in their lifetime. The title of Tribunus was even more difficult to obtain. Not to mention, Yi Xing's military merits had reached level 2 Tribunus. It was indeed surprising and enviable. However, those who were in the same team as Yi Xing weren't surprised or envious at all. Instead, they were just happy. The more military merits Yi Xing has, the greater his contributions to the country. So many generals of the Dongfu army have been killed, and even a deputy legion commander has died. Their strength should have weakened a lot. We can return to Dongshan City now and let the High Command organize a counterattack on the Dongfu army camp. We will definitely win this battle. Lu Chen's face was also full of joy as he said with a smile. Wan Xingliang's mind was still thinking about the miserable state of Wanhe village. Therefore, he was not happy, but he was very excited. If we counterattack the Dongfu army's main camp, I'm willing to be the first to charge in and kill Guangdong. Before he could finish his sentence, Wan Xingliang felt his neck tighten and he couldn't speak. The next moment, his feet left the ground. Wan Xingliang's strange behavior shocked Yi Xing and the others. Yi Xing immediately scanned Wan Xingliang with his superbrain and saw a faint figure holding Wan Xingliang up by the neck. "Who is it?" Yi Xing shouted. In an instant, a green sandalwood arrow appeared in his hand. He knocked the bow and aimed at the figure. A cold laugh sounded from Wan Xingliang's side. Then, a middle-aged man around 30 years old appeared before everyone's eyes. He grabbed Wan Xingliang's neck with one hand and lifted him up. Wan Xingliang could not resist at all. There was actually someone who had come to Wan Xingliang's side without them noticing. The others immediately felt their hair stand on end. However, they did not retreat. Instead, they took out their weapons and pointed at the man, shouting, "Let go!" Yi Xing's eyes were sharp and murderous, but more than that, there was a touch of shock. This was a martial sage. Although he did not reveal the aura of a martial sage, Yi Xing could determine his cultivation base through his superbrain scan. He was definitely a martial sage. There was no internal force in his body, only star essence. Yi Xing immediately thought of Dong Xuanma. Dong Xuanma's shadow assassination skill could make him invisible. This person could also make him invisible. It was very likely that he was from the Dongxian clan. When Dong Xuanma was invisible, Yi Xing scanned him with his superbrain, and he could clearly see his figure. However, the person in front of him just now was very blurry and faint. It was obvious that this person's shadow assassination skill was much more powerful than Dong Xuanma's. Even with his superbrain scan, it was difficult to detect him. He was definitely a martial sage expert. "Qingxian, all of you back off," Yi Xing shouted. At this moment he was really panicking. Facing Lu Chuanxiao, he had the explosive thunder arrow, so he was not afraid. However, the person in front of him was 10 times more terrifying than Lu Chuanxiao. Lu Chuanxiao was only a half-step martial sage, but the person in front of him was a real martial sage. He did not even know if he was a beginner, intermediate or advanced martial sage. Yi Xing's archery skills could not even threaten Lu Chuanxiao. How could he deal with this martial sage? Moreover, he did not have the explosive thunder arrow now. Even if he had the explosive thunder arrow, Zi Shanhou had only said that the explosive thunder arrow could kill martial artists below the martial sage level. It might not be able to threaten a martial sage. For the first time, Yi Xing felt powerless in front of a strong expert. Power. At this moment Yi Xing yearned for power. For the past few days, his life had been smooth. Whether it was a 7th level Grandmaster, 8th level martial scholar, or 9th level martial scholar, he could kill them all with his archery skills. He could not help but feel complacent. Now, it seemed that his complacency was laughable. His strength was nothing compared to a martial sage. Once he encountered an enemy of the martial sage level, he would be helpless and helpless. In the end, he could only put up a strong front and shouted at the other party, "Let him go." According to the war agreement, martial sages are not allowed to wipe their hands. Let him go. Wei Qingxian and the other 3 were shocked when they found out that the other party was a martial sage. They all took a few steps back. They had all witnessed with their own eyes how powerful a half-step martial sage was. Just by relying on his celestial essence, Lu Chuanxiao was able to easily block Yi Xing's arrow. If not for Yi Xing's powerful special arrow, even Lu Chuanxiao would not have been able to deal with it. They knew very well that the powerful special arrow could not be mass-produced. It was good enough that Yi Xing had 1 arrow. How could he have more? At this moment, whether it was Yi Xing or Wei Qingxian and the others, they were all panicking. They could not think of any way in the face of such an absolute difference in strength. Dong Xianying obviously did not take Yi Xing and the others seriously. He ignored Yi Xing and the other 3 and treated their words as if they were nothing. He slowly raised his other hand, which was holding a short blade. He looked at Wan Xingliang and said in a cold voice, "Little brat, you want to attack my East Fu army's camp? Hee, you won't be able to live." As he spoke, the short blade in Dong Xianying's hand slit Wan Xingliang's throat. In an instant, blood splattered. Wan Xingliang's body struggled violently, but he could not escape from Dong Xianying's palm. He could not make any sound. "No!" Yi Xing roared. Ever since he came to the Star Mainland, he had never been so furious. In Wanhe town, Yi Xing was also furious when he saw the town full of corpses. However, the intensity of that fury was different from seeing his comrade die in front of him. The intensity of the latter was 100 times more intense. In the past 10 days, Yi Xing and the other 4 had been searching for the East Fu army. They had developed a deep friendship with each other. Although there were many people who fought with Yi Xing against the East Fu army in Dongshan City, Yi Xing only recognized these few people as his comrade. Wan Xingliang was one of them. Yi Xing thought that as a transmigrator, he would never shed a tear in the Star Mainland. However, he was wrong. Wan Xingliang's throat was slit in front of his eyes. Yi Xing was not only furious, but also sorrowful. His eyes were brimming with tears. Go to hell! After Wan Xingliang was killed, Yi Xing no longer had any scruples. He loosed the bowstring that had been drawn into a crescent moon. A blue sandalwood arrow shot out toward Dong Xianing. Dong Xianing did not even try to block Yi Xing's arrow. His body was instantly covered with a layer of celestial essence and starlight bloomed. When the arrow was only an inch away from Dong Xianying's body, it was blocked by the celestial essence and fell to the ground. A martial sage was indeed incomparable to a half-step martial sage. Lu Chuanxiao had to condense celestial essence in his palm to block Yi Xing's arrow. However, Dong Xianing used celestial essence to shield his entire body. Yi Xing's arrow could not get close to him. Even Lu Chuanxiao died in your hands. The Grand Marshal was right to send me to kill you small fries. Dong Xianing was still sneering. He did not even bother to enter the shadow kill state to deal with Yi Xing and the others. As he spoke, his figure flashed and the dagger in his hand pierced toward Wei Qingxuan's throat. Qingxian. Yi Xing was furious that Wei Qingxian was attacked. He roared and shot 3 arrows at the same time. Wan Xingliang was his comrade in arms, but Wei Qingxian was even more so. Moreover, his friendship with Wei Qingxian was more than 10 times deeper than his friendship with Wan Xingliang. The two of them had gone through life-and-death situations and had sex before. Moreover, the two of them had left a mark in each other's hearts. They had feelings that were deeper than friendship. Dong Xianying's speed was too fast. Wei Qingxian could not dodge in time. The dagger pierced her throat in an instant. Yi Xing's 3 arrows did not affect Dong Xianying at all. The celestial essence defense on the surface of his body was too strong. The arrows could not penetrate it at all. However, the moment the dagger pierced Wei Qingxuan's throat, it met with resistance. In an instant, dazzling starlight erupted from Wei Qingxuan's body. What kind of martial saint are you? You must have a death wish. Zi Shanho's voice suddenly rang out. The starlight that erupted from Wei Qingxuan's body turned into a huge palm and slapped at Dong Xianying. The dagger in Dong Xianying's hand was instantly knocked away. His expression turned to shock. The power of this palm was obviously left in Wei Qingxuan's body by Zi Shanho. It was activated when her life was in danger. Dong Xianying could not withstand Zi Shanho's palm at all. He was instantly pushed back dozens of meters by the palm print and then slammed to the ground. A huge palm print appeared on the ground. Dong Xianying was deeply embedded in the soil and stone in the palm print, spitting out blood. The power of the palm print left by Zi Shanho was enough to kill the most ordinary martial saint. However, Dong Xianying was obviously not an ordinary martial saint. Although he spat out blood, he did not die. In the blink of an eye, Dong Xianying rushed out of the soil and stone and roared. Although he was injured, his injuries were not too serious. However, he was actually injured while killing a few small fries who were not even in the 8th level of the martial path. This infuriated Dong Xianying. As he roared, Dong Xianying's figure flashed toward Yang Yun, who was closest to him, like lightning. At the same time, he slapped at Yi Xing, who was second closest to him. In an instant, a palm print that was dozens of feet large slapped at Yi Xing. The 4th watch is over. If I work hard, I'll be able to erupt more. Many days ago, I said that I wanted the 4th watch. I've always wanted the 4th watch. Today, I've finally fought for my pride and done it. The Archer God must continue to fight for the first place in the monthly votes for the new book. It's not that the Archer God must be first, but for the pride in his heart. Fight for it. Beg for a monthly vote. Brothers, please advance hand in hand with me and contribute to the Archer God. Thank you. Chapter 139. When Wei Qingxian was attacked and the energy that Zi Shanho left in her body exploded, Zi Shanho immediately sensed it from 100 miles away. This caused Zi Shanho to frown, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. First, Yi Xing used the exploding thunder arrow, then Wei Qingxuan's life was in danger. It was obvious that Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were in extreme danger. The life-saving trump card that he left for Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian was enough to kill any cultivator below the martial saint realm. It could even kill the most ordinary martial saint. If the trump card that he left behind could not kill the other party, then Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian must have encountered an extremely terrifying enemy. At the very least, it was an enemy of the martial saint realm. Martial saints were not allowed to interfere in the battle between two armies. If Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were really attacked by the martial saints of the Dongfu country, Zi Shanho's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Dongfu army would have to bear his wrath, a very serious wrath. Zi Shanho patted the back of the purple flame eagle, causing it to increase its flying speed to the maximum. It was like an arrow piercing through the clouds. Tens of miles behind Zi Shanho, Dubianzhan was riding a giant black eagle. He was also flying in the same direction as Zi Shanho, but in terms of speed, he was slightly slower. As a martial saint, Dong Xianying's palm print was as fast as lightning. Yi Xing could not dodge it. The palm print that was tens of feet wide was almost the size of a house wall. In front of this palm print, Yi Xing seemed extremely small. Boulder fist. At this moment, Yi Xing instantly abandoned his bow and executed a defensive fist technique. The other party's attack was too strong. It was impossible to use a soft martial technique to resolve it. He could only defend with all his might. No matter how ferocious his attacks were, Yi Xing remained unmoved like a boulder. Yi Xing's mastery of the boulder fist had reached perfection. Coupled with his silver body art that had reached perfection, his physical body was extremely tough. Even a half-step martial sage would not be able to injure Yi Xing with one strike. However, Dong Xianying was not a half-step martial saint. Instead, he was a martial saint. Furthermore, he was a 3-star martial saint. Under Dong Xianying's attack, Yi Xing's defense was destroyed as easily as crushing dry weeds. He immediately spat out blood and saw stars as he was sent flying like a cannonball. Although the defensive power of the boulder fist was not weak, it was not able to defend against all attacks. The offensive power of a martial saint was too strong. If one's cultivation was not high enough, no matter how perfect a middle-grade martial skill was, it would not be able to defend against it. Yi Xing. When Wei Qingxian saw Yi Xing being sent flying by the palm print, her expression changed greatly. She immediately pounced on Yi Xing. At the same time, Dong Xianying's figure appeared in front of Yang Yun in an instant. His palm was like a knife as he struck out horizontally. Yang Yun could not block Dong Xianying's attack at all. With a crack, the defensive long saber broke instantly. Dong Xianying's palm did not lose its momentum and struck Yang Yun's throat. Puff! Yang Yun spat out a long stream of blood and his body instantly shot backward. His eyes bulged and lost the luster of life. He died instantly. Yang Yun. Lu Chen's eyes were bloodshot. Hot tears filled his eyes as he roared, "I'll fight it out with you." In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen rushed behind Dong Xianying and struck with the long saber in his hand. Clang! With a loud explosion, the long saber broke. However, the blade did not cut through the Star Essence defense. The half-saber in Lu Chen's hand was almost shaken out of his hand. The difference in strength between him and Dong Xianying was too great. Even a full blow from a 9th-grade grandmaster would not be able to hurt a martial sage. Moreover, Lu Chen was only a 7th-grade martial Dao master. Dong Xianying snorted contemptuously. He turned around and struck with his palm like a saber, striking Lu Chen's right shoulder instantly. Crack! Lu Chen screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. The bones in his right shoulder were instantly crushed. Dong Xianying's palm was like a real saber, cutting several inches into Lu Chen's shoulder. Just a little more and his entire right arm would have been chopped off. Lu Chen felt a terrifying force strike his shoulder. Needless to say, he was in excruciating pain. Unable to stand, he bent his knees and smashed them hard on the ground. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Wei Qingxian helped Yi Xing's upper body up. She realized that Yi Xing was severely injured. His breathing was weak and his expression was blurry. He was almost unconscious. Hearing Lu Chen's screams, Wei Qingxian looked back. Her eyes were filled with hot tears. Out of the 5 people in the team, She was the only one who was not injured. Out of the other 4, 2 had died while the other 2 were severely injured. Kneeling on the ground, Lu Chen could no longer care about the excruciating pain in his shoulder. With a crazed expression, he unleashed all of his strength at this moment. His left arm hugged Dong Xianying's leg tightly. Lu Chen looked at Wei Qingxian, who was far away, and roared, "Don't care about us. But who can leave?" Dong Xianying scoffed and struck Lu Chen's head with his palm. Lu Chen's voice was silenced. Almost a third of his head was smashed into his chest. He died instantly. Wei Qingxian cried out in grief. Lu Chen wanted her to run for her life, but how could she abandon Yi Xing? With tears in her eyes, Wei Qingxian carried the half-conscious Yi Xing and ran far away with her lightness skill at its maximum. At this moment, Yi Xing's meridians were broken and his organs were shattered. All of his injuries were fatal. If not for the superbrain, he would have fallen into a coma and died. Although he was half-conscious, he was still conscious. Knowing that Yang Yun and Lu Chen had died one after another, tears fell from his eyes. Hatred. Yi Xing's heart was filled with hatred. Dong Xianying lifted his leg and flung Lu Chen's body away. However, even if Lu Chen was dead, he still held on to him tightly. It was as if he had grown roots and was not flung away. Scram! Dong Xianying roared and his powerful celestial essence vibrated. A terrifying force blasted out from his body and sent Lu Chen flying. However, Dong Xianying was like a flash of light, chasing after Wei Qingxian, who was running quickly with Yi Xing in her arms. He was much faster than Wei Qingxian. Soon, he was behind Wei Qingxian and chuckled. "You want to save someone when you're about to die? None of you can escape." As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Xianying had already slapped Wei Qingxuan's back. Dong Xianying sneered. Zi Shanhou could at most leave a bit of power in Wei Qingxuan's body. Without Zi Shanhou's power, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill this 7th-level martial path cultivator. Yi Xing's body was strong and his defense was strong. Even he was half dead from Dong Xianying's long-distance slap. Wei Qingxuan's defense was not as good as Yi Xing's. How could she withstand Dong Xianying's close-range slap? Wei Qingxian spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. However, the moment Wei Qingxian was hit, an invisible force suddenly surged from the depths of her mind and protected her body. Dong Xianying's slap was enough to shatter Wei Qingxuan's organs into pieces and kill Wei Qingxian instantly. However, it only made Wei Qingxian spit out a mouthful of blood and was not seriously injured. The force of the slap was blocked by the invisible force that protected her body. Moreover, the invisible force had another effect. Dong Xianying only felt a terrifying force bounce back from Wei Qingxuan's body. The force was at least twice as strong as his slap. Dong Xianying's body was instantly sent flying backward. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was heavily injured. Yi Xing's face heated up. He immediately realized that this was the blood that Wei Qingxian had spat out. This made him, who was about to lose consciousness, sober up a little. "Let go of me. Escape by yourself." Yi Xing used all his strength to say this while he was still conscious. Wei Qingxian did not say anything. Tears welled up in her eyes as she stubbornly struggled to get up. She carried Yi Xing and continued to run forward. If they could escape, they would live together. If they could not escape, they would die together. At this critical moment, she did not die from the martial sacred's palm strike, nor did she suffer any serious injuries. She did not notice the strange force that had appeared in the depths of her mind. At this moment, she only had one thought in her mind, and that was to escape. Her will to live was extremely strong. Wei Qingxian ran forward faster and faster. Her mastery of Qinggong was also increasing. The force that had surged from the depths of her mind gradually merged into her body. The 8th star ring suddenly appeared in her dantian. In this critical state of life and death, her cultivation level broke through and she stepped into the 8th level of the martial path. At the same time, some images appeared in her mind. It seemed to be a set of footwork. This time, Wei Qingxian did not lose consciousness. She instinctively synchronized the footwork that appeared in her mind as she ran. Her speed suddenly increased to a whole new level and she became faster and faster. Dong Xianing, who had been sent flying, was shocked. He had never expected that Wei Qingxuan's body would have such a terrifying force. It was even more terrifying than the force that Zi Shanho had left behind. I want to see how much power you have in your body. I don't believe that I can't kill a mere martial master today. Dong Xianing spat out a mouthful of blood and said with a twisted expression. He was infuriated by the repeated setbacks he had suffered from Wei Qingxian. Swoosh, Dong Xianying's figure was like lightning as he chased after Wei Qingxian. However, something that shocked him even more happened. In front of him, Wei Qingxuan's speed became faster and faster. She was almost on par with him, a martial saint. He was a 3-star martial saint, but he could not catch up to a martial master. She should be a martial master. Dong Xianying's eyes were spitting fire. Wei Qingxian had been attacked twice by him. Not only did she not die, but her cultivation level had also broken through a level. This was ridiculous. Dong Xianing kept increasing his speed and pushed his qinggong to the limit. He held his breath and swore that he would not stop until he had caught up to Wei Qingxian and killed her. The two of them, one chasing and one fleeing, did not close the distance between them. After about half an hour, Dong Xianying's heart suddenly tightened. Inexplicably, Dong Xianing felt a sense of fatal danger. Then, a terrifying killing intent locked onto him. Swoosh! Dong Xianying's gaze instantly turned into terror. In his eyes, an arrow shot toward him from afar like a shooting star. Thank you, brothers, for your monthly votes. Today's explosion will continue. Chapter 140. As a 3-star martial saint, Dong Xianing could completely ignore an ordinary arrow attack. For example, Yi Xing's archery skills were definitely among the best among all archers below the martial saint level. However, Yi Xing's arrow could not break through Dong Xianying's celestial essence defense. However, Dong Xianing felt a fatal threat from the arrow in front of him. To be able to make him feel a fatal threat, the person who shot the arrow was at least a martial saint expert. Dong Xianing reacted instantly and his heart trembled. In Zishan County, there was only one martial saint in Luoxing Kingdom, and that was Zishan Ho, an advanced martial saint. How could Dong Xianing not be afraid of an arrow shot by an advanced martial saint? He was instantly scared out of his wits. The moment Dong Xianing felt threatened, his body turned in the air and shot to the side like lightning. At the same time, he used the shadow assassination technique and disappeared instantly. However, the arrow that was shot at Dong Xianing suddenly changed direction in the air as if it had grown eyes. Whoosh! The arrow was too fast, like a flash of light. In an instant, a shrill scream was heard and Dong Xianying's figure suddenly appeared. There was an arrow in his chest. It was the arrow that had been shot from afar. Although Dong Xianying's celestial essence defense was extremely strong, the arrow's penetrative power was even greater. The tip of the arrow pierced through his chest and came out from his back. After the arrow hit Dong Xianing, it still carried a terrifying force and shot Dong Xianying's body backward. In the blink of an eye, he was nailed to a hillside dozens of meters away. Dong Xianing clutched his chest with both hands as blood flowed out of his mouth. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Although he had sensed a fatal danger and knew that the arrow was terrifying, he had never expected it to be so terrifying. He had dodged to the side and even entered the shadow assassination technique. He thought that the arrow would definitely miss, but who knew that the arrow would change direction in an instant and hit him directly? Dong Xianing opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but no sound came out. The light in his eyes faded away quickly. The power of this arrow was too terrifying. It had struck his heart, instantly extinguishing his life force and killing him with a single arrow. Dong Xianying's screams snapped Wei Qingxian out of her daze. She turned her head to take a look, but Dong Xianying's figure was nowhere to be seen. Wei Qingxian scanned the area and soon found Dong Xianying's corpse on a hill in the distance. At this moment, the cry of an eagle came from the sky ahead. A huge eagle with purple flame-like feathers on its head was rushing towards Wei Qingxian from several li away. Don't be scared. This marquis is coming. Just as Wei Qingxian was in shock, Zi Shanho's voice came from the back of the purple flame eagle. Hearing Zi Shanho's voice, Wei Qingxuan's face immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression, rejoicing that she had survived a calamity. Wei Qingxian hurriedly shouted, "Marquis, quickly save Yi Xing." The purple flame eagle landed in front of Wei Qingxian. Zi Shanho jumped down from the eagle's back with a solemn expression. He immediately took out a pill and fed it to Yi Xing. Yi Xing suddenly felt a cooling sensation. He swallowed it down his throat, and the intense pain in his organs quickly eased. The vitality in his body became active again. Yi Xing did not faint because the super brain had scanned his body. He knew that if he fainted, he would definitely die, so he forcefully maintained a trace of consciousness. He could not guarantee that if he died this time, he would be able to come back to life in another world. Therefore, as long as there was a trace of hope, Yi Xing had to keep it up. Only the super brain could maintain a trace of consciousness under such a heavy injury. Otherwise, it would not have been able to hold on and would have fainted long ago. Now that the vitality in his body was finally active again, the string in Yi Xing's heart finally loosened. He only felt his vision turn black, and his extremely exhausted brain completely fainted. After Zi Shanho fed Yi Xing the pill, he checked Yi Xing's fat pulse. Wei Qingxian asked anxiously, "How is Yi Xing?" "His life is not in danger, but his injuries are very serious. It will be difficult for him to recover." Zi Shanho retracted his hand. His expression was solemn, and his eyes contained a terrifying murderous intent. The people of Dongfu actually dared to send out a martial saint. Such despicable and shameless people. Don't blame me for being angry and slaughtering their 200,000-strong army. Slaughtering my Dongfu nation's 200,000-strong army? Hua Danfeng, do you have the life to do that? A voice came from afar. Wei Qingxian looked over and saw a giant black eagle landing beside Dong Xinying's corpse a few hundred meters away. Jean Watanabe jumped down from the giant eagle's back. He glanced at Dong Xinying's corpse with a cold glint in his eyes. "Hua Danfeng, how dare you kill my Dongfu nation's martial saint? Today I will send you to the underworld." Zi Shanho looked at Jean Watanabe and walked forward with his two wooden legs. "Jean Watanabe, you must be the mastermind behind today's matter. Before slaughtering your 200,000-strong army, I will take your worthless life." "Haha." Jean Watanabe laughed wildly. "Hua Tianfeng, do you think you are still the Hua Tianfeng from 10 years ago? If it were 10 years ago, you would have the right to say this. But now, even if you recover your cultivation as a high-level martial saint, you are just a crippled person. As for me..." As he spoke, Jean Watanabe released his cultivation. His aura surged. Behind him, 8 starry vortexes appeared one after another. "As for me, I am already a high-level martial saint. Moreover, I am an 8-star martial saint, a realm higher than you. In the past, you trampled me under your feet. Today, I will cross the border and kill you, Hua Danfeng, as easily as killing a dog." "Haha." Jean Watanabe laughed wildly. He was close to Zi Shanho in age and belonged to the same generation. When they were disciples of the Falling Star sect and the Dongfu sect, respectively, Jean Watanabe's cultivation and strength were inferior to Zi Shanho's. He had been stepped on by Zi Shanho more than once and suffered heavy injuries. He had even almost lost his life. However, when Zi Shanho had been a 7-star martial saint, he had been plotted against and his legs had been crippled. In Watanabe Jean's opinion, Zi Shanho had been crippled for the rest of his life. Even if his cultivation recovered, his legs would be crippled. As for Jean Watanabe, his cultivation had increased in the past 10 years and he had finally become an 8-star martial saint. The difference in strength between a 7-star martial saint and an 8-star martial saint was like the difference between a martial Dao master and a martial Dao master, or even greater. In Jean Watanabe's opinion, even if Zi Shanho's legs were intact, a 7-star martial saint would definitely not be his opponent. As for Zi Shanho's cultivation breaking through to a higher realm, it was not that Jean Watanabe did not think about it, but he completely rejected the idea. With his legs crippled and his meridians blocked, It was already good enough that he could recover his cultivation. How could he continue to cultivate and break through to a higher realm? Impossible. However, nothing was absolute. Jean Watanabe thought it was impossible, but the truth was that it was possible. Zi Shanho's face was full of disdain. His aura surged as he released his cultivation. One starry vortex after another appeared behind Zi Shanho. There were a total of 9 starry vortexes. 9-star martial saint. 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star martial saints were called high-level martial saints. However, 9-star martial saints had another name, peak martial saints. No, impossible. Jean Watanabe's expression changed drastically. There was a trace of fear in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Your legs are crippled and your meridians blocked. How can you still cultivate? Moreover, your heavenly fate is only an 8-star orange fate. How can you become a 9-star martial saint? This is impossible." He had thought that Zi Shanho was a 7-star martial saint with crippled legs. As an 8-star martial saint, it would be easy for Jean Watanabe to kill Zi Shanho. That was why Jean Watanabe had asked Dong Xianying to kill Yi Xing's group of 5. If Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were people Zi Shanho valued, they would definitely have some life-saving means left behind by Zi Shanho. When the life-saving means were used, Zi Shanho would be able to sense it. This way, Zi Shanho would be lured away from Eastern Mountain City. Although Jean Watanabe had said that the East supporting sect was not afraid of a sect war with the East supporting sect had a better way to deal with the falling star sect. Killing Zi Shanho in Dongshan City in front of so many people would definitely cause a war between the sections. However, if they lured Zi Shanho to this desolate place and killed him, no one would see him. Even if the falling star sect suspected the Dongfu sect, there would be no evidence. Not to mention, as long as he killed Zi Shanho as well as all the witnesses, Jean Watanabe could still accuse Zi Shanho of breaking the national war agreement by killing the East Fu country's martial saint. This way, they would be able to stand on the side of reason. However, Jean Watanabe did not expect that Zi Shanho was not a 7-star martial saint, but a 9-star martial saint. Jean Watanabe's actions were simply suicidal. Impossible? Jean Watanabe, you are also someone who has opened your eyes. In this world, there are too many possibilities. Don't you understand that the impossible can become possible? Zi Shanho walked towards Jean Watanabe step by step, his voice gradually becoming colder. Since you are seeking death, I will send you to the Yellow Springs, and then let your East supporting sect's 200,000 soldiers be buried with you. Jean Watanabe's eyes flashed with a trace of fear, but he quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Hua Tianfeng, even if you are a 9-star martial saint, you are a crippled one. Do you really think you can defeat me?" Although his words were firm, Jean Watanabe's body was retreating, and he leaped towards the giant black eagle, wanting to escape on it. However, the giant black eagle suddenly jumped up and clawed at Jean Watanabe. His mount suddenly attacked him crazily, which shocked Jean Watanabe. He retreated and avoided the giant eagle's attack. Jean Watanabe looked at Zi Shanho and saw that 2 green vortexes had appeared in his eyes. Both of his eyes had turned green. "So you have obtained the Qingyun ancient lands?" Jean Watanabe was shocked and exclaimed. The fear in his eyes deepened, but before he could finish his sentence, he couldn't continue. Jean Watanabe looked at Zi Shanho's green eyes and suddenly could not control his brain. He slapped his own chest. Bang! This slap was extremely heavy, and with a loud explosion, he immediately spat out blood. Just as Jean Watanabe could not control himself, the giant black eagle behind him once again clawed at his head. Chapter 141. Ah! With a roar, Watanabe forcibly regained control of himself and rolled to the side. However, he was half a second too late. Although the giant black eagle missed Watanabe's head, it grabbed his shoulder. At this time, Watanabe did not use celestial essence to protect his body, and the eagle's sharp claws immediately tore off a large piece of flesh, exposing the bones of his shoulder. "Huananfeng, if you dare to kill me, my cousin will not let you go." Watanabe roared after a miserable groan. Watanabe had more than one cousin, but Zi Shanho naturally knew which cousin he was talking about. It was the sect master of the Dongfu sect, Watanabe Xiong. The head of the sect was an existence that was far more terrifying than a martial saint. Watanabe Xiong, don't you think it's too naive to threaten me at this time? Zi Shanho's voice was cold and merciless. The blue vortex in his eyes was spinning faster and faster. Besides, did I kill you? Even if Watanabe's eyes were no longer looking at Zi Shanho, he still felt an invisible force controlling him, making it difficult for his brain to turn and control his body. Such a terrifying mind control technique was the most bizarre and impossible to guard against. Zi Shanho did not make a move, and Watanabe Xiong, an 8-star martial sage, was already difficult to resist. Watanabe Xiong's mount was only equivalent to a beginner martial sage, and the subjective consciousness of beasts was weaker than that of warriors, so it was more susceptible to mind attacks. It was completely controlled by Zi Shanho. Watanabe Xiong felt that he could not control himself and wanted to attack himself. He fiercely bit his tongue, and the pain made him sober up instantly. He suddenly changed his attitude and begged for mercy. Huananfeng, please, spare my life, spare my life. You've lived your life in vain. Zi Shanho shook his head indifferently. Bang! Watanabe Xiong channeled his celestial essence and punched himself in the chin. In an instant, Watanabe Xiong's body flew backward, his chin a bloody mess, and he spat out broken teeth and blood. At the same time, Watanabe Xiong's mind was awakened at the same time. However, at this time, the giant black eagle's claw came from behind him. Watanabe Xiong's retreating body took the initiative to be caught by the eagle's claw. The moment Watanabe Xiong regained consciousness, the eagle's claw grabbed his head, and the sharp claws directly pierced his skull. Watanabe Xiong's shrill screams, his body twitching violently, his eyes were full of horror. In less than 2 breaths' time, Watanabe Xiong's body, Xiong. Until his death, Watanabe Zhan's eyes were filled with fear and regret. His original plan was to kill Zi Shanho, but he didn't expect that he would be so weak in front of Zi Shanho. Zi Shanho didn't even move a finger, and he died under the attack of Zi Shanho's mental eye technique. In particular, the fatal blow came from his mount, which was something that Watanabe never expected. Xiong died, but Zi Shanho was not sad or happy. His expression was still serious as he murmured, "It's time for the Dongfu country to pay the price." Zi Shanho returned to Yixing's side, picked up Yixing, and jumped on the back of the purple flame eagle. Wei Qingxian also followed. Zi Shanho whistled, and the purple flame eagle soared into the sky and flew towards Dongshan City. Behind them, the giant black eagle also flew up and followed behind the purple flame eagle. It had been forcibly subdued by Zi Shanho. The martial saint-level giant eagle flew through the clouds like an arrow, and in less than a quarter of an hour, it returned to Dongshan City. Yixing's injuries were too severe. He was still in a coma and would not wake up for a while. Zi Shanho had arranged for him to be taken care of in the commander's mansion. Wei Qingxian also suffered a minor injury and was also taken to the marshal's mansion to recuperate. Soon, the horn for assembly sounded in Eastern Mountain City. Not long after, other than a few guards, the 150,000 soldiers in Eastern Mountain City, including the Eastern Mountain City Garrison Army, 50,000 reinforcements, mercenaries, Purple Mountain Academy teachers and students, all gathered together. The High Command Department gave an order that made everyone excited and shocked to attack the East Fu Army camp. The soldiers of the Eastern Mountain City all had a ball of fire in their hearts. They had been waiting for the day to counterattack the Dongfu Army, and upon receiving the order, they were naturally excited, and their morale soared. The city gates opened, and 150,000 soldiers marched out. The sound of the bugle horn signaling the attack spread far and wide. Inside the Dongfu Army's main camp, Watanabe Bo knew that the Falling Star Army was about to attack their main camp, so he immediately gathered his army and went out to fight. Even though they had lost 40,000 men in the previous siege, in terms of military strength, the Dongfu Army was still not inferior to the Falling Star Army. However, Watanabe Hiroshi clearly did not realize what kind of battle this was. The two armies had just faced each other when two giant eagles landed in front of the two armies. One was Zishan Ho's purple flame eagle, and the other was naturally Watanabe Jean's black giant eagle. When Watanabe Bo saw the black giant eagle, his expression changed drastically, turning pale in an instant, his eyes filled with fear. Watanabe Jean's mount had actually fallen into the enemy's hands. Then, there was an 80 to 90% chance that Watanabe Jean had fallen. Thinking that the martial saints had already fought and that Watanabe Jean had fallen, Watanabe Bo was afraid that Dong Xian-ing would not be able to escape unscathed. If the enemy martial saints attacked, the Dong Fu army would be completely annihilated. Before Watanabe Bo could give the order to retreat, Zishan Ho, who had just landed on the back of the purple flame eagle, waved his hand and an arrow shot out from his sleeve, shooting into the Dong Fu army. Watanabe Bo was instantly killed. Not only Watanabe Bo, but the arrow seemed to have grown eyes as it made a few turns, killing a few half-step Martial Saint Corps commanders and Deputy Corps commanders. In just 2 breaths, the arrow returned and was kept by Zishan Ho's sleeve. In the next moment, he waved his hand and another arrow shot out from his sleeve. In the Dong Fu army, half-step martial saints fell one after another, all killed by a single arrow. As a peak martial saint, Zishan Ho could easily kill ordinary martial saints, not to mention using his archery skills to kill martial artists below the martial saint realm. It was like squashing an ant. He could kill several half-martial sages with just a casual wave of his arrow. In the battle between the two armies, the commanders, corps commanders, and other high-ranking commanders of the Dong Fu army were killed one after another. How could they fight this war? Soon, the Dong Fu army was thrown into chaos. The Dong Fu army looked at the dead Watanabe Bo, Rukawaji, and the rest in horror. At this moment, Zishan Ho, who was on the purple flame eagle's back, waved his hand and shouted, "Kill! Leave no one alive!" The Dong Fu army first massacred the town, killing a large number of people from the fallen Star Kingdom. Then, they sent out a martial saint to injure his disciple, almost killing him. In his anger, Zishan Ho wanted to massacre the 200,000-strong Dong Fu army. Of course, the 200,000-strong army lost more than 40,000 people in the siege. Now, there were only 150,000 people left. Kill! Following Zishan Ho's roar, all the soldiers of the fallen Star Kingdom roared in unison, shaking the 9 heavens. Woo! The bugle horn was blown in an instant. The fallen Star Kingdom's army marched forward. At this moment, 2 eagle cries were heard. The purple flame eagle and the black giant eagle soared into the sky, rushing towards the Dong Fu army. These 2 giant eagles were equivalent to martial saints. They were incomparably powerful. For these soldiers, they were invincible. The 2 giant eagles quickly rushed into the Dong Fu army's formation. Their defensive power was comparable to martial saints. No matter what kind of attack the Dong Fu army used, it could not hurt them. Even a large crossbow could not shoot down a single feather on their body. Their demonic power was comparable to star essence. Their defensive power was very strong. Naturally, they rampaged through the Dong Fu army's formation. Wherever the 2 giant eagles rushed, there would be a large number of Dong Fu army soldiers falling. No matter what kind of cultivation they had, even if it was a 9th great grandmaster, they could not block a casual claw of the 2 giant eagles. On the back of the purple flame eagle, Zishan Ho was still waving his hand from time to time, shooting out and retrieving arrows from his sleeves. Every time, several high-ranking officers of the Dong Fu army would fall, causing the Dong Fu army to lose much of their fighting strength. Without waiting for the fallen Star army to attack, the Dong Fu army had already fled in defeat, throwing away their armor. The falling Star army quickly caught up, and a dense barrage of arrows was shot from afar. If they had lined up neatly, the shield-bearers would have been able to block most of the arrows. However, the Dong Fu army had suffered a great defeat. Their backs were facing the falling Star army, and they were defenseless. A wave of arrows rained down, and the Dong Fu army fell down neatly. A wave of arrows killed at least thousands or even tens of thousands of Dong Fu army soldiers. With such an unequal force, the result was obvious. The 150,000 Dong Fu army soldiers were harvested like wheat. They were completely annihilated. Not a single one escaped. The 200,000 Dong Fu army that invaded Zishan County were basically annihilated. Only a few small teams that sneaked into the back of the Dong Fu army were left. But without the threat of the Dong Fu army, the Fallen Star Kingdom could send out a large number of soldiers to search. Under the pressure of the army, not a single one of the small teams of the Dong Fu army could escape. In the end, the 200,000 Dong Fu army soldiers could not escape the fate of being annihilated. Of course, compared to the death of the two martial saints, Dong Xianying and Watanabe Zhan, who was the cousin of the Dong Fu king, the Western marshal who attacked the Fallen Star Kingdom this time, the annihilation of the 200,000 Dong Fu army soldiers was nothing. In the next few days, the Fallen Star army carried out a huge sweep at the back of the Dong Fu army. Zishan Ho even sent out the black giant eagle that was comparable to a martial saint to accompany them. In the end, all the teams that sneaked into the back of the Dong Fu army were wiped out. Not a single Dong Fu army soldier escaped. The war in the other counties was still going on, but the war in Zishan County had already ended. The 50,000 reinforcements returned to their original positions. The temporarily recruited mercenaries and the teachers and students of the Zishan Academy also returned to their respective places after distributing the war merits. Yi Xing was pulled by a luxurious beast carriage, leaving Dong Fu Army City and heading towards Zishan County City. Yi Xing, who was unconscious, felt that he had fallen into a huge black whirlpool. The power from all directions was attracted by the black whirlpool and gathered towards him. His injuries were miraculously getting better day by day. Chapter 142. A few days later, Zishan County City, Zishan Marquis Residence. Yi Xing was placed in the guest room of the Marquis Residence, under the protection of a specialist, receiving the best treatment. His injuries were gradually improving, but he was still unconscious. Or rather, he was not unconscious, because he had regained consciousness, but his consciousness was immersed in the dark vortex, so he could not wake up. Even though Yi Xing had not woken up, Wei Qingxian was always by his side, taking care of him. Anyone could see that she had extraordinary feelings for Yi Xing. On this day, Zishan Ho came to Yi Xing's room, but he did not come for Yi Xing. After taking Yi Xing's pulse, Zishan Ho said, "Qingxian, come with me, I'll take you to see someone." Wei Qingxian walked towards Zishan Ho, but Zishan Ho said again, "You're leaving Zishan County, and for a long time, you won't be able to see Yi Xing." Wei Qingxian was surprised. "Why?" Zishan Ho said, "I'll introduce you to a better place, the Spirit Moon Sect. The Spirit Moon Sect is stronger than the An with your heaven's fate. You can directly become an elder's personal disciple if you enter the Spirit Moon Sect, which will make you stronger faster." Wei Qingxian glanced at Yi Xing lying on the bed. "Can I enter the Falling Star Sect with Yi Xing? Since I'm a peak martial saint, there should be an elder willing to accept me as a personal disciple. Why must I go to the Spirit Moon Sect?" Zishan Ho shook his head. "I have enemies in Then no matter how high your heaven's fate is, you'll still be a target of attack. It won't be good for you. Moreover, with your relationship with Yi Xing, entering the same sect will be a disaster for Yi Xing. If you two want to be together, you must become stronger, otherwise it will only end in tragedy. Going to the Spirit Moon Sect is good for you, good for Yi Xing, and good for your future, understand?" Wei Qingxian nodded, looking at Yi Xing with reluctance. "Yi Xing's injuries?" Zishan Ho said, "His injuries have already improved, and even his cultivation has improved. You don't need to worry about him. When he wakes up, the injuries he suffered this time will be a great fortune for him on the martial path." Wei Qingxian walked to Yi Xing's side, gently stroking the latter's face, and murmured, "Yi Xing, get better quickly, we'll become stronger together, and advance on the martial path hand in hand." Zishan Ho walked out of the room. "Let's go, don't let Taoist Yan Yu wait too long." Wei Qingxian followed Zishan Ho, riding the purple flame eagle out of the Zishan Ho residence, arriving at a large mountain 50 li north of the Zishan County city, Cloud Gazing Peak. Cloud Gazing Peak was more than 1,000 meters high. The west side was a cliff, as if it had been split open by a blade. It was very steep. On top of the cliff, there was a red bird perched. Its wings were like fire, and its tail was long. It looked very beautiful, its size not inferior to Zishan Ho's golden flame eagle. Beside this red bird, there was a beautiful woman dressed in white, who looked to be around 30, with an otherworldly aura, making it difficult for people to look at her. In terms of appearance, this beautiful woman in white was not as good as Wei Qingxian, but she had a mature charm and otherworldly aura, making her even more attractive. The purple flame eagle also landed on top of the cliff, and Zishan Ho jumped down with Wei Qingxian. From the looks of it, this beautiful woman in white was younger than Zishan Ho, but Zishan Ho was very respectful in front of her. Senior. Zishan Ho cupped his fists and bowed, giving a junior's greeting. This is Wei Qingxian. Junior used the level 2 blood fate stone to test her. Her fate is a 9-star orange fate, and the orange light is very strong. Junior speculates that her fate is not only that, she might have reached the enlightened master fate. Wei Qingxuan's eyes flashed. This was the first time she knew that there was an enlightened master fate above the martial saint fate. The beautiful woman in white was spiritual moon sex spiritual master Yenyu. Although she looked to be around 30, she was more than twice as beautiful as Zishan Ho. Taoist Yenyu's expression was as cold as ice. She didn't like Zishan Ho, but after hearing Zishan Ho say that Wei Qingxuan's heaven's mandate might have reached the enlightened being level, her cold eyes flashed with a glimmer of color. Enlightened master fate? Spiritual master Yenyu looked at Wei Qingxian and said, "From now on, you are my disciple. There is no need to cover your face with a veil." Spiritual master Yenyu's meaning was that no matter how beautiful Wei Qingxian was, as her disciple, no one would dare to have any bad intentions, so she could show her face to others. Disciple Wei Qingxian greets master. Wei Qingxian bowed and took off the veil on her face. Spiritual master Yenyu suddenly showed a trace of surprise and murmured, "Her appearance is even better than Zilan's." When Zishan Ho heard Zilan's name, a trace of sadness flashed through his eyes. Spiritual master Yenyu sighed, "You should continue to cover your face. A woman who is too beautiful is a disaster, not a blessing. She is destined to have many misfortunes." Sigh. Wei Qingxian pursed her lips and put on the veil again, covering her face. At this time, spiritual master Yenyu waved her hand and a blood fate stone flew out and landed in front of Wei Qingxian. "Test it and see if your fate has reached the yellow fate stone." For an ordinary fate stone, the blood fate stone emitted a red light and was called the red fate stone. For a martial saint fate stone, the blood fate stone emitted an orange light and was called the orange fate stone. For an enlightened master fate stone, the blood fate stone emitted a yellow light and was called the yellow fate stone. Different grades of blood fate stones could only measure a limited number of fate stones. A level 1 blood fate stone could only measure a normal fate stone. A level 2 blood fate stone could measure a martial saint fate stone, and a level 3 blood fate stone could measure an enlightened being. The reason why fate stones were valued so much was because the fate stones represented the level one could reach on the martial path. For example, if one had an orange fate stone, one could at least become a martial saint. The number of orange fate stones represented the number of martial saints. This was a realm that one was destined to reach without luck. Therefore it was called fate stones. Some people were destined to be ordinary martial artists when they were born. Some people could become martial saints when they were born. There were even some who had a yellow fate stone and could become enlightened masters when they were born. This was fate. It was predestined. However, nothing was absolute. A martial artist's aptitude was not only related to fate stones, it was also related to the astrology. Therefore, having a low fate stone did not necessarily mean that one would not have a bright future. There were also people who had a low fate stone and made great achievements on the martial path. Possessing a powerful astrology could also allow a martial artist to walk further on the road of martial arts without being limited by the mandate of heaven. However, the mandate of heaven and the astrology were often proportional. That was to say, those with a high mandate of heaven would often have a powerful astrology, and those with a low mandate of heaven would often have a weak astrology. Those with a low fate stone and a strong astrology, or those with a high fate stone and a weak astrology, were all special groups. They were not the norm. In the end, there was still a saying. Nothing was absolute. Even if one had a low fate stone and a weak astrology, it did not mean that one would not have a bright future. As the saying went, no matter how high one's aptitude was, it could not be compared to luck. In the martial world, there were always treasures and opportunities that could make the impossible possible. Although they were rare, they were not non-existent. For example, Zi Shanho's legs were crippled. It was fortunate that he could recover his cultivation. If he wanted to continue cultivating and increase his cultivation, it would be impossible under normal circumstances. However, his cultivation had increased by 2 realms, from a 7-star martial saint to a 9-star martial saint. This was turning the impossible into a possibility. Although one's destiny was the greatest, there were far too few martial artists that could change their destiny through lucky chances and treasures. Compared to those with lower destiny and higher astrology, there were far fewer. Not only were they 1 in 10,000, but they were also 1 in a million, 1 in 10 million, and 1 in 10 million weren't even enough to describe them. Those with a high fate stone would have a 100% chance of success in the future. As for those with a low fate stone, it would be difficult for 1 in 10,000 people to have a bright future. Therefore, to sects or experts, the fate stone was the most important criterion. It was impossible to give up a genius with a 100% chance of success just because of a 1 in 10,000 chance. As for why Yi Xing was accepted as a disciple by Zishan Ho, the first reason was because his archery skills were profound and he could inherit Zishan Ho's legacy. The second reason was because Yi Xing was a 2-star heavens mandate. To be able to become a martial Dao master was already one of the top 10,000 talents. Wei Qingxian looked at the blood life stone in front of her with anticipation. She naturally hoped that her fate stone would be as high as possible so that she could cultivate to a higher realm in the future and obtain stronger strength. She stretched out her right hand and pressed it on the blood life stone. In an instant, the blood life stone sensed it and emitted a bright light. First, it was a red light, and then the 9-star slots on the blood life stone lit up. When all 9-star slots lit up, the color of the light quickly changed. In the first star slot, the light turned from red to orange. One by one, the lights changed, and finally, all 9-star slots turned orange. Whether it was Wei Qingxian, Zi Shanho, or Taoist Master Yen Yu, their gazes became brighter at this moment, and their spirits were lifted. Whether or not she was a perfected human fate stone would be revealed soon. The orange light in the 9-star slots became stronger and stronger until it was almost blinding. Suddenly, the light in the first star slot changed from orange to yellow. Wei Qingxian was overjoyed. Zi Shanho and perfected Yen Yu's eyes widened. Taoist Master's Mandate of Heaven. Wei Qingxian was truly Taoist Master's Mandate of Heaven. She was destined to be a perfected human. This was too shocking. Many perfected persons only had a 9-star orange fate stone, and some even had a 7 or 8-star orange fate stone. They only became a perfected human after going through many life and death adventures and obtaining many opportunities. On the other hand, a perfected human fate stone did not require any opportunities. As long as one had a cultivation method, they would be able to become a perfected human even if they directly absorbed the vitality of the stars. One could imagine how many people would be envious of such a perfected human fate stone. Unfortunately, no matter how envious they were, it was still someone else's perfected human fate stone. They could kill the other party, but they could not transfer their perfected human fate stone to themselves. After the first star slot turned yellow, the light on the blood life stone changed again in just 2 breaths. The second star slot also turned yellow. After another 2 breaths, the third star slot also turned yellow. This caused Zishan Ho and Taoist Master Yen Yu's eyes to once again reveal shock. Seeing that the blood life stone was still shining, they wondered, Just how far has Wei Qingxuan's perfected human fate stone reached? Chapter 143. When the light in the fourth star slot turned yellow, perfected Yenyue and Zishanho were both horrified. 4-star yellow fate meant that Wei Qingxuan's future achievements would be at least a 4-star perfected person. However, be it the Spirit Moon sect or the Dongfu sect, the strongest warrior was only a 3-star perfected person. A 4-star perfected person meant that once Wei Qingxian grew up, she would be above all the people in the nearby countries and sections. As long as Wei Qingxian didn't die during her growth, she would definitely become the strongest person in this area in the future. Whichever sect had a 4-star perfected person would become the strongest force in this area. At this moment, Zishanho felt a little regretful. Although he had enemies he was still a member of the Falling Star sect. It would be a huge loss for the Falling Star sect if such a strong person was given to the Spirit Moon sect. However, the regret in Zishanho's heart disappeared in a flash. Wei Qingxuan's talent was heaven-defying, but she might not be able to grow up in the Falling Star sect. If she was harmed, Zishanho didn't want to see that happen. In the Spirit Moon sect, Wei Qingxian was the personal disciple of perfected Yenyu and didn't have any enemies. It was much safer than in the Falling Star sect. However, when the 5th, 6th, 7th star slots on the Blood Life Stone turned yellow one after another, Zishanho didn't have the slightest bit of regret. Perfected Yenyu's expression was one of shock and worry. Wei Qingxuan's destiny was so high that it was beyond their imagination. Her future achievements would far surpass everyone in this area. Once Wei Qingxian grew up, she could destroy a country and a sect by herself. If the other sects knew that the Spirit Moon sect had such a heaven-defying monster like her, who would be at ease? They would probably do everything they could to kill Wei Qingxian. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Many people couldn't tolerate her. Finally, the 9-star slots on the Blood Life Stone all turned yellow, and the light was very strong. The 9-star slots were all filled with yellow light. That was the 9-star yellow life, and he would at least become a 9-star perfected one in the future. Moreover, the grade 3 Blood Fate Stone could only test a yellow fate. Wei Qingxuan's 9-star orange fate was so strong, which meant that there was another possibility. Her heavenly fate might be even higher. Zishanho and Taoist Master Yenyu were already numb from shock. At this moment, they were not pleasantly surprised by Wei Qingxuan's heaven-defying aptitude. Instead, they were worried. 9-star yellow fate, it wasn't just the few sects nearby that couldn't tolerate him. Wei Qingxuan's destiny pill had been leaked. Perhaps all the sects in the Qingyun region wouldn't tolerate him. Even the faraway 9 great sects might be alarmed. The number of people who wanted Wei Qingxian dead would always outnumber the number of people who wanted her alive. Moreover, the number was much greater. This was because as long as Wei Qingxian chose a sect, all the other sects would do everything in their power to kill her. If she chose not to join a sect, then it would be even more dangerous. There would be no one in the world who would protect her. Let go! Taoist Master Yenyu appeared beside Wei Qingxian like a ghost and grabbed Wei Qingxuan's wrist, separating Wei Qingxuan's hand from the Blood Fate Stone. At the same time, Taoist Master Yenyu's gaze swept around, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Zishanho also scanned the surroundings. His eyes were faintly suffused with a layer of green light. After confirming that there was no one around to see Wei Qingxuan's destiny, the two of them let out a sigh of relief. The Blood Fate Stone instantly dimmed and was put into Taoist Master Yenyu's storage ring. She looked at Wei Qingxian with a serious expression. Your destiny can't be revealed to anyone. Remember, no one, not even the people closest to you. Wei Qingxian was in the midst of being happy about her powerful destiny pill. Suddenly, she was stunned by Taoist Master Yenyu's serious words. However, she quickly reacted and nodded vigorously. Zishanho was afraid that Taoist Master Yenyu wouldn't take Wei Qingxian in because of her high destiny pill. But now he was delighted. Taoist Master Yenyu's actions proved that she wouldn't leave her alone. Taoist Master Yenyu said, "Perhaps you don't know how much danger your destiny pill will bring to you. If you reveal it, there will be a large number of people who are much stronger than me who will kill you. Therefore, you must not reveal your destiny pill to anyone. This was the second time Taoist Master Yan Yu had told Wei Qingxian not to reveal her destiny pill. Wei Qingxian was someone who understood the gravity of the situation. She nodded. I understand, Master. I won't tell anyone. Taoist Master Yan Yu said, with such a destiny pill, I'm afraid the small pond of the Spirit Moon sect won't be able to hold you. Sooner or later, you will fly high. However, since you and I are fated to be master and disciple, as long as you are in the Spirit Moon sect, I will protect you. Come with me. After saying this, Taoist Master Yan Yu didn't look at Zishan Ho. She pulled Wei Qingxian towards the red bird, Firecloud Sparrow. Wei Qingxian was carried by Taoist Master Yan Yu onto the Firecloud Sparrow. The Firecloud Sparrow spread its wings and instantly soared into the sky. Master Ho, take good care of Yi Xing. Wei Qingxuan's voice came from the Firecloud Sparrow. Her voice gradually became softer and softer. Regarding the matter of keeping Wei Qingxuan's destiny pill a secret, Taoist Master Yan Yu had never told Zishan Ho. Zishan Ho also didn't remind Taoist Master Yan Yu. Although the relationship between the two was cold, it was obvious that they trusted each other. It's actually a 9-star yellow destiny pill. Yi Xing, she's from a completely different world from you. Can you catch up with her? Zishan Ho sighed. He rode on the purple flame eagle and also left Cloud Gazing Peak. Zishan Ho was still very optimistic about Yi Xing. Although Yi Xing's destiny pill was very low, in Zishan Ho's opinion, Yi Xing completely had the hope of becoming a martial saint. Moreover, he would become a very powerful martial saint. Even though Wei Qingxian had a 9-star orange destiny pill, Yi Xing would still be able to catch up with Wei Qingxuan's footsteps if he worked hard. The two of them were quite compatible. However, today, Wei Qingxuan's destiny pill was as high as a 9-star yellow destiny pill. Moreover, this might not be the end. This made Zishan Ho very pessimistic about the future of Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. He sighed in his heart. Martial saints had their own circle of martial saints, and enlightened masters had their own circle of enlightened masters. If Wei Qingxian became a top expert among enlightened masters, and Yi Xing could only dominate among martial saints, it would be very difficult for the two of them to be together. At that time, Wei Qingxian would get to know many outstanding young men like her. If Yi Xing could not catch up with her, how could he compare to those talented young men? Would Wei Qingxian still remember him? Even if Wei Qingxian remembered and was willing to be together with Yi Xing would have endless troubles. He would need Wei Qingxuan's protection to live a stable life. If a man needed a woman to protect him, how would he be laughed at? Such a life would definitely not be happy. Yi Xing, if you are not willing to give up, then you have to work hard. Let's not talk about surpassing Qingxian. You have to at least be able to catch up with her on the path of martial arts. Only then can the two of you walk together beautifully. This requires you to create a miracle. I look forward to seeing you create a miracle. Although Zishan Ho was not optimistic about the future of Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, as Yi Xing's master, he still hoped that Yi Xing could create a miracle. Another few days passed, and Yi Xing still had not woken up. However, his injuries had already recovered. Furthermore, Zishan Ho was surprised to find that Yi Xing's cultivation had actually broken through while he was unconscious, becoming an 8th-level martial master. This was out of Zishan Ho's expectations. Originally, Yi Xing's internal organs and meridians were all severely damaged. Even if Zishan Ho did his best to treat him, it would still be very difficult to recover. However, the recovery of Yi Xing's injuries was surprisingly good. In just a few days, there were signs of improvement. In less than 10 days, he had already completely recovered. Even his cultivation base had broken through to the next realm. This made Zishan Ho amazed. Perhaps, a miracle can really happen on him. Zishan Ho thought to himself. Yi Xing's injuries had healed and his cultivation had broken through. This was already a miracle. However, what Zishan Ho was referring to was clearly not this miracle. The miracle that Zishan-ho was referring to was much more difficult than this. It required Yi Xing, a 2-star red life, to be able to keep up with Wei Qingxian, a 9-star yellow life, on the path of martial arts. This was too unreliable. Yi Xing's consciousness was still in the pitch-black whirlpool. He could feel that he was constantly becoming stronger. This pitch-black whirlpool was devouring all the energy in the surroundings, nourishing him. Therefore, even if Yi Xing's cultivation had broken through to the 8th level of the martial path, his cultivation was still increasing. The 8th star ring in his dantian was dim at the beginning, but it gradually became dazzling. The Dongfu Nation's army of 200,000 that had invaded Zishan County had been completely annihilated. Furthermore, Marshal Saint Dongxin Ying and Western Marshal Dubianzhan had also died. This caused the Dongfu sect master to be furious. He ordered the Falling Star sect to hand over Zishan-ho and let the Dongfu sect deal with him. He also wanted the Falling Star sect to compensate for the loss of 2 martial saints and 200,000 soldiers. Otherwise, he would start a sect war with the Falling Star sect. However, Zishan-ho's attitude was unyielding. He said that the martial saints of the Dongfu Nation had broken the rules and attacked in the country war. Furthermore, the Dongfu Nation's army had been ruthless, massacring villages and towns. He was furious and attacked, killing the 2 martial saints of the Dongfu Nation and massacring the Dongfu Nation's army. If the Dongfu sect wanted to regain their dignity, they could send any martial saint to have a one-on-one duel with him. What had happened in Zishan County spread throughout the Falling Star country. Naturally, it was applauded by almost all of the Falling Star country. Especially Zishan-ho's unyielding attitude, which made the Falling Star country applaud. In a moment, Zishan-ho's name resounded throughout the Falling Star country. In the past, Zishan-ho's name was not well known. Even if they knew him, they would only think of him as a crippled marquis. Today, they finally understood that Zishan-ho was so powerful. Even the Western Marshal of the Dongfu Nation, the 8-star Marshal Saint Dubianzhan, had died in his hands. This made the Falling Star country's people shocked and excited at the same time. What made them even more excited, what made their blood boil, was the challenge issued by Zishan-ho. With a crippled body, he dared to challenge all the martial saints of the Dongfu Nation. What kind of courage did this require? Other than his enemies, the Falling Star country respected him. Once Zishan-ho's name spread, his identity was quickly exposed. It turned out that Zishan-ho was the genius disciple of the Hua Tianfeng. He was the leader of that generation of disciples. This caused an uproar in the Falling Star country. To the Falling Star country, the Falling Star sect was a supreme existence. This made Zishan-ho even more famous. Today, I have to ask for a leave of absence from my brothers. I won't be able to update anymore. Little Adam, the 888 Alliance Master, has arrived in Shenyang. Little Adam is the Alliance Master of my 3 works. He has always been very supportive of chocolate, and I am indebted to him for hosting me in Changsha several times. Now that he has arrived in Shenyang, I have to be a good host and entertain him. I'm afraid I won't have time to write tonight. Brothers, please don't worry. There will be an explosion later. Although there are only 2 updates today, brothers, please don't forget to vote. Voting at this time shows our affection for the arrow god. I strive to break through 50 votes today. Chapter 144. Chang and County, Leaping Horse Plain, was the border between the Falling Star country and the East Fu country. The Leaping Horse Plain, which stretched for hundreds of miles, was flat. It was supposed to be a land for farming, but because it was between the 2 countries, it was barren and overgrown with weeds. Today, there were many experts from the Falling Star country and the East Fu country gathered on the Leaping Horse Plain. Most of them were martial saints, and there were even sect elders of the immortal realm. Obviously, something big was going to happen. It was impossible for the East Fu country's sect master to ask the Falling Star sect to hand over Zishan-ho, so he sent the Invincible Marquis to challenge Zishan-ho. The Invincible Marquis was an extraordinary marquis in the East Fu country. He was known as the first Marquis of the East Fu country. Otherwise, how could he be called invincible? Only advanced martial saints could be called Marquis. Invincible among marquises was basically the strongest among martial saints. They were powerful figures who dominated among peak martial saints. Although Zishanho was a peak martial sage, his legs were crippled. It was already surprising that he could kill Du Bianzhan, an 8-star martial sage. The East Fu nation had sent out an invincible marquis, who was one of the strongest peak martial sages. Naturally, they had made a foolproof plan. Even if the Falling Star country did not hand over Zishanho, the East Fu country's sect master would not let him go. He would kill Zishanho according to Zishanho's suggestion. Zishanho himself had said that he would challenge any martial saint of the East Fu country. If the invincible marquis of the East Fu country came out, Zishanho would have to accept. On the Leaping Horse Plain, the experts on both sides stood dozens of miles apart. The area between them was where Zishanho and the invincible marquis were going to fight. Both of them had arrived and walked out from their respective camps. The invincible marquis of the East Fu country was 7 or 8 years younger than Zishanho. He was in his prime. The title of invincible marquis was not permanent. It could only be given when one was at the peak of their prime. If the invincible marquis was old, he would be given another title, and the invincible marquis would be given to the strongest martial saint. In this way, the invincible marquis was the first marquis of the East Fu country, the strongest martial saint. Zishanho's marquis was much weaker than the invincible marquis. Dense celestial essence condensed into a pair of wings behind the invincible marquis, which gave him the ability to fly for a short time. With a single glide, he could glide for hundreds of meters. After a few leaps, the invincible marquis had already reached the center of the field. He extended his right hand, and a 9-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. It was shining with a precious light, and was no ordinary weapon. With the spear in hand, the invincible marquis's aura became even sharper. His essence energy surged into the sky like billowing smoke, scattering the clouds in the sky. Zishanho's forward speed was much slower than Marquis Invincible's. Marquis Invincible had already reached the center, while Zishanho had only walked a few hundred meters. When Marquis Invincible took out his treasured spear, Zishanho waved his hand, and a great bow appeared. This bow shone with precious light, not the slightest bit inferior to the treasured spear in the hands of the invincible marquis. It was also not an ordinary weapon, but a spirit weapon of a very high grade. With the spirit weapon bow in his hand, Zishanho's aura instantly changed. Similarly, his essence surged like smoke signals, shooting straight into the sky and causing the weather to change. Even the surrounding wind was affected by Zishanho, becoming sharp and whistling, as if it was cutting through the void, becoming extremely terrifying. In the next moment, Zishanho raised his right hand, and a shining arrow appeared in his hand. He knocked the arrow on the bow. At this moment, Zishanho's aura was even sharper than before. Marquis Invincible immediately felt a terrifying sense of danger, and his heart tightened. This was the sign of death. At this moment, the distance between the two was still about 5 li. For a martial saint, this was a very far distance, but for a martial saint archer, this was already within the range of their shooting range. Therefore, Zishanho stopped. The distance was too far, and Marquis Invincible had enough time to dodge the arrow. It was too difficult to kill him with one arrow, but within 5 li, one arrow was enough to kill Marquis Invincible. When Zishanho took out his bow and arrow and pointed it at Marquis Invincible, outsiders could not feel how terrifying Zishanho was, but Marquis Invincible instantly felt it. If he allowed Zishanho to shoot this arrow, his life would be in danger. However, Marquis Invincible did not retreat. Instead, he roared loudly, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. The spirit weapon in his hand shone brightly, and the celestial essence wings on his back shone brightly. Whoosh! With a flap of the celestial essence wings, Marquis Invincible's speed was like a sharp blade, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed forward for more than a li. He wanted to close the distance so that Zishanho's arrow would not be a threat, and then kill Zishanho. However, at this moment, Zishanho had already shot the arrow on the bow. Roar the arrow shot out, but there was no sound of breaking through the air. Instead, it was accompanied by a tiger's roar, like a stream of light, shooting in front of Marquis Invincible. In the eyes of outsiders, the arrow was like a stream of light, accompanied by a tiger's roar, but in Marquis Invincible's eyes, there was no arrow, but a white tiger condensed from starlight, roaring and rushing over. The fear of death in Marquis Invincible's heart intensified. However, as a martial saint, he naturally would not be frightened by the fear in his heart. Instead, he glared and shouted, "Kill!" The light of the treasure spear exploded, and the spear stabbed out with endless terrifying power, stabbing at the rushing white tiger. Clang, the tip of the arrow and the spear collided in an instant. Sparks flew. In Marquis Invincible's eyes, the starlight white tiger's power did not diminish. Its bloody mouth was roaring, and its terrifying tiger claws were waving, and endless power was transmitted from the spear. Whoosh! Marquis Invincible suffered a heavy blow, and his body could not stop retreating. The brilliance of the spirit weapon spear rapidly dimmed. In the blink of an eye, the spirit weapon spear was slapped aside by the starlight white tiger, and the starlight white tiger continued to roar forward, drowning Marquis Invincible in an instant. In the blink of an eye. The experts of the two countries watching the battle from afar only saw Marquis Invincible's treasure spear being knocked away by an arrow, and then, the arrow did not diminish, and it pierced through Marquis Invincible's throat. Blood spurted out from Marquis Invincible's throat, and he staggered back with the treasure spear in his hand. In the end, Marquis Invincible stamped his treasure spear on the ground, stabilizing his body. But there was only so much he could do. After stabilizing himself, Marquis Invincible held the spear in his right hand, and stood with his legs apart. His body was ramrod straight, but his shocking aura instantly dissipated, and the color of life in his eyes rapidly faded. He was already dead. As the first Marquis of Dongfu, he was also an outstanding talent of his generation. But he was shot to death by an arrow before he could even get close to Marquis Zishan's body. His heart was filled with unwillingness. Even if he died, he would not fall to the ground. Even after death, he would still be indomitable, and could not be considered to have tarnished his reputation. Time passed slowly. Almost a month had passed since Yi Xing fell into a coma. His injuries had long recovered, and the 8th star ring in his dantian was already shining brightly. This indicated that Yi Xing's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the 8th level. On this day, the dark vortex that trapped his consciousness finally disappeared, and Yi Xing woke up. He opened his eyes, and the scene that entered his eyes made him extremely surprised. He sat up from the bed with a shudder. Where was this place? The environment in front of him was extremely unfamiliar. It was a place that he had never been to before. In just a moment, Yi Xing reacted to everything that had happened before he fell into a coma. Wan Xingliang was dead. Yang Yun was dead. Lu Chen was also dead. This caused his heart to ache, and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. His thoughts continued. He had suffered a fatal injury, and Wei Qingxian had carried him to escape, while the martial saints of Dongfu country were chasing after them. How was Wei Qingxian? Yi Xing's heart instantly tightened. He seemed to have a vague impression that Wei Qingxian was vomiting blood, and the warm blood was spat on his face. This caused Yi Xing's heart to ache, and tears faintly flashed in his eyes. His murderous intent was terrifying. There had never been a moment where his hatred towards Dongfu country was so intense. An obsession appeared in his heart. In this life, he must destroy Dongfu country. Only then would he be able to live up to the deaths of his 3 comrades, Wan Xingliang, Yang Yun, and Lu Chen. Even though he was in a half-conscious state after being heavily injured, his powerful superbrain still had some intermittent memories. Wei Qingxian was not caught by the martial saints of Dongfu country. In the end, Zishan Ho arrived and fed him a pill. Then, he completely forgot about what happened after. Remembering Zishan Ho, Yi Xing's tense heart finally calmed down. Since Zishan Ho had arrived, then Wei Qingxian should not be in danger. However, those 3 comrades of his would never come back again. Young Master Yi, you're awake? After Wei Qingxian left, someone had been taking care of Yi Xing, waiting for him to wake up. Now that Yi Xing had woken up, a beautiful servant girl of about 20 years old immediately ran over. "This is?" Yi Xing collected his thoughts and asked. "This is Zishan Ho's residence. The Marquis ordered that when young Master Yi wakes up, immediately inform him. Young Master Yi, rest here first, I will immediately report to the Marquis." After saying that, the servant hurriedly ran out. This was Zishan Ho's residence, which meant that Master had saved him and he was completely safe. However, he did not know how the battle in Dongshan City was going. Yi Xing got down from the bed and suddenly stopped moving, his expression surprised. He remembered that his injuries were extremely serious, almost to the point of death. However, he seemed to be completely fine now, without a single injury. Furthermore, the super brain scanned his body, and the 8-star rings in his dantian made Yi Xing even more surprised. His cultivation had actually broken through to the 8th stage of the martial path, becoming a martial master. Moreover, it was the late stage of the 8th stage. This is too inconceivable. I suffered such heavy injuries, but I'm completely fine. Instead, my cultivation increased by so much? How long was I unconscious for? Yi Xing looked at each other, unable to understand. Suddenly, Yi Xing's eyes lit up. He recalled that when he was unconscious, he seemed to have fallen into a dark whirlpool. That dark whirlpool was constantly absorbing energy from all around to nourish him. Yi Xing immediately understood. His injuries had healed and his cultivation had increased greatly. It was very likely that it was related to that dark whirlpool. What was that dark whirlpool? Yi Xing had no idea, but he had a vague feeling that it might be related to his astrology. Just as Yi Xing was thinking, Zishan Ho entered the room. Thank gods for 527 red votes, becoming the 5th leader of the Archer God. Thank you. Today's monthly votes are very low. Brothers, please work harder. Today's explosion will continue. Chapter 145. Master. Seeing Zishan Ho, Yi Xing immediately went to greet him. You're finally awake. Zishan Ho smiled, his face filled with joy. He was in a very good mood. Yi Xing's injuries had clearly healed, but he had remained unconscious. This was something that Zishan Ho had been worried about. Now that Yi Xing had finally woken up, the worry in his heart was naturally relieved. Master, how long have I been unconscious for? Yi Xing asked. 27 days. Your injuries should have healed long ago, but you still haven't woken up. If you still haven't woken up, Master would have suspected that you would never wake up again. Zishan Ho patted Yi Xing's head and had Yi Xing sit down on a nearby chair. 27 days? Yi Xing was shocked. He obviously did not expect that he had been unconscious for so long. My consciousness should have woken up long ago, but I was trapped in a dark vortex. Master, I felt that the dark vortex was absorbing the surrounding energy to nourish me. This should be related to my cultivation. What's going on? Zishan Ho sat down and gestured to Yi Xing. After Yi Xing also sat down, he said, the path of martial arts is broad and profound. Among them, astrology is the most complex. What I know, compared to the entire path of martial arts, is only a hair from 9 oxen. I don't understand your situation, but Master guesses that it should be related to your astrology. Yi Xing also guessed that it was related to his astrology. Zishan Ho's answer clearly did not resolve his doubts. Yi Xing's thoughts quickly shifted away from himself. He asked, Master, why was I sent to Zishan Ho's residence? How is the battle in Dongshan City? What about Qingxian? How is she? Zishan Ho smiled faintly. The battle in Dongshan City ended the day you were unconscious. The Dongfu nation broke the rules and dared to send out a martial saint. Master naturally could only retaliate. Don't worry, I have already killed the martial saint Dong Xianing who chased after you and the mastermind behind Dong Xianing. The Dongfu nation's army of 200,000 was completely annihilated. They have already paid the price and suffered the consequences. As for Qingxian Shi, speaking of Wei Qingxian, Zi Shanho's tone clearly changed. Yi Xing's reaction was extremely sharp, and he naturally noticed the change in Zi Shanho's tone. He thought that something had happened to Wei Qingxian, and immediately asked in shock, "What happened to Qingxian?" If Wei Qingxian was only a faint mark in Yi Xing's heart before, then ever since she never abandoned him and risked her life to escape with Yi Xing, her position in Yi Xing's heart was no longer as simple as a faint mark. Instead, he left behind an unforgettable mark, a mark that could never be forgotten. From that moment on, Wei Qingxian had truly entered Yi Xing's heart. Zi Shanho said, "You don't need to worry, Qingxian is fine." However, she has already been accepted as a disciple by the Spirit Moon Sect's Taoist master Yen Yu and is heading towards the Spirit Moon Sect. You won't be able to see her for a while. Spirit Moon Sect? Master Yen Yu? The sudden appearance of this unfamiliar term made Yi Xing surprised. What kind of place is the Spirit Moon Sect? Who is Master Yen Yu? You came from a small place like Qingye village, so you don't know much about martial arts. It's time for you to know more. Zi Shanho said, "The Spirit Moon Sect is the same as the Falling Star Sect and the Dongfu Sect. It is a sect that controls the Spirit Moon Country. In the vicinity of the Falling Star Country, including the Falling Star Country, there are a total of 6 countries that are controlled by the 6 great sections. They are the Flying Cloud Sect, the Spirit Moon Sect, the Dongfu Sect, the Blood Ghost Sect, and the Wind Sect." 6 great sects, 6 countries? Yi Xing now felt like a frog in a well that had suddenly jumped out of the well one day, only to discover, wow, the world was actually so big. However, Yi Xing was only surprised for a moment before returning to normal. He was not that country bumpkin Yi Xing, but the transmigrator Yi Xing. He was very clear that the earth was round. Besides land, there were oceans and an even wider sky. The world that Yi Xing had come into contact with before was only within the Falling Star Country. Later on, there was the Dongfu Country. Now, he knew about the Flying Cloud Country, the Spirit Moon Country, the Blood Ghost Country, the Wind God Country, and other countries. After the shock, his mind opened up. Yi Xing said, "Besides these 6 great sects, there should be other sects, right?" Zi Shanho nodded with a smile. "You are quite open-minded." That's right, not only are there more, but there are also many, countless sections. The entire star continent is boundless, no one knows how big it is, and no one knows how many sects there are. Zi Shanho's tone was somewhat melancholy. When talking about the vastness of the world, even a martial saint would feel insignificant, like a speck of dust. Without waiting for Yi Xing to continue asking, Zi Shanho continued, "As a martial artist's strength increases, he will be able to come into contact with a wider world. Martial artists below the martial saint realm, even if they are martial masters of the 9th level, can only survive within the boundaries of their country. If they leave their country and go to another country, it will be very dangerous. There is almost no survival ability. If you become a martial sage, your ability to survive will be stronger. You will be able to travel to a wider world. Basically, you will be able to survive in a region. The 6 major sects that I mentioned just now are only a small region. Strictly speaking, there are a total of 10 major sects and 10 countries in the entire Qingyun region. The 10 countries are all around the Green Cloud Mountain Range. 6 countries, including the Fallen Star Country, are located in the south of the Green Cloud Mountain Range. The other 4 countries, including the Azure Thunder Country, the Sun Moon Country, the Tian Luo Country, and the Xian Ming Country, are located in the north of the Green Cloud Mountain Range. The 6 countries in the south are all small countries, while the 4 countries in the north are all big countries. The sects that control the 4 big countries are 1 level higher than the Fallen Star Sect and the Dongfu Sect. The 6 sects in the south are all inferior 1-star sections. There are only beginner true masters in the sections. The 4 sects in the north are intermediate 1-star sections. There are intermediate true masters in the sections. If they are superior 1-star sects, then they are even stronger. There are advanced true masters in the sects. Just like how advanced martial saints can be given the title of Marquis, Advanced true masters also have the title of sage. The countries controlled by superior one-star sects are also called upper countries. There are no upper countries in the Green Cloud region. However, there are 9 upper countries in the entire True Xian region. If you want to survive in an entire region, only a perfected person can do it. If a martial saint leaves the region they live in without the protection of a sect, it's like an ordinary cultivator leaving his country. It's basically a situation where there's only a slim chance of survival. It's very difficult to survive. Only after becoming a true master can you be considered to have a higher ability to protect yourself. Although there are risks in leaving the region you live in, the risks are much lower than when a martial artist or martial saint leaves the region you live in. You can almost travel the world and be considered as an expert. Zi Shanho's long speech was an eye-opener for Yi Xing. Even though he was a transmigrator, he couldn't help but be amazed. This world sounded much bigger than Earth. The falling star country had a circumference of more than 10,000 miles. There wasn't a country as big as this on Earth. It was almost as big as Asia. However, this was only the smallest country in the star continent. Just in the south of the Green Cloud mountain range, there were 6 countries like the falling star country. And in the north of the Green Cloud mountain range, there were 4 big countries: the Azure Thunder country, the Sun Moon country, the Great Luo country, and the Xianming country. As for the Green Cloud mountain range, how could its territory be small if it was surrounded by 10 countries with such vast territories? Green Leaf Town was adjacent to the Green Cloud mountain range, and so was Azure Sky City. No wonder the local martial artists said that the Green Cloud mountain range was boundless. Even martial masters didn't know how big the Green Cloud mountain range was. It turned out that the Green Cloud mountain range was much bigger than Yi Xing imagined. Although he had been to the Green Cloud mountain range several times, he once thought that he had gone deep into the Green Cloud mountain range. But now, it seemed that the places he had been to weren't even 1/10,000th of the Green Cloud mountain range. The Falling Star country was one of the 6 countries in the south of the Green Cloud mountain range. In the entire Green Cloud region, there were a total of 10 countries, 4 big countries and 6 small countries. And the Green Cloud region was only one of the regions of the True Xian domain. The entire True Xian domain was definitely much bigger than the Green Cloud region. In the True Xian domain, there were even 9 great countries. Yi Xing understood these geographical issues after hearing it once. However, he still didn't understand what martial saint and true master were. He only heard one point: true masters were stronger than martial saints. It was like the difference between martial saints and ordinary martial artists. Yi Xing asked, "Master, what is a true master?" According to Master, only true masters have the qualifications to travel the world. Could it be that there are martial artists stronger than true masters? Zishan Ho nodded. According to what Master has heard, there are a total of 5 martial realms: Star Tempering Realm, Star Vortex Realm, Star Dipper Realm, Astral Reaching Realm, and Star Sea Realm. Different realms have different names. Star Tempering Realm is Ordinary Martial Artist, Star Vortex Realm is Star Marquis, Star Dipper Realm is True Master, Astral Reaching Realm is Venerable, and Star Sea Realm is King. The strongest martial artist Master has seen was only a true master. I have only heard of venerable masters in legends. I have heard that venerable masters have the strength to move mountains and fill seas. As for king masters, I have never heard of them. However, I presume that they are much more frightening than venerable masters. Yi Xing's expression froze. Previously, he had thought that martial saints were very awesome existences. Only after hearing Zishan Ho talk about true masters did he realize that true masters were even more awesome. In his opinion, true masters should be super awesome existences. However, after hearing Zishan Ho's detailed explanation, there were actually venerable masters above true masters. They were even more frightening, enough to move mountains and fill seas. However, even venerable masters were not the most awesome. There were still kings above them. Just how powerful were they? Even though Yi Xing was a transmigrator, at this moment, he could not help but be shocked to the point of being dumbstruck. This world was far more frightening than he had imagined. Compared to the people of Earth, venerable masters who could move mountains and fill seas were practically immortal-like existences. This world, there can't really be gods, right? Yi Xing thought inwardly. This thought caused his heart to beat rapidly. Zishanho's voice caused Yi Xing to wake up from his shock and reverie. Ordinary martial artists have low horizons. Even martial saints are hard to meet. Therefore, martial saints are said to be miraculous. In reality, martial saints are only a title for us ordinary countries. According to the title of martial artists, Star Vortex Realm should be Star Marquee. Crying for a monthly ticket. Chapter 146. Martial Saint. Xing Ho. Yi Xing made a comparison in his heart. Martial saint sounded domineering and awesome. The word, saint, was not simple, it represented the highest meaning. Martial saint meant that one was at the peak of martial arts. No wonder Zishanho said that martial saint was only a title in a normal country. Compared to enlightened masters, venerables, and kings, Star Vortex Realm was considered the beginning of martial arts. How could one be worthy of the two words martial saint? Those in the know were still okay, but if those experts from other countries who had seen the world knew about this, they would laugh their heads off. Zishanho laughed self-deprecatingly. Qingyun District, compared to the entire star continent, is only a small place. There are many places like Qingyun District in the star continent. Actually, there are also many places that call Xing Ho a martial saint. Yi Xing sighed. In the past, this disciple's dream was to reach the peak of martial arts and become a peerless expert like the martial saint. After seeing Master teach the 3 martial saints from Purple Sun Academy a lesson, only then did I realize that the difference in strength between martial saints was so great. Thus, I wanted to become a peerless expert like Master. Now it seems that my previous dream was too naive. Wanting to reach the peak of martial arts is easier said than done. Peak of martial arts? Zishanho couldn't help but feel melancholy. Martial arts have no limits. If you don't even know where the peak is, how can you reach it? Yi Xing laughed. The more ignorant you are, the more arrogant you are. On the contrary, the more you know, the more insignificant you feel. Zishanho looked at Yi Xing in surprise. At such a young age, your words have a profound meaning. However, young people should have the vigor of young people. Don't be too mature. Young people are full of vigor, like the rising sun. Some things just do as you please. Often, some things that seem impossible, when you really do it, you will realize that there is still a trace of possibility. Your martial heart has always been firm. Don't give up halfway just because you know too much. Yi Xing nodded. That's impossible. There is a saying in my hometown, the further your heart, the further you can go. No matter how difficult it is to reach the peak of martial arts, I will never give up. I will walk down this path until I reach the peak of martial arts. I won't give up. Zishanho was once again surprised. Your hometown? Yi Xing's hometown was Green Leaf Village, which belonged to Azure Sky City. Wasn't that within the Purple Mountain County? Zishanho did not know that Zishan Prefecture had such a proverb. Yi Xing blinked. Actually, it was my father who told me. Zishanho didn't think too much about it. Instead, he nodded and said, you can go as far as your heart can go. Your father's words were well said. It's in line with the concept of archery. Yi Xing, archery? Zishanho said, correct. The path of archery is about the power of the heart. The second realm of archery is the following your heart realm. The arrows you shoot out can move according to your will. The stronger your heart, the more nimble your control, the higher your accuracy, and the greater your strength. Yi Xing's spirit was lifted. He had cultivated the revolving arrow technique to perfection. He could distort the trajectory of the arrows he shot out, and could even turn them around. However, to say that the arrows would move according to his will, that was absolutely impossible. Basically, once the arrow left the bowstring, its trajectory would be determined based on the strength of the moment it was shot out. No matter if it was a straight shot or a curved shot, the The trajectory would be fixed the moment it left the bowstring. Even if it was fused with the wind, it would only make the arrow's speed faster and appear more erratic, making it difficult for people to determine the trajectory. In reality, the trajectory was already fixed. And the arrow moving according to one's will meant that after the arrow left the bowstring, it could still change its trajectory according to one's will. What kind of terrifying archery was this? This meant that even if others saw the trajectory of your arrow and avoided it, you could still control the arrow to change its trajectory and still hit the target. This level of archery was simply godly. Yi Xing asked himself. He hadn't even touched the surface of this level of archery. Yi Xing said in shock, "Master's archery has reached the realm of following your will?" Zi Shanho nodded and said, "Just barely. Yi Xing, your attainments in archery are also not low. You have already reached the first level of transformation. From tomorrow onwards, you will come to the Wangqing slope 20 li away from the city every day. I will teach you higher-level archery and eye techniques." After saying this, afraid that Yi Xing didn't know what eye techniques were, Zi Shanho paused for a moment, then explained, "For an archer, there is a very important prerequisite, and that is eyesight. Although the higher the cultivation, the stronger the eyesight. However, the increase in eyesight brought about by a normal increase in cultivation does not meet the requirements of an excellent archer. If you can't see far enough, and your eyesight exceeds a certain distance, it will become blurry. If you don't even know where your target is, how can you hit it? Even if you have reached the realm of following your will, without a strong eyesight, you will not be an excellent archer." Eye techniques are martial arts that strengthen one's eyesight. They are both auxiliary and offensive types. The eye technique I am going to teach you is called Azure Cloud Eyes. It is a type of eye technique that combines both attack and support. It is a martial art that Master obtained from the Azure Cloud ancient land. It is a top secret. You must remember, after practicing it, do not show it to others. Do not use it unless you need to kill someone. Yi Xing nodded. "Yes, Master." Zi Shanho stood up and said, "The matter of you being my disciple, you and I know. Do not expose it in front of outsiders. Go to the Wangqing slope every day, do not be followed. Go back to the academy and wait for me at the Wangqing slope every morning. There is only a month's time before the Falling Star sect will recruit new disciples. I can only teach you for a month. How much you can learn will depend on your own comprehension." Yi Xing left the Zi Shanho residence. He felt a pair of sharp eyes watching him from afar. It was Wang Feng. Yi Xing glanced back and saw him. Yi Xing felt that Wang Feng's gaze was not friendly. This made Yi Xing feel a little strange. He did not know what he had done to make Wang Feng unhappy. Could it be because of Vice Principal Wang? Wang Feng was Vice Principal Wang's nephew. Yi Xing thought for a long time and could only think of this reason. Yi Xing did not know that Wang Feng had always been drooling over Wei Qingxian. However, Wei Qingxian had never looked him in the eye. Wang Feng did not go to the eastern mountain city to participate in the battle. After hundreds of years, the Wang clan finally had a genius descendant with the martial saint Tianming. This was a future martial saint. He would never agree to let Wang Feng go to the battlefield. Without going to the battlefield, Wang Feng naturally did not know of the friendship between Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. However, after Yi Xing was seriously injured and was moved to the Zishan Academy, Wang Feng knew that Wei Qingxian had always been taking care of Yi Xing. Everyone in the Zishan Ho residence knew that Wei Qingxian had feelings for Yi Xing. This naturally made Wang Feng extremely jealous. Even though Wei Qingxian had suddenly disappeared one day, and no one knew where she went, Wang Feng's jealousy of Yi Xing did not decrease at all. In particular, Zi Shanho also took great care of Yi Xing. Not only did he move Yi Xing to the most luxurious guest room in the Zi Shanho residence, he also gave Yi Xing the best treatment and forbade anyone to disturb him. Wang Feng was no exception. This made Wang Feng feel dissatisfied. Of course, if he did not feel jealous of Yi Xing because of Wei Qingxian, Yi Xing being treated well by Zi Shanho as a wounded soldier who had gained a lot of merit on the battlefield was a very normal thing, and Wang Feng would not feel bad because of this. However, once there was jealousy in one's heart, Any small factor was enough to make a person inexplicably resentful. Yi Xing did not mind Wang Feng's unfriendliness, and instead returned a kind smile. Wang Feng was Zi Shanho's disciple and adopted son, so he could be considered Yi Xing's senior brother. Although he did not know why Wang Feng seemed to dislike him, Yi Xing did not want to have any conflicts with him. It was not that Wang Feng made Yi Xing look at him differently, but that he was giving face to his master, Zi Shanho. Senior brother Yi, you finally recovered. Senior brother Yi, you're the most famous person in the Zishan Academy. Everyone in the Zishan prefecture knows about you. In one battle, you killed so many high-ranking generals of the Dongfu nation and received the rank 2 10,000 Men Commander Honor Medal. When Yi Xing returned to room 175, Wu Yuan and Ma Bo both excitedly congratulated him. Rank 2 10,000 Men Commander Honor Medal? Yi Xing was surprised and immediately took out his honor medal. As expected, the rank 7 Chiliarch Honor Medal was gone and replaced with the rank 2 10,000 Men Commander Honor Medal. It could be seen that while he was unconscious, his battle achievements had been recalculated and his honor medal had been replaced. The 10,000 Men Commander Honor Medal was not easy to obtain. One had to kill at least 5 enemy 10,000 Men Commanders to obtain it. Even a rank 9 Martial Master would have a hard time obtaining it. Yi Xing was only a rank 7 Martial Master at the time, and he was only 16 years old. Moreover, he received the rank 2 10,000 Men Commander Honor Medal, so it was very sensational. Yi Xing took out 2 silver star fruits and gave one to each of them. He said, Eastern Mountain City was defended by everyone's concerted efforts. I couldn't have done it alone. You guys have contributed a lot as well. Your cultivation should be more or less consolidated now. These 2 silver star fruits are for you. I wish you all the best in becoming martial Dao masters soon. When Yi Xing went to the battlefield to gain experience, Wu Yuan and Ma Bo, as his followers, naturally did not fall behind. The two of them were very strong among rank 6 martial artists, so they were not targeted by the enemy's generals. During the battle, they also killed many Dongfu army soldiers. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo did not expect Yi Xing to give them the silver star fruits, so they were very grateful. Yi Xing originally did not intend to give them the silver star fruits. The silver star fruits were not ordinary things, but the two of them killed many Dongfu army soldiers, which Yi Xing appreciated. Anyway, he still had a few silver star fruits on him, so he gave 2 to them. As for the remaining 3 silver star fruits, he gave 1 to Yunlong, 1 to Yundai, and 1 to Yunlong to bring back to the Ye family in Tiansong City. He wanted to see which junior in the Ye family could cultivate to peak rank 6 martial Dao master first and give it to that person. This way, the Ye family would have another martial Dao master. After giving the 3 silver star fruits to Yunlong and Yundai, Yi Xing headed to the library. He received an order from the academy that the library's 4th floor was open to him for an indefinite period of time. 3 chapters have been updated. 360 degrees rotation, requesting monthly votes. Chapter 147. On the 4th floor of the library, there were not many top-grade martial arts, only a dozen or so. Not many of these top-grade martial arts had explanations. When Yi Xing reached the 4th floor of the library, he naturally learned all of them. After the experience in Eastern Mountain City, Yi Xing had mastered all the martial arts in the Super Brain. His level of martial arts knowledge was better than that of a 9th stage grandmaster. Even if there were no explanations, Yi Xing could learn these top-grade martial arts by himself. The first thing to change was naturally the cultivation technique. Yi Xing's Qingyuan art had been cultivated to the 6th level, and the internal strength in his body was very strong. However, he had seen the star essence of half-step martial saints and martial saints. He knew that his internal strength was nothing compared to a real powerhouse. Therefore, even if the Super Brain had improved the Qingyuan art into a top-grade cultivation technique, Yi Xing still cultivated the Origin Restoration Force, which was also a top-grade cultivation technique. The Origin Restoration Force combined combat and cultivation, and its internal strength was very strong. Moreover, through the improvement of the superbrain, Yi Xing's origin restoration force strengthened his internal strength more than the normal origin restoration force. The normal origin restoration force had a total of 6 levels, and one had to open 18 meridians to cultivate. After the superbrain's improvement, the origin restoration force had a total of 7 levels, and one had to open 24 meridians to cultivate. Although it was not at the level of a spirit-level martial art and still belonged to the category of ordinary martial arts, it had almost reached the limit of ordinary martial arts. After coming out of the library, Yi Xing began to convert his internal strength. It was not until late at night that the conversion was completed. The origin restoration force from the 6th level of the Qingyuan art was only at the 4th level. However, the origin restoration force improved by the superbrain had a total of 7 levels, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. The next day, Yi Xing had arrived at the Wangqing slope before 7 o'clock in the morning. Zi Shanhou arrived at the Wangqing slope on time. Yi Xing greeted him, "Master." Zi Shanhou nodded. "You have already gone to the 4th floor of the library. Which martial art did you choose?" Zi Shanhou obviously did not know that Yi Xing had already memorized all the martial arts on the 4th floor. Yi Xing said, "Origin Restoration Force." Zi Shanhou said, "The biggest shortcoming of a star-tempering realm martial artist is their inner strength, and an archer's own strength is crucial. Returning essence force strengthens one's inner strength, which is the best cultivation method for you." However, the star-tempering realm is the foundation of martial arts, and building a good foundation is the most important. No matter how strong one's inner strength is, it can't be stronger than celestial essence, and the strength of celestial essence has nothing to do with the strength of one's inner strength. However, the foundation of the martial way can affect your entire life's martial way. If you don't refine the bones in your body, your foundation won't be stable, and you won't be able to condense a star spiral and become a martial saint. The top-grade body refining technique, Invincible Golden Body, not only strengthens your flesh and blood, it can also refine the bones in your body. Before you can condense a star spiral, you must at least cultivate the Invincible Golden Body to the Deshang level. These top-grade herbs are enough for you to cultivate. While speaking, Zi Shanhou waved his hand, and more than 10 different kinds of top-grade herbs were stuffed into Yi Xing's hands. Every top-grade herb was very precious, and it was impossible to come across them unless one was in the depths of the Green Cloud Mountain range. Even a 9th-level martial master might not be able to find them. Purple Mountain County City only sold top-grade herbs at most, and it was impossible for top-grade herbs to appear. From this, it could be seen how precious the top-grade herbs Zi Shanhou took out were. Of course, they were precious to a star-tempering realm martial artist, and were nothing to a martial saint. However, it was easy to cultivate the Invincible Golden Body to the Deshang level, but it was difficult to cultivate it to the Deshang level. Even if Zi Shanhou gave him twice as many top-grade herbs, it still wouldn't be enough. Although peak-grade medicinal herbs were not considered precious items for martial saints, it was not easy to obtain large amounts of them. Zi Shanhou had spent a lot of effort to obtain these peak-grade medicinal herbs. There were too many people who wanted to cultivate top-grade body refining techniques, and top-grade herbs were in short supply. As soon as they appeared on the market, they would be bought immediately. Yi Xing's top-grade body refining technique, the silver body technique, had already reached the Deshang level, and he was very clear about the benefits of having a strong physical body. Even if Zi Shanhou didn't say anything, he would also cultivate the golden body technique, and think of a way to cultivate it to the Deshang level before advancing towards the martial saint realm. "Many thanks, master." Yi Xing put all the top-grade herbs into his storage ring. Zi Shanhou sat on the ground and motioned for Yi Xing to sit as well. "Today, master will teach you the Eye of Azure Cloud. First, I will tell you the origin of the Eye of Azure Cloud." After Yi Xing sat down, Zi Shanhou continued. "Many years ago, the entire Azure Cloud region was a unified country called the Azure Cloud Country, which was controlled by the Azure Cloud sect. At that time, most of the top 10 sects in the Azure Cloud region didn't exist. Only the Tianluo sect and the Xianming sect had witnessed the existence of the Azure Cloud country. At that time, the Tianluo sect and the Xianming sect didn't exist, and these two sects were only vassal sects in the territory of the Azure Cloud country. The Eye of Azure Cloud is the secret of the Azure Cloud sect, and is a top-grade spiritual martial art. Yi Xing said, "Spiritual martial art, is it a higher-level martial art than top-grade martial arts?" Zi Shanho nodded, "Yes. The martial arts that can be cultivated in the star-tempering realm are all ordinary martial arts, called mortal martial arts. Only those who have condensed star essence can cultivate spiritual martial arts. Spiritual martial arts are also divided into 4 grades: low, middle, high, and top grade. Martial saints and enlightened masters can cultivate them. Above spiritual martial arts, I heard that there are even more advanced profound martial arts. It is said that venerables and kings all cultivate profound martial arts." Yi Xing murmured, "Mortal martial arts, spirit martial arts, and profound martial arts are divided into 4 grades: low, middle, high, and top grade. There are a total of 12 grades." Zi Shanho said, "Not only martial arts, even medicine and weapons are divided like this. In the Qingyun area, there are only spirit-level martial arts and weapons. An upper-class spirit martial art is enough to be treated as a sect treasure by the major sections. An ultimate-class spirit martial art is something that no sect has." Yi Xing looked surprised. "Master, then wouldn't the Eye of Azure Cloud be easily peeped as a top-grade spiritual martial art?" Zi Shanho nodded. "Therefore, it cannot be leaked." Yi Xing nodded with a serious face. He already knew the severity of the matter. Zi Shanho said, "The Eye of Azure Cloud is divided into 2 parts, the Eye of Azure Cloud and the Eye of Cloud. In fact, I only obtained the upper part from the Azure Cloud ancient land. Only the cultivation method of the Eye of Azure Cloud is equivalent to a middle-grade spiritual martial art. However, even so, it cannot be leaked. If the enlightened masters of the other sects know that you have the Eye of Azure Cloud, how would they believe that you don't know the Eye of Cloud? I'm afraid they would have to peel your head open to see if they believe it." Yi Xing asked, "Master, you have mentioned the Azure Cloud ancient land many times. What is that place?" Zi Shanho said, "The Azure Cloud ancient land is the origin of the Azure Cloud sect. It is a secret space. When the Azure Cloud sect was still around, it was the training ground of the Azure Cloud sect. Outsiders were not allowed to enter. Later on, the Azure Cloud sect was destroyed and the entire sect was destroyed. Only the Azure Cloud ancient land remained." Yi Xing said in surprise, "I heard Master say that the Azure Cloud sect is an existence similar to the 9 great sects. How could it be destroyed?" Zi Shanho said seriously, "There is no sect in the world that can exist forever. My Falling Star sect has only been established for 700 years. In the entire Azure Cloud region, there are only 5 sects that have been around for more than 1,000 years. There are only 2 that have been around for more than 1,500 years. The Azure Cloud sect was destroyed 1,500 years ago. Enlightened masters only have a lifespan of 200 years. After 1,500 years, things have changed. Who knows how the Azure Cloud sect was destroyed, but regarding the destruction of the Azure Cloud sect, there are a few legends. One of them is that the young master of the Azure Cloud sect was wandering outside and killed the son of an honored master. That honored master came to the Azure Cloud region and destroyed the Azure Cloud sect. Another legend is that the Azure Cloud sect obtained a profound level treasure. I don't know if it was a black tortoise, a profound weapon, or a profound medicine. The news was heard by an honored master. The honored master destroyed the Azure Cloud sect and took away the treasure. There are many versions of these 2 legends, each with their own differences. For example, some say that the young master of the Azure Cloud sect was wandering outside and caused trouble. Some say that it was the son of an elder of the Azure Cloud sect. Some say that it was the elder of the Azure Cloud sect. In short, it was all caused by trouble outside, leading to the destruction of the Azure Cloud sect. As for the version of the Azure Cloud sect obtaining the treasure, There are also various, but in the end, it was all because of the treasure that the sect was destroyed. It's just that the treasures were different. However, in addition to these two versions of the legend, there is a third legend. It is very different from the first two legends. It can even be said that it is unrelated. Yi Xing's eyes lit up and said, "There is a third legend?" Zi Shanho nodded. Yes, the third legend is that the Azure Cloud sect did not kill people and cause trouble. Second, they did not suffer because of the treasure. Yi Xing was surprised when he heard this. First, it was not an enemy. Second, it was not the crime of possessing a treasure. Then what else could cause the destruction of the Azure Cloud sect, a sect controlled by a superior country? Zi Shanho continued, moreover, the first two legends are related to the Venerable One, but the third legend has nothing to do with the Venerable One. It is said that two kings fought in the Blue Cloud Mountain range, and as a result, the Blue Cloud sect was caught in the crossfire. The entire sect was destroyed in the battle between the two kings. Kings fought, caught in the crossfire? Yi Xing was dumbfounded. This third legend was too big of a leap. Indeed, it had nothing to do with the first two legends. However, the third legend was too unbelievable. For the martial artists of the Azure Cloud region, the honored master was a legend. How could there be two kings here? Furthermore, the Azure Cloud sect, as a one-star upper sect, was the ruler of the upper kingdom. Yet, because of a battle between two outsiders, they had been caught in the crossfire and their entire sect had been destroyed. This was also hard to believe. Zi Shanho noticed Yi Xing's surprised expression and chuckled. This third legend is the most absurd and unbelievable. Therefore, most people believe in the first two legends. However, it is precisely because the third legend is unbelievable and fits the criteria of a legend that storytellers prefer to tell the third legend. It has spread far and wide. Although people don't believe in it, they like to hear stories like this. Zi Shanho waved his hand and stopped smiling. These are all idle chatter. Next, we will get to the main topic. I will teach you the cultivation method of the Azure Eyes. Listen carefully. Last night, I was busy until 1 o'clock. I happily posted a single chapter. I thought that today would be a big explosion of happiness. However, when I turned on the computer, today's monthly ticket was too sad. It was like my whole person was punched in the face. There was no passion left and my whole person was muddle-headed. AI, my eyes are full of tears. Can I still have a monthly ticket? Chapter 148. Time flew by. Every day, Yi Xing would come to Wanqing Slope to listen to Zi Shanho's teachings on the green eyes. His super brain was powerful, and he had the ability to see far into the distance. His goals were astonishing, so when it came to cultivating the green eyes, it was a natural process for him, and he improved at lightning speed. Days passed and soon 10 days had passed. On this day, after Zi Shanho finished teaching Yi Xing, he asked, Yi Xing, you've been cultivating the green eyes for 10 days, have you had any results? Yi Xing nodded. Zi Shanho was surprised. Eye techniques were not like other martial arts, they were extremely difficult to cultivate. In the past, he had also taught Wang Feng the Eye of Azure Clouds, but after 3 months of teaching, there was no effect. This caused Zi Shanho to decisively give up. Wang Feng was not cut out for learning eye techniques, much less archery. Zi Shanho wiped away all of Wang Feng's memories of the Eye of Azure Clouds. Now, he had only taught Yi Xing for 10 days. Today's question was just a casual gesture, but unexpectedly, Yi Xing nodded, indicating that there were results. Zi Shanho's eyes were filled with joy. How far can you see now? For example, how far can you see insects, flying ants, and other small animals? Yi Xing's eyesight allowed him to see things from 10 miles away. If he used his green eyes, he would be able to see even further. However, Yi Xing obviously couldn't include the superbrain's ability to see things from afar. Otherwise, Zi Shanho would probably be shocked by what he saw. Yi Xing did not use the ability to see far, but only the green eyes. Soon, his eyes were covered with a layer of green light, and it was as if the insects 3 miles away were right in front of him. Then Yixing used the ability to see far, and his eyesight increased by several times. It was not just 10 miles, but the furthest he could see insects was 15 miles. With the superbrain's long-range vision, not only did Yixing cultivate green eyes very quickly, but he also strengthened its effects. In his normal state, he could only see up to 3 miles away, but when he used long-range vision, he could still see up to 5 miles away, even if it was 5 miles away. This had almost doubled the long-distance vision of the green eyes by 60 to 70%. The effect was heaven-defying. Yixing simply stated the distance of his vision under normal circumstances. I can see clearly up to 3 miles away, which is about 1,600 meters. For an ordinary person, being able to clearly see insects and flying ants dozens of meters away was already considered an excellent eyesight. However, martial artists, through cultivation, would improve all aspects of their bodies, and their eyesight would become better and better. An 8th-level Grandmaster's eyesight should be able to see insects and flying ants 500 to 600 meters away, which was 1,000 steps away. Yixing, on the other hand, could see 1,600 meters away, which was about 3 times the eyesight of an 8th-level Grandmaster. It was obvious that the green eyes had greatly improved his eyesight. Zi Shanho's expression became 10 times more joyful, and he was shocked. "You are indeed a martial arts genius. In just 10 days, you have such a great effect." Yixing smiled. If he told Zi Shanho that he could see insects and flying ants 15 miles away, he wondered how shocked Zi Shanho would be. Of course, he could only think about it in his heart. He could not say it out loud. Zi Shanho said, "Since your eyesight has already reached such a level, then, next, you can cultivate it simultaneously with your archery. How far have you cultivated your origin returning energy, invincible avatar, and gale arrow technique?" Yixing said, "Origin returning force 5th level, invincible golden body nearing completion, and gale arrow technique reaching perfection." In these 10 days, although he had been learning the green cloud eyes from Zi Shanho at the Wancheng slope during the day, Yixing had not been idle during the rest of the time. He had improved in all aspects. After 10 days of cultivating the origin returning force 5th level, Yixing had improved again. In terms of inner strength quality, Yixing was comparable to a late 9th level martial grandmaster. As for the cultivation of the invincible golden body, Zi Shanho had given him more than 10 kinds of top-quality herbs, so it was natural that the speed was fast. Now, there were still a few top-quality herbs that he had not used. In another 8 to 10 days, the invincible golden body would reach perfection. A superior body refining cultivation method at the Great Completion Realm would have a very powerful physical body. It was enough to condense a star vortex and break through to the martial sage realm. With just the physical strength, it would be enough to crush most 9th-grade grandmasters. As for the gale arrow technique, Yixing had already reached perfection when he was in Dongshan City. The reason why he had not reached perfection was that he was still lacking a little bit of understanding. He needed to train himself through actual combat to break through that barrier. After that, he had enough experience through actual combat. Originally, he would have broken through to perfection very quickly. However, because he had been severely injured by Dongxianing, he had fainted. Therefore, he only understood that little bit of understanding when he woke up, and the gale arrow technique had successfully broken through to perfection. Now, Yixing's physical strength and inner strength were much stronger than before he had fainted. The gale arrow technique had also become more powerful. If he were to meet a martial saint like Lu Chuanxiao again, Yixing was confident that he could fight him. The arrows he shot should be able to threaten a martial saint. However, in front of a martial saint, he was still far from enough. The origin returning force 5th level, and the gale arrow technique has reached perfection? Zi Shanho was surprised. He was not surprised at all by the cultivation of the invincible golden body. However, the origin returning force and the gale arrow technique had shocked him. There were very few 9th level martial grandmasters who had cultivated the origin returning force 5th level. Basically, only martial grandmasters who were at the later stage of the 9th level and above could cultivate to this level. However, Yi Xing had only cultivated the origin returning force 5th level for 10 days. As for the Gale arrow technique, it was an upper-class martial technique. It was difficult to cultivate an upper-class martial technique to perfection. Moreover, archery had always been more difficult to cultivate than other martial arts. However, not only had Yi Xing cultivated the Gale arrow technique to perfection, but he had also broken through to perfection. Although there was only one step between perfection and perfection, the difficulty was unusually high. He had blocked 99% of the martial artists. Among the 9th-level martial grandmasters, there were many who had cultivated an upper-class martial technique to perfection. However, those who had cultivated an upper-class martial technique to perfection were less than 1 in 100. Zi Shanhou had originally thought that he had already thought highly of Yi Xing. However, it seemed that he had still underestimated Yi Xing. Although Yi Xing's heavenly fate was ordinary and could even be said to be poor, in other aspects, he could already be described as monstrous. At the very least, Zi Shanhou had never seen such a monstrous martial arts genius in his life. The only thing that could hinder such a person was that his cultivation could not increase. Once there was an opportunity, he could transform into a true dragon and become a supreme monstrous genius. As the saying went, a golden carp was not a fish in a pond. Once there was an opportunity, he would become a dragon. Zi Shanhou was looking forward to it. He felt that the possibility of a miracle happening to Yi Xing was increasing. He let out a long sigh and said, "Yi Xing, you have really made me look at you in a new light. You are much better than I had imagined. From today onwards, I will teach you the stacking wave arrow technique." The stacking wave arrow technique is a supreme level archery technique. However, strictly speaking, the height of the stacking wave arrow technique far surpasses that of a supreme level martial technique. When cultivated to the extreme, you can completely compete with the spiritual martial realm. The stacking wave arrow technique of the supreme level archery technique has a total of 9 stacks. Once cultivated to the 9th layer, it is considered perfect. However, if one's inner strength is thick enough, it can reach beyond the 9th layer. As for how many layers one can stack, it depends on the thickness of one's inner strength and the degree of control. In other words, archery skills that surpass the 9th layer will surpass the limits of a supreme level martial technique and will be extremely powerful. Yi Xing listened with anticipation and said, "Master, if I am not a martial saint, but the stacking wave arrow technique reaches the 9th layer and above, can I kill a martial saint?" Zi Shanhou nodded. In theory, it is possible. 10 layers of stacks is enough to threaten a martial saint who has just entered the star vortex realm. When the stacks of stacks reach a certain level, killing a martial saint is not a problem. However, even if you cultivate the origin returning force to the 6th layer and your cultivation reaches the limit of the 9th layer, the 9th layer is already the limit. It is almost impossible to surpass the 9th layer. Hearing this, Yi Xing was full of confidence. The strengthening effect of his origin returning force on his inner strength was higher than the normal origin returning force. Furthermore, his origin returning force was at the 7th layer. The normal origin returning force could reach the 9th layer at the 6th layer. If he cultivated the improved origin returning force to the 6th layer, there should be hope for him to surpass the 9th layer. If he cultivated it to the 7th layer, wouldn't it be possible for him to kill a martial saint? The sun and the moon alternated day after day. Yi Xing cultivated intensely every day. His progress in all aspects was extremely fast. His green eyes could clearly see the distance of insects and flying ants. From 3 li to 5 li, then to 7 li, this was under normal conditions. If he used the superbrain's vision, he could clearly see the distance of insects and flying ants to more than 20 li. This had already surpassed Zi Shanhou's eyesight. Yi Xing cultivated the stacking wave arrow technique and reached the 3rd layer. Then he quickly reached the 4th layer, 5th layer, 6th layer. Half a month later, Yi Xing's stacking wave arrow technique had reached the 9th layer. His origin returning force had also broken through to the 6th layer. If he had more time, when he completely consolidated the 6th layer of origin returning force and was about to break through to the 7th layer, he might be able to surpass the 9th layer and reach the 10th layer. If that was the case, Yi Xing's stacking wave arrow technique with the 10th layer would give him the qualifications to challenge a martial saint. Without a doubt, the invincible golden body had reached the great completion stage. Yi Xing's only obstacle was how to cultivate the invincible golden body to the perfection stage. Perhaps he would need to go to the depths of the Green Cloud mountain range to have a chance. However, he did not have this opportunity recently. The day of the Falling Star sect's disciple recruitment was getting closer and closer. Yi Xing had to become a disciple of the Falling Star sect first. According to the sect's rules, only in the sect could one receive the inheritance of the spiritual martial force. Martial saints were not allowed to privately send help, even if they were master and disciple. Unless you planned to not enter the sect for the rest of your life and become a rogue martial artist, the sect would not accept a disciple who already had the inheritance of the spiritual martial force. Most of the spiritual martial force could only be learned after becoming a martial saint. However, the inheritance was an exception. The inheritance referred to the cultivation technique. The cultivation technique was not restricted by the realm. In theory, even a normal warrior could receive the inheritance of the black tortoise. However, this was only in theory. Being able to learn it did not mean that one could master it. The following is forced. Please read. I really want to explode. I really want to write more words. I really want to update more. But I am really tired. Not only am I tired from writing, but I am also tired mentally. Moreover, the mental exhaustion is even more serious than writing words. The Archer God is still 1,300 votes away from first place in the monthly votes. With 10 or 20 votes a day, I can't see any hope of catching up. And I need a hope in my heart. This is my motivation to explode. The motivation to work hard. I want to ask, will the explosion continue? My answer is yes, I will continue. There is still a lot of time left in this month. In the future, not only will there be an explosion of 3 chapters, there will also be 4 chapters, or even more. However, I really need a little support from my brothers. I need to see a hope. Brothers, half of the month has passed. If there is a 2nd or 3rd monthly votes, please vote for the Archer God. Just 1 vote. Okay? Chocolate, please. Chapter 149. Without step-by-step cultivation and consolidation, without rich martial arts knowledge, not to mention the black tortoise, even the lowest level of spirit martial inheritance, ordinary martial artists would not be able to learn it. Only by cultivating the highest level of cultivation methods to the highest level could one easily learn spirit-level cultivation methods. This was also the time when the sect passed down the spirit martial inheritance. Spirit martial arts that use celestial essence as the prerequisite required one to break through to the star vortex realm and completely convert their internal strength into celestial essence. Spirit martial arts that were not related to celestial essence, such as the blue cloud eyes, could be cultivated without reaching the star vortex realm. Spirit-level cultivation methods were to cultivate celestial essence and allow one's cultivation to break through to the star vortex realm. This was also something that could be cultivated without reaching the star vortex realm. On this day, Zi Shanhou only tested the effect of Yi Xing's cultivation and said, "Today, I will tell you a story." Yi Xing's eyes flashed and suddenly became interested. Is it another legend? Zi Shanhou shook his head and motioned for Yi Xing to sit down. No, it is a true story. Yi Xing heard Zi Shanhou's tone was a bit dignified. After a short, "Oh," he sat cross-legged on the grass and no longer spoke, just listening to the story. Zi Shanhou sat down opposite Yi Xing. Once upon a time, there was an outer sect elder of the Falling Star sect. He was a peak martial saint. At the age of 30, he married a wife and started a family. He longed for the stars and the moon and wanted to have a child. However, after more than 10 years of marriage, his wife never gave birth to a child. This made him very upset. At the age of 42, he ran away from home and wandered the world. Yi Xing thought that Zi Shanhou was telling his own story, but after listening for a while, he felt that it was not the case. He did not ask and just listened quietly. In the past 7 years, this elder had traveled to several countries in the Qingyun region. He had been to the southern and northern parts of the Qingyun Mountains. Along the way, he had encountered dangers and suffered injuries. However, these setbacks did not make him want to return home. He just wanted to wander the world until one day. There was a twist in the story, and Yi Xing's ears perked up. Until one day, when he traveled to the Tianluo Kingdom, a big country in the north, he found an abandoned baby girl. His wandering heart finally felt like returning home. He adopted the baby girl and brought her back to the Luoxing Kingdom. When he returned home, he was ready to raise his daughter and live a peaceful life. Coincidentally, maybe it was because he was in a good mood when he returned home this time, but in just a few months, his wife was pregnant. Yi Xing blinked his eyes. And the story, elder of course. And at this point, Zi Shanhou's face revealed a faint smile. Yi Xing also smiled. This was indeed something to be happy about. However, Yi Xing knew that this story was not over. Zi Shanhou would not tell him a meaningless story, so he continued to listen quietly. The husband and wife raised their son and daughter. The children grew up day by day, and they also grew older day by day. Gradually, white hair appeared on their heads. However, they were always very happy because their 2 children were very capable. The son had an 8-star orange fate, and the daughter had a 9-star orange fate. From the beginning of their cultivation, they surpassed ordinary people and stood out among their peers. Since young, the 2 elders wanted to bring their son and daughter together. They hoped that they could live in harmony and have a happy relationship. In the future, they could become husband and wife. The 2 children did not disappoint the 2 elders. They were very close. When they were around 17 years old, they broke through the star vortex realm and became inner disciples of the falling star sect. This made the 2 elders very happy. Originally, everything should have developed beautifully, but Yi Xing's expression froze. There was another twist in the story. The smile on Zi Shanhou's face had long disappeared. It was replaced by calmness as he continued to narrate. After becoming an inner disciple, the number of geniuses I came into contact with increased. Although the 8-star and 9-star orange fates were outstanding, they were not necessarily the highest. At that time, among the inner disciples, there was an enlightened Master Heaven's fate genius named Lu Tianyuan. Enlightened Master Heaven's fate is hard to come by in the falling star sect in dozens of years. Especially a 2-star yellow fate genius, he was the first in the falling star sect in 100 years. Moreover, Lu Tianyuan was the grandson of an inner sect elder. Naturally, he was fully nurtured by the sect. At this point, Yi Xing already had a premonition. As expected, Zi Shanhou's following words confirmed his conjecture. After the old man's adopted daughter became an inner disciple, she fell in love with Lu Tianyuan. She herself was a 9-star orange fate genius, and in terms of talent, she was second only to Lu Tianyuan. Moreover, her appearance was second to none among the inner disciples. If Lu Tianyuan was a true dragon among the inner disciples, then she was a phoenix. No female disciple could surpass her limelight. How could Lu Tianyuan not be moved by the number 1 female disciple in terms of talent and appearance? The 2 quickly became entangled like glue. Yi Xing vaguely understood. The old man's son in the story was most likely Zi Shanhou himself. As for the old man's adopted daughter, could she be the enemy that Zi Shanhou spoke of? If she only fell in love with someone else, she shouldn't be considered an enemy. Yi Xing unconsciously glanced at Zi Shanhou's legs. The following story should be related to his legs. Then, the person who caused his legs to be crippled should be his enemy. Only, he didn't know if it was Lu Tianyuan or the old man's adopted daughter who did it. Yi Xing felt a wave of disgust in his heart. At this point in the story, it had become the rhythm of 2 men fighting over a woman. Why was it so melodramatic and cliché? Zi Shanho's following words, however, made Yi Xing realize that he had guessed wrong, very wrong. Lu Tianyuan's aptitude was higher than the old man's son's, and his appearance was also better. He was a handsome and elegant gentleman. If the old man's adopted daughter only had a brotherly relationship with the old man's son, it was understandable that she fell in love with him. Although this made the old man and his son somewhat sad, they could only accept the reality. There are plenty of fish in the sea. The old man's son and adopted daughter grew up together. In fact, there were very few feelings between men and women. After the two separated, the old man's son was only sad for a short period of time, and then became more cheerful. As they grew older, the old man's adopted daughter and son became intermediate martial saints and were promoted to core disciples. At this time, the old man's son met the true other half of his life, the core disciple of the Spirit Moon sect, Yun Xilan. The two of them fell in love with each other, and it was from Yun Xilan that the old man's son truly felt the taste of love. Seeing that the story had developed to the Spirit Moon sect, Yi Xing's spirits were lifted. Wei Qingxian was now in the Spirit Moon sect, and was the personal disciple of Master Yen Yu. When Zi Shanho talked about Yun Xilan, his eyes revealed a rare tenderness. However, the tenderness in his eyes soon disappeared, and was replaced by fierceness. When the Qingyun ancient land opened, the outstanding disciples of the top 10 sects in the Qingyun region could enter and gain experience there. The old man's son and Yun Xilan obtained a great opportunity in the Qingyun ancient land. Originally, they could both break through the Stargang realm and become immortals, but Zi Shanho's tone suddenly became agitated, and his eyes flashed with hatred. He never thought that his sister would sneak attack them. Yun Xilan was killed on the spot, and his legs were cut off. He escaped with a small space-breaking spell, but the opportunity was taken away by the old man's adopted daughter. In the end, the old man's adopted daughter became an immortal in the Stargang realm. An elder of then later became the wife of the sect leader. However, the old man's son became a cripple with both legs cut off. The two old men were already old, and they both died of anger because of this. At the end of the story, Zi Shanho was gnashing his teeth, and tears flashed in his eyes. However, many years had passed, and he was no longer the hot-blooded and impulsive young man. Although the hatred was buried deep in his heart, it was not so strong on the surface. In the end, no tears fell, and the tears in his eyes quickly disappeared. However, Yi Xing could feel the hatred in Zi Shanho's heart. At this point in the story, Yi Xing was naturally sure that the old man's son was his master, Zi Shanho. Even though Yi Xing was an outsider, he was still infuriated by such an outcome. Yi Xing said, "She sneakily attacked her fellow disciples, tried to kill her brother, and angered her parents to death. She committed such crimes. Shouldn't the sect punish her?" Zi Shanho's eyes twitched, and he said, "After coming out of the Qingyun ancient land, she performed excellently in the 10 sects competition and won honor for the Falling Star sect. As for me, my legs were crippled, and I didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the 10 sects competition. For a crippled person, the sect naturally valued a genius more. Moreover, she accused me of betraying the sect and giving the great opportunity to become an immortal in the immortal realm to an outsider. After she got the opportunity, she kept one for herself and gave the other to the sect, so that the sect could have one more immortal in the Stargang realm. In addition, with Lu Tianyuan's support, all the elders in the sect stood on her side. If it weren't for Ancestor Lin, I would have been executed as a traitor more than 10 years ago." When Yi Xing heard this, he only felt a stifling feeling in his heart. Such a slut deserved to die. Yi Xing asked, "Who is Ancestor Lin?" Zi Shanho said, "Ancestor Lin Shuyuan, more than 100 years ago, the Falling Star Kingdom was occupied by the Dongfu nation. It was Ancestor Lin who reorganized the Falling Star sect and recovered the territory of the Falling Star Kingdom. She is the only 3 immortal in the Falling Star sect." Then Yi Xing hesitated for a moment. "What's her name?" Zi Shanho naturally knew who Yi Xing was asking about. With a serious expression, he said word by word, "Tian, Shu." Zi Shanho shook his head, "No." If you have the opportunity to get a spiritual medicine to regrow limbs in the future, get one for me. I want to kill this bitch with my own hands. Yi Xing nodded vigorously, yes. Zi Shanho said, you don't have to come here tomorrow. It's the day of the Falling Star Sect's disciple recruitment. Orange lives can directly become an outer disciple. Red lives need to go through a test. You have to get first place in the test, and the reward will let your cultivation break through to the 9th rank of the martial path. Brothers, thank you for your support. In just half a day there were more than 100 votes, which gave me hope. Thank you. Today's explosion will continue. From today's votes, the brothers still have the goods in their hands. Please continue to support, thank you. Chapter 150. The Falling Star Sect's disciple recruitment was a grand event held once every 3 years. Martial Saint Heavenly Fate Realm geniuses did not need to take the test and directly became outer disciples. As for ordinary Heavenly Fate Realm cultivators, even if they were 9-star Heavenly Fate Realm cultivators, they had to go through the test. Only the elites could become outer disciples of the Falling Star Sect. To the secular world, 7-star Heavenly Fate Realm cultivators were geniuses, while 8-star and 9-star Heavenly Fate Realm cultivators were geniuses among geniuses. However, to the sects, 1-star or 9-star Heavenly Fate Realm cultivators were no different. They were all mortals with a difficult life. 7th layer Martial Master, 8th layer Martial Master, and 9th layer Martial Master were all titles for the secular world cultivators. In terms of martial Dao, they were only at the 7th, 8th, and 9th layer of the Star Tempering Realm. They were all mortals who had not entered the sect yet. Only by gathering star rings and forming a star vortex and becoming a star marquis, or martial saint, could one be considered to have stepped into the martial Dao and become a star cultivator. If one did not become a martial saint, they were mortals, ants in the eyes of the sects. If mortals wanted to borrow the power of the sects to become a martial saint, they naturally had to go through a test. Because there were too many mortals, the resources of the sects were limited. They could only provide opportunities for a few elites. Early the next morning, Zishan Ho rode the Purple Flame Eagle and Black Feather Eagle to the Purple Mountain Institute to take the top 10 from the previous assessment to the Falling Star Sect's disciple selection. The Black Feather Eagle was Watanabe Zhan's mount, the giant black eagle. Yi Xing learned its name from Zishan Ho. Yi Xing remembered that he and Wei Qingxian were sent out from the depths of the Green Cloud Mountain range by a red-clothed female martial saint. The giant black eagle they rode was also a black feather eagle. There were many black feather eagles, which were equivalent to martial saints. They were the most common flying mounts of martial saints. As for Zishan Ho's Purple Flame Eagle, although it was also a martial saint, it was much stronger than the black feather eagle. It was the king of the black feather eagles, equivalent to a high-rank martial saint. Wei Qingxian was not there, so naturally, someone else came up. These people were not martial saint Heavenly Fate Realm cultivators, not even 9-star Heavenly Fate Realm cultivators. They had to pass the test to have a chance of becoming a disciple of the Falling Star Sect. As for geniuses of the martial saint Heavenly Mandate like Wang Feng, there was no need for him to pass the test. He had already been taken in as a disciple of the Falling Star Sect several days in advance. The 10 students of the Purple Mountain Academy rode on the Purple Flame Eagle and the Black Feather Eagle respectively. Under the leadership of Zishan Ho, they headed towards the Falling Star Sect. The Falling Star Sect was located in the Falling Star Mountains to the north of the Jinghua County. The Jinghua County was located in the center of the Luoxing Kingdom, while the Zishan County was located at the border. The distance between the two counties was about 5,000 to 6,000 miles. If one were to use a beast carriage, it would take at least 8 to 10 days to arrive. However, riding on the Purple Flame Eagle and Black Feather Eagle was extremely fast. It only took them half a day to arrive. The Falling Star Kingdom had a vast territory with a radius of more than 10,000 miles. There were a total of 105 counties, and each county had 10 places to participate in the Falling Star sect's disciple selection. There were a total of 1,050 people. However, the Falling Star sect only recruited a limited number of disciples each time. There were only 300 people, and around 70% of them would be eliminated. The elimination rate was very high. Most of the students from Xian County had already arrived in Zishan Prefecture. Most of the students from the other counties had already arrived. Outside Thane, a huge square, there were more than 100 black feather eagles and blue-winged eagles standing there. On the back of each black feather eagle sat a marquee. Yi Xing and the others were not the last to arrive. There were still a few students from the other counties who had not arrived. They had to wait a little longer. Zi Shanho had recently killed 3 martial saints of the East Fu country and destroyed 200,000 soldiers. He was in the limelight. As soon as he appeared, most of the marquises were very polite to him and took the initiative to congratulate him. However, not all of the marquises were happy with Zi Shanho. Zi Shanho, you've been very impressive recently. Not far away, a voice that was neither feminine nor masculine was heard. It was very ear-piercing among the congratulatory voices. Yi Xing heard the voice and looked over. The person who spoke was an old man in his 50s. He was also sitting on a purple flame eagle. He was a peak martial saint and his cultivation was not weaker than Zi Shanho's. Just as Yi Xing was guessing the other party's identity, Zi Shanho said, "Ziyang-ho, no matter how impressive I am, I can't be more impressive than you. 3 beginner martial saints from the Ziyang Academy dare to be arrogant in my Purple Mountain Academy. My prestige is nothing." His words were also full of sarcasm. Yi Xing frowned. So this old man was the dean of the Ziyang College. Yi Xing looked at the cultivation of the students behind Marquis Ziyang. Out of the 10 of them, 5 of them were at the 9th level of the star-tempering realm, while the other 5 were at the peak of the 8th level. As expected of one of the top 3 academies. In terms of cultivation, the 10 of them were much stronger than the 10 of them. Among the 10 students of the Purple Mountain Academy, only he and Ren Xiuwu were peak level 8 star-tempering realm while the rest were early or late level 8 star-tempering realm. In terms of cultivation, even the weakest of them was comparable to the strongest in the Purple Mountain Academy. Moreover, this was because Martial Saint Tianming was directly accepted as a disciple of the Falling Star sect. Otherwise, the other party would definitely have more level 9 star-tempering realm martial artists. When Yi Xing sized up the 10 students of the Ziyang Academy, he realized that their gazes were locked on him. They were very sharp and unfriendly, especially the 2 level 9 martial artists, who revealed murderous intent. This made Yi Xing squint his eyes. It seemed that these students of the Ziyang Academy would not let him off easily. He had to be careful in the sex test. Zi Shanho was more than 10 years older than Zi Shanho. When he was a disciple of the Zi Shanho had not yet entered the sect. In his eyes, Zi Shanho was just a baby. Even though Zi Shanho was nearing 40 years old and was a marquis of a region, and had recently become famous for killing the martial saint of the Dongfu country, Zi Shanho was still prejudiced against Zi Shanho for killing the 3 blue-winged eagles of the Ziyang Academy and causing the 3 martial saints of the Ziyang Academy to return in a sorry state. Zi Shanho sneered, "I'll let you be arrogant now. When the selection is over, let's see if you still have the face to be arrogant when no one from the Purple Mountain County gets selected." Zi Shanho retaliated, "Even if my Purple Mountain County gets 1, it's still better than your Purple Sun County getting 10. No matter how many mediocre people there are, they're still mediocre." Zi Shanho snorted angrily and said to the students behind him, "Remember this. If a student from the Purple Mountain County gets selected this time, I'll hold you responsible." Yi Xing squinted his eyes and made up his mind. This time, he must let Ziyang County eat a big duck egg. Zi Shanho, he's just a junior. Why are you bickering with him? It's just a moment of glory. He's just a cripple. How long can he be arrogant? At this moment, another ear-piercing voice was heard. It was also a peak martial saint, sitting on a purple flame eagle, who came to Zi Shanho's side. This person was obviously an outstanding marquis. He took out a wine jug and threw it to Zi Shanho, saying, "Come, have a taste of my Guantian County's celestial fruit wine to relieve your anger." Jinghua County, Ziyang County, and Guantian County were the three largest counties in the Luoxian country. The middle schools of the counties were also the three strongest schools. The marquises of these three counties could only be conferred by peak martial saints. Just like the invincible marquis of the Dongfu country, they were not conferred by ordinary people. These three marquises had always been superior and did not put the other marquises in their eyes. Zi Shanho had been in the limelight recently and had completely overshadowed all the other marquises. Guantian was very dissatisfied with this. He often told people that Zi Shanho was able to kill the invincible marquis of the Dongfu country only with the help of the bow and arrow. This was because the bow in Zi Shanho's hand was an upper-grade spiritual weapon. Normally, only perfected persons would have upper-grade spiritual weapons. Without the upper-grade spiritual bow, Zi Shanho would not be a match for the invincible marquis of the Dongfu country. There were very few people who could kill the invincible marquis in the Luoxian country, but Guantian was one of them. Guantian's words seemed to be high and mighty, and he even reprimanded Zi Shanho as a villain. However, many people could see who was the villain. However, no one dared to say it out loud. As one of the three strongest marquises in the Luoxian country, ordinary marquises could not be compared to him. After Marquis Guantian mocked Zi Shanho, he didn't stop. He continued to speak to the students of Guantian Academy behind him. "All of you, remember this. When we enter the 100 Illusions Matrix, don't let the students of trash schools fish in troubled waters. The Falling Star sect needs elites, and trash should be eliminated. Understand?" "Yes, Mark. We will not let any trash students pass," the students of Guantian Academy said in unison. Guantian County. Yi Xing's gaze swept over the students behind Guantian. "You guys also have to eat big duck eggs?" Guantian and Ziyang Marquis quickly began to talk and laugh. Their words always had a high and mighty attitude as they constantly belittled other marquises. Naturally, there was no lack of open and veiled ridicule towards Zi Shanho. The other party did not openly attack Zi Shanho, and Zi Shanho was too lazy to pay attention to them. He only glanced at Yi Xing. Yi Xing nodded. Of course, he understood Zi Shanho's gaze. Even without Zi Shanho's instructions, he had already made his decision. He would let Ziyang County and Guantian County eat big duck eggs. With the passage of time, the people from the other remote counties had arrived. The 1,050 juniors had all gathered in the square. Each of them had received a card from the sect. The outer sect elder Hui Yang Xian presided over the selection of disciples. He stood on the high platform at the back of the square and said loudly, "Juniors, the cards you just received are the 100 Illusions formation cards. Only those with the formation cards can enter the 100 Illusions formation. If anyone loses the card in the 100 Illusions formation, they will be immediately sent out of the 100 Illusions formation, which means they will be eliminated." Everyone kept the formation cards close to their bodies. "There are a total of 1,050 of you, but our sect will only accept 300 disciples. 750 of you will be eliminated. When the number of people eliminated from the 100 Illusions formation reaches 750, the first round of selection will end. The remaining 300 people in the 100 Illusions formation will become our sect's new disciples. Furthermore, the 10 people who obtain the most formation tokens will become the top 10 of this selection and receive generous rewards. The second round of selection will be the competition between the top 10. The top 5, top 3, and first place will be determined. Different rankings will have different rewards. The first place will have the most generous reward." Everyone's eyes lit up. Most people wanted to rush into the top 10. A small number of experts wanted to fight for first place, requesting monthly votes. There will be more updates tonight. Chapter 151. If one only wanted to be accepted as a disciple of then the best way after entering the 100 Illusions formation was to find a place to hide. As long as he did not lose his formation card, he could continue to stay in the 100 illusion array until the number of people eliminated reached 750. Then he would naturally become one of the 300 disciples accepted by the Falling Star sect. However, if one wanted to fight for the top 10 or even the top 5, top 3, or first place, then it was completely impossible to hide after entering the 100 illusions formation. The only way was to take the initiative to attack and seize the formation plates of others. In short, if one wanted to be accepted as a disciple, all one had to do was to protect one's array card. If one wanted to enter the top 10, one had to snatch enough array cards. One had to focus on defense, while the other had to focus on attacking. Although the Purple Mountain Academy didn't have any students in the 9th level of the Star Tempering Realm, there were still many in the other academies. In fact, the Purple Mountain County didn't lack 9-star Destiny Realm juniors. Wang Feng wasn't the only one in the Martial Saint Destiny Realm. However, because Zishan Academy's disciples who entered the Falling Star sect always suffered setbacks and were assigned to the most unpromising units to do the heaviest work, after 2 rounds of the Falling Star sect's disciple selection, some of the big clans in Zishan County, if they had a 9-star fate or even a Martial Saint fate descendant, would be sent to a relative's family in another county at a very young age to avoid being branded as a member of Zishan County. It was precisely because of the loss of talent that the Purple Mountain Academy's recent 2 batches of students did not have high aptitudes. Compared to other academies, they were a grade lower. The reason why Wang Feng stayed in the Zishan County was because the Wang family did not know the relationship between Zishan Ho and the Starfall sect. They wanted to curry favor with Wang Ho, thinking that by not entering the Zishan Academy and becoming Zishan Ho's disciple, they would be able to break the curse of the Zishan Academy's students entering the Starfall sect. Thus, when the Wang clan found out that Wang Feng's Heaven's Mandate might surpass 9 stars, they recommended him to Zishan Ho and requested him to take him in as a disciple. Zishan Ho tested that Wang Feng's Heaven's Mandate was a 5-star orange fate and found that Wang Feng's talent was indeed extraordinary. He naturally accepted Wang Feng as his personal disciple and did his best to nurture Wang Feng. He even taught Wang Feng the Azure Cloud Eyes. However, Wang Feng truly wasn't suited to learn eye techniques, so Zishan Ho gave up. Afterwards, Zishan Ho took in Wang Feng as his adopted son. It was Wang Feng who had requested this from Zishan Ho under the wishes of his family elders. Zishan Ho had no children, and at that time, he only had Wang Feng as his personal disciple. Wang Feng was willing to acknowledge him as his father. This naturally made Zishan Ho very happy, and so he took Wang Feng in as his adopted son. As a result, Wang Feng, a genius with the Martial Saint's mandate, chose to stay in the Zishan County. Therefore, although the Zishan Academy didn't have any 9-star Destiny students or 9th-level Star Tempering Realm students, it couldn't be compared to the other academies. Like the Zishan Academy, there weren't many academies that didn't have any 9th-level Star Tempering Realm students. Most of them had at least 1, 2, or even 3. As for the top 3 academies, each of them had more than 5. All in all, among the 1,050 students, there were more than 200 9th-level Star Tempering Realm students. Most of the others were at the peak of the 8th level or late stage of the 8th level. Those below late stage of the 8th level were extremely rare. Among the 200 9th-level Star Tempering Realm students, there were more than 30 late-stage 9th-level Star Tempering Realm students. Even late-stage 9th-level Star Tempering Realm martial artists didn't have a high chance of getting into the top 10. This showed how difficult it was. Basically, only late-stage 9th-level Star Tempering Realm martial artists had the confidence to get into the top 10. Those below late-stage 9th-level Star Tempering Realm martial artists were few and far between. Among the 8th-level Star Tempering Realm martial artists, Yi Xing was the only one who had the confidence. The 100 illusion formation has a radius of 100 miles. Intentional killing is strictly prohibited in the formation. If you lose, hand over the formation token and you'll be teleported out immediately. Go in. Whoever wants to get into the top 10, try your best to grab as many formation tokens as possible. The more formation tokens you have, the higher your chance of getting into the top 10. Gongyang Xian didn't beat around the bush. He quickly finished his speech and pointed behind him. There was a swirling ripple behind him. It was obviously the entrance to the 100 Illusion Formation. Following Gongyang Xian's gesture, all the students rushed to the high platform. They passed through the swirling ripple and disappeared into the 100 Illusion Formation. The 100 Illusion Formation had a radius of 100 miles. There were various terrains such as mountains, rivers, plains, and so on. The students who entered the formation were assigned to different areas. Yi Xing passed through the ripple vortex and appeared in the 100 Illusion Formation in an instant. He was at the edge of the plains. On his right was a mountainous area. On his left, there were 3 other students a few hundred meters away in different directions. One of the students immediately ran towards the mountainous area. If one wanted to hide, the mountainous area was clearly a good place. On the plains, others would be able to discover one from a distance. As for the other 2 students, they seemed to be from the same school. They quickly gathered together and knelt before Yi Xing. These 2 people were at the peak of the 8th level star tempering realm. Yi Xing was also at the peak of the 8th level star tempering realm, but he was alone. The 2 of them stopped 10 meters away from Yi Xing. One of them said, "Hand over the formation token and you can safely leave the 100 Illusion Formation." At the peak of the 8th level star tempering realm, unless one was a monstrous genius like Yi Xing, there was no hope of getting into the top 10. Therefore, as long as a student at the peak of the 8th level star tempering realm held onto their formation token and didn't get eliminated, they would be able to last until the end and win. Yi Xing really didn't know what these 2 people were thinking. They snatched his formation token, but they couldn't get into the top 10. There must be something wrong with their heads. Although he thought that there was something wrong with their heads, Yi Xing was still very happy about their arrival. He needed a large number of formation tokens to have any hope of getting into the top 10. In his eyes, these 2 people were obviously here to give him their formation tokens. Yi Xing touched his chin and said in the same tone, "Hand over the formation token and you can safely leave the 100 Illusion Formation." "You're courting death. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." The 2 of them shouted angrily at the same time. Without saying anything else, they instantly attacked. One of them jumped up and pounced on Yi Xing's chest. Both of his palms clapped together. The inner strength in his palms instantly penetrated through his body and turned into 2 palm prints, slapping towards Yi Xing. One of them shoveled on the ground and attacked Yi Xing's lower body. His right leg flashed with inner strength and dug out a 10-meter-long trench on the ground. These 2 people obviously worked together often. One on top and one on bottom, attacking at the same time. Martial artists of the same realm basically couldn't survive a single move from them. However, Yi Xing wasn't an ordinary peak level 8 martial artist. He moved his feet and used the Big Dipper step. The shoveling leg attacking Yi Xing's lower body suddenly missed. Yi Xing's foot stepped down, accurately stepping on the ankle of the shoveling leg. As for the 2 palm prints, Yi Xing didn't even use his inner strength. He just used his pure physical strength to casually slap them into pieces. Then, in just an instant, Yi Xing's 2 consecutive palms collided with the opponent's 2 palms. However, the sound was heard almost at the same time. 2 screams sounded at the same time. The ankle that was stepped on was instantly dislocated. Moreover, Yi Xing was stepping on it, making it impossible for it to move. As for the student that collided with Yi Xing's 2 palms, he was instantly sent flying. His internal organs seemed to be in turmoil. His face was swollen red, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. He was about to vomit blood. Yi Xing stepped on the student under his foot and glanced at the student that was thrown more than 10 meters away. He said, "Are you going to take the initiative to hand over your array cards now? Or are you going to wait until I beat you until you can't take it anymore?" Both of their eyes were filled with fear. Usually, when the 2 of them teamed up, they could deal with martial artists of the same realm in one move. However, today both of them were defeated by Yi Xing, a martial artist of the same realm, in one move. This was an outcome that they never expected. Even some level 9 star tempering realm martial artists might not be able to achieve such a powerful strength. How would the two of them dare to fight with Yi Xing? They quickly handed over their array cards. With a flash of light, the two of them were sent out of the 100 illusion formation. Yi Xing now had 3 array cards. In the 100 illusion formation, there were a total of 1,050 students who participated in the selection. Among them, 750 were eliminated. For every person that was eliminated, the remaining students in the 100 illusion formation would have 1 more array card. In other words, compared to the 300 students who were not eliminated, there would be 750 more array cards. If one wanted to enter the top 10, one would have to obtain at least 1/10 of the extra 750 array cards, which was 75 array cards. Together with the 1 card that one already had, it would be 76 array cards. As long as one could obtain 76 array cards, it would mean that one would be able to enter the top 10. Yi Xing put away the 2 formation cards and looked into the distance. His vision allowed him to see 10 miles away. This was just the ability of his super brain. There were too many people in the 100 illusions formation, so Yi Xing did not plan to use his green eyes. Other than those who were hiding in his field of vision, Yi Xing knew every student's position as long as they were within his field of vision. Yi Xing immediately chose the direction with the most people. The reward for the first place was enough for him to break through to the 9th stage of the star tempering realm. He was determined to get it. To get the first place, one had to enter the top 10. Therefore, Yi Xing had to obtain more array cards. He had to obtain at least 76 array cards. Although 75, 73, or even 70 array cards were enough for him to enter the top 10, Yi Xing had to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Therefore, they could only eliminate some people and snatch the array formation tokens from their hands. The direction Yi Xing chose wasn't based on the cultivation level of the other party, but on the number of people. Only by having a large number of people would he be able to obtain enough array formation cards. In Yi Xing's opinion, it didn't make much of a difference whether the other party was in the 8th or 9th stage of the star tempering realm. Yi Xing had only walked a few hundred meters when he was surrounded again. This time, it was a 9th stage beginner and 3 8th stage peak cultivators. Although Yi Xing did not see any students from the Purple Mountain Academy nearby, not all students were like him and did not know anyone nearby. The 4 of them were from the same academy. Fortunately, they were not too far away from each other after entering the 100 illusion formation. They quickly gathered together. There was strength in numbers. The 4 of them were obviously stronger when they joined forces to snatch other people's array cards. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.